Yeah. I mean, the Wagner roughing I didn't love. But I think there were 3 calls that letter of the rule were correct, but I don't like the calls. The grounding call was correct because he didn't get outside of the pocket, but he was just trying to clock it. It wasn't grounding.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was under duress. The Wagner roughing, letter of the rule, I get it, but damn. And then
so what's the letter of the rule? Are they telling people don't hit a quarterback?
You're not supposed to touch their helmet. You're not supposed to touch the helmet.
See, that's the whole thing about it. You can't control touching a helmet. So if you intentionally hit a person in the helmet, I understand. But when you're going full speed hitting somebody that's throwing a ball and they're changing the angle and the position of their head, you can't control just touching it.
I agree.
You know, did he get up shaking his head? No. So they got to get over some of the BS calls that they have.
But unfortunately for Washington, they had 12 penalties in this game. DQ was pissed about the penalties after. Of the 12, you might not like them. Most of them were quite legitimate, and you got to clean that up. I think for Washington yesterday, you're able to win 21-6, a 2-touchdown win. We'll get into exactly what the 2-touchdown win means a little later.
15 hot dog win.
Exactly.
That's what we're going to say.
But for me, it's more about what they were able to do in a situation where they only went 4 of 11 on 3rd down. Kind of surprisingly, DQ, there were 2 opportunities for what I thought would have been sure 4th down attempts that they punted. I think that when they punted on a pair of 4th and shorts at about midfield, led me to believe that Quinn was quite confident in his defensive performance. And, hey, man, we're just going to get out of here with the win because we don't think they're going to be able to move the ball. And we're saving our A game for Thursday because we know we're on a short week. And it was the right course.
The way I look at the whole thing, okay, I understand people say, well, the Giants might suck. You know why they suck? Because the defensive line beat the hell out of their offensive line.
The D-line was the best. The Commanders' D-line was the best group on the field yesterday.
And then the offensive line beat the hell out of their D-line to run the ball. When the Giants had 231 yards total. Washington had 220 rushing.
Yeah.
I think the thing of it is we have to get to a point where we understand sometimes people play bad because you make them play bad, not because they're just bad.
I think I agree with that. The defensive line, I thought if you're Adam Peters, and he's not a guy, I know this. He does not pay attention to social media reaction. The only times AP cares about something that hits social media, if it's factually wrong information.
About a contract.
Well, and it's from, you see these, random burner accounts and, just fake-ass accounts that are just engagement farming all the time. He doesn't care about those. But if somebody that has somewhat of a following or is considered a real journalist, if they have wrong information, that will get corrected. Otherwise, AP doesn't care. But do you remember all the hand-wringing about giving Javon Kinlaw $15 million a year?
Hey, man.
I don't think anybody's worried about that now.
The whole thing about it is people have to stop making everything about the money if you don't understand the salary structure and the money structure of the NFL. I watched a thing where a guy was interviewing Fred Smoot. That same topic. Remember they went they thought the Commanders were overlooking the Giants because DQ said that the coaches had been working on the Green Bay contract. And Fred basically was telling the guy, look, man, you will never understand. Because you think you know something and you run with it instead of knowing. And I think the ultimate thing about when it comes down to the money, the people that are discussing, oh, man, too much, he making $15 million, because they ain't making nowhere close. And they don't understand that these guys just make way more money than you make. They make way more money than you think they're going to make. Hell, I looked at it the other day. Rookies make $840,000. That's the minimum. $840. $840 when I was playing, you were a top-notch dude. You know what I mean? So you have to get past the money and just understand these people paying what they know they need to pay. They know what they deserve.
Kinlaw was fantastic. Payne, fantastic.
Payne was.
I want to dispel something real quick. Everybody's like, oh, contract year Payne. He's under contract next year. Now, there's not guaranteed money on that part of the deal, but if he keeps playing like this, they'll probably just keep him.
You know me. This contract year talk is annoying to me because most times when you get a guy that come in as a rookie, okay, and then all of a sudden he's in his 4th or 5th year, what is he at that point? An experienced guy now, right?
Yeah.
So he plays better. And everybody just write it off as, oh, he played better because it was a contract year. No, he played better because now he understands the whole the rigors of this game. He understands his own little schedule. He understands how to prepare his body and take care of his body. And he knows how to attack a game now. That's why he played better, because he got experience, not just because they got a contract year.
Well, I thought yesterday you saw an experienced team, and listen, man, it's not all going to go like it did yesterday, where you're in victory formation at the 2-minute warning, right? Like It's not all going to go that way. But where you had really experienced guys that made mistakes and then rebounded. Zach Ertz on the first drive it was 3rd and 5 from the 48. If they get a marginal gain there, I bet they're going for it on 4th down, right? Instead, Zach Ertz gets called for the false start. Then it's 3rd and 10, which this offense generally avoided 3rd and longs last year. All of a sudden, first drive, they're in one. Zach Ertz has a drop on what would have been a first down. Would have been a tough catch, but he didn't catch it.
That hit him in the hands,
right?
Dog.
Ertz.
Pull that in.
You know what he does on the next drive? Catches a touchdown. Like, you could talk about age or you could talk about experience. And in a game that was probably a little bit closer than it should have been, you get to the late 3rd quarter and it's a 1-score game despite the Giants' offense really unable to do anything. That last drive, the touchdown drive that sealed the game, they started, I believe it was first to goal like from their 10. I think maybe it was from their 20, but then they took the penalty, right? That was a 9-play, 95-yard touchdown drive to seal the game. And I thought Debo on the jet sweep, the blocking on that was phenomenal. I thought Bill on the play before that, Eckler on the play before that. It was experienced guys that knew late in that game, fellas, we're not going to mess around here. Let's put this one to bed.
Yeah, and I think that, I was talking with, I forgot who the hell I was sitting next to. We were talking about, people talking about the age of the team, and I'm like, listen, man, watch this game right now. You got a bunch of old dudes making plays, right? You got a bunch of experienced guys making plays. Then you get a young guy who brings excitement, like in Bill, the spark plug. I've always felt you have to have a delicate balance of players on your team. And if you're trying to teach something, what's easier to teach young guys now? Have a bunch of veteran guys around them that can still play. And you look at this team right now, they didn't come in talking about we're going to change the culture. They came in and the culture changed because they brought in guys like Bobby Wagner. They brought in guys like, now a Tunzel, and you have also a Von Miller. They brought in a Zach Ertz. All of a sudden now you watch the little guys, the younger guys making plays. Hell, the kickoff return by Luke.
Yeah.
At a proper time
How
to
about
get
Nick Ballore on specials
Nick Ballore, damn near killed the guy. Listen, I love that type of stuff. And then you're watching Bill and you watch McNichols and you see.
Dude, for all the talk of Bill, and Bill was fantastic yesterday.
Yeah.
10 for 82 with the touchdown, average 8 yards a carry. Eckler was also awesome.
Eckler
averaged about 7.5 a touch.
Standing. Eckler get that one pass. And
the little spin move?
And he boom, inside to get the first down.
I asked him if he thought it was going to be a house call. He's like, I was just trying to beat one guy at a time.
The thing about it, man, is just that you hear, if you talk to people that actually play this game, they will tell you as they got older, the game became easier because they understood what needed to be done. And when you're young, you always think you got to be the fastest, strongest, and on every play you got to go all out. When you get older, you understand when to do it, when not to do it. You know how to set up people. Hell, if you study properly, you understand, like Fred was discussing with that guy as well, like as you go through your career, you have folders on people. You know what they like to do, when they like to do it. So, okay, it's 4th quarter. I know this guy's going to try to jam me, and I'm going to set him up. You know what I mean? All those things begin to work. Jaden, and in the second year, hell with that slump, Jaden goes to Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane drops the ball. What do you do? Go right back to him. Yeah. He catches the ball. All the things that are happening on this team, man, it's something special. And I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse. But when I watch guys do things like this team does, it shows me the mindset has changed. And it's not just particular people, every damn body. The young guys, when they come in, they fall in line. You know, you remember before, a young guy walking into this team, they all of a sudden became a damn leader, and everything was all screwed up. Not anymore.
I thought yesterday was a really, really good example. And obviously, we are all cognizant that Thursday night's game, one, it's a short week for everybody. Yes, they have to travel, but if you want to get super in the weeds in it, Green Bay played later in the day. So Washington had a 3-hour advantage in recovery, right? I understand that the competition is going to step up in a significant way Thursday night from what we saw from the Giants. I don't know that the Giants can continue to roll out Russ Wilson. I almost wonder if they go to Dart by next Sunday against the Cowboys. That's for them to figure out.
There are many people questioning that they wanted to go to Dart yesterday, but they were afraid to go to Dart because
you couldn't
the defense was doing. See,
you put a rookie against that rush.
If you put Dart in the game yesterday, we'll be on this radio saying, man, that guy can't play.
Right.
Because he would have thrown interceptions and took multiple sacks. I mean, unbelievable sacks. Russ, although he didn't throw the ball as much as well, Russ knew how to get the ball in his hand. He knew certain things to do. The young guy don't know that yet.
For me, what is the most illustrating of how things have changed, and I'm not talking about culture and all the stuff, all the crap that we used to get shoved our way via marketing programs, right? You want to talk about changed expectations. They won their season opener against the division opponent by 2 touchdowns yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the mood in that locker room was hardly celebratory.
Well,
they were happy to get the win.
Jaden said they played horrible. They played sloppy, he said.
Sloppy.
You know?
Zach Ertz told me.
That's what I like to hear after a game like that.
21 points for us is kind of embarrassing. We expect to score every time we go on the field.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want is, good win, never in doubt, victory formation, but we want way more than that.
Yeah, they talk about their standards changing. They talk about how the mindset here and what it means to be here and what it means to be a commander. They didn't put a commander-style performance out there, and they weren't happy. That's cool. I like that. Unlike you go out there and you play terrible and you get a 1-point victory and you act like you just destroyed the world. You remember that where people used to question the media and then fans for what you got to say now.
Right.
Well, you went on by the skin of your teeth, dude. And then the next week they lose by 4 touchdowns. This team wants better, and I put respect on that. And it starts with their coach because that dude is calm and cool too. But he
wasn't happy.
He constantly pushes. Hey, I'm cool with this victory, but you know what? We're not going to do this if we keep playing like this. We got to play better. And what did I tell you? Coach Thompson would always say, when you win, you can correct a little harder. If you lose, you got to be coddling them a little bit. Hey, practice this week. They can't go very, very hard physically, but they going to hear about it.
I think looking at that game yesterday, Jaden finishes 19 of 30 for 230 with a touchdown, and with another 70 on the ground. I bet Jaden would give himself, honestly, knowing that dude, like a C+. Yeah. I think he played better than that.
He played better than that, but
knowing Jaden, he wants excellence.
He wants excellence, but you have 4 or 5 drops. You put those 4 or 5 drops, and you catch those.
Yeah,
you automatically go to about 270,
dude.
280.
If he hits the deep shot to Terry,
yeah,
everything looks different.
Yeah.
And the grounding at the end of the first half was technically the right call by the Zebras. But, like, even if they get 3 there and then it's 17-3 at halftime, like, it was a little clunky. They weren't very good on third down. They were 4 of 11 on third down. Penalties hurt them on both sides of the ball. You do know the refs are going to be a little more on top of procedural stuff early on in the year.
Mm-hmm.
I just think for a offense that really hadn't had all of its pieces together. Jaden Daniels didn't throw a pass in the preseason. Terry McLaurin didn't take a snap. Austin Eckler didn't take a snap.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to get every Tunsil didn't take a snap. To get everybody out there at once in the first game and still We're sitting here talking about a clunky offense. They put up 432 total yards.
Yeah.
They put up 220 on the ground. And if you want to nitpick and say, like, all right, Bill broke the 40-yarder at the end to seal it, that's what good teams do. You seal it.
What is he supposed to do, not break it?
Doug, it said a lot to me in that situation. So Washington got 1st and 10 deep in their own territory. That drive that ended the game, 1st and 10 with 2:40 left. Now, granted, at this point, it's a 2-score game, so there's not a ton of pressure. But 1st and 10 at your own 3, and Bill is the back. A rookie is your running back who's lining up in his own end zone in that situation. And then he breaks one. Like, that is exactly what you want.
Who's the guy we had on earlier this year that said when you go back and you watch Jaden, they said even early in the preseason and you watch him early in the season last year, no matter what, he made the right plays. You know, it may not be a completion, but he made the right decision. That decision to throw the ball away, that was the right decision. You know what I mean?
Even on the grounding call, you're saying? Yeah.
That was the right decision.
Because he had the clock in his head, knew they were trying to get 3.
Well, let's save some time to be able to kick a field goal. That's what he was trying to do. So it was the right decision. They made the call, but, you know, it is what it is. But I would say this. I was thrilled. I was happy about yesterday. You know what? And, hell, I know Tanner was happy because they got a victory on his day.
Yeah. I was so happy for Santana. I want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Santana's going to join us later in the program. Dan Quinn's going to speak to the media later in the program. We're going to open these phone lines up at 11 a.m. Commanders are 1-0, man.
Yep.
And that's what they needed. They did exactly what they needed to do yesterday.
Oh, one day, too. All the people that was knocking Connerly. Shut the hell up. Let's go.
Connerly was good. He had some welcome to the NFL moments, but he's also a rookie going against.
Who doesn't have welcome to the NFL moments?
I think if you look at all the new guys that arrived, I mean, just so much good.
Amos for real.
Debo, Tunsil, Amos, stride for stride with neighbors.
For real, baby.
I thought Lattimore looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to like from yesterday. Phone lines at 11. We also, our guy White Bryan is here. The Giants lost by 15. White Bryan is a big Giants fan. And what's he wearing? A 106.7 The Fan Skins jersey?
Oh, it looked like he got on Burgundy and Gold. Oh, man.
Over the course of the next 3.5 hours, White Bryan has to eat 15 hot dogs. Those are the rules. We're going to let him do it at his own pace.
Those are rules that he said.
Yeah, they created this bet. So don't you worry. We're going to get White Bryan eating some hot dogs. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Sponsored by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Washington Commanders over the New York Giants 21-6 to win their first game of the season. Jaden Daniels, 233 yards passing and a touchdown. The defense stopped the Giants from scoring a touchdown twice inside the 5. Daniels knows the offense must be better.
It's a complimentary sport. It's good to know that, the defense was flying around today and they made plays, but we don't want to rely on, defense getting stops, even though, we play well off each other, but we want to go out there and execute at a high level.
If you went to bed early, wow, what a win for the Buffalo Bills, beating the Baltimore Ravens 41-40 on a 32-yard field goal. Matt Prater as time expired. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's a celebration. All right, folks. We just got to talk to Johnny Cakes Allville for a minute of Junkies fame. Shout out to Cakes.
Yeah, we just found out White Brian ain't really doing much. Cakes ate 15 in 15
Cakes
minutes.
told us he once ate 15 hot dogs in 15 minutes on the Junkies.
White Brian,
because he lost the bet.
He got a whole show
All
to do
White
it.
Brian has to do is eat 15 hot dogs over the course of 3.5 hours. Turn that microphone on, White Brian. Jeff looks like he's got the glizzies working. Jeff just helped himself.
Jeff just wanted to do a glizzy bet because he like glizzies.
Yeah, Jeff.
He's a glizzy goblin.
Straight glizzy goblin. Jeff, you're starting the glizzies now to celebrate?
I gotta toast my glizzy to White Brian so he can get this thing started.
All right, White Brian. Let's get this thing started. How you feeling, son?
I am a little worried.
I don't know. Now, our friend Mark brought in the hot dogs. Appreciate you, Mark. I got a text. I got a text from B-Mitch this morning. Said, "Go get them buns." And I said, "Pause." But I
say grab them buns, huh?
I did go to Giant this morning. You would be stunned how much math, how long it took me to figure out how many bun.
It's 8 in the pack. Get 5, dude.
It took me a minute, but I got
It's 8 in the pack. Get 5 packs.
Well, I got 5 packs.
But what
I got
took
the
you so
loud
long
pack.
to figure that out?
It just took me a minute, all right? It was early.
Lauren, if you're listening or anybody that knows Lauren is listening, please tell her don't ever let JP help the girls with math. They will fail.
I will not. So, White Brian, the bet is 15 hot dogs with buns, correct?
Just 15 hot dogs. I can choose how many buns.
All right, now you're starting with number 1. I also got ketchup and mustard. I thought that was the kind thing to do. The people at Giant are very smart because they put ketchup and mustard right next to the hot dog buns. Otherwise, I would not have remembered. Let's take that first bite, Dub B. There we go. White Brian is in the game.
We're in the game, baby.
You think he's going to get to 15?
Hey, I like the ketchup and mustard. That's burgundy and gold.
Jeffrey, you were in the building yesterday.
Jeff happy about eating the glizzy than White Brian is.
I'm going to have a glizzy in the next break. What'd you think of the win yesterday, Jeffrey? Jeff's out here chewing. White Brian's chewing.
Yeah, you asked me as soon as I took a bite.
Swallowed that rather quickly.
Wow. Relax. Relax. It was a good game. I love the energy in Northwest
it was
Stadium.
fire, bro. It was.
Sold out, good crowd. Crowd was in there early. The Commanders are doing this, making this effort to like put on, they call it the show. The show begins like 15, 20 minutes before kickoff.
Man, Jeff was trying to get on the sideline, bro.
Of
Jeff
course
was
he
working
was.
his Jeff, bro. I
loves
tried to help him.
He's like, yo, I got all access, dog.
I tried to help you, Jeff, didn't I? And they shut it down and said, we are only giving these to legends.
Yeah.
Jeff wanted to
Put
be
me
on the
in my
field.
place.
Oh, he
real
tried to go
quick.
down there for
He
Santana's thing?
was trying, dog.
Yeah.
Jeff, okay, man. I'm glad you tried.
Hey, I just wanted to see what it was like on the field during game day. It's one thing pregame and, all the seats filling in, but it's a different feel when you look out and it's just thousands of people surrounding you.
You know that becomes NFL security, and they take that stuff pretty serious, right?
Hey, look, JP, I done got a lot of places by just looking like I belong.
That's why everybody has an armband down there. But I think, looking at that game yesterday, if you think about the new guys that really impressed, Wise, Kinlaw, Debo, Bill's a rookie, Amos, it goes understated.
Tunsil.
I think Tunsil might have been the best of the bunch.
Bro,
When he
did he
gets
have any
moving,
penalties? I didn't hear if he had a penalty.
I don't believe he did, but
Because I was intently concerned about that because of what people kept saying. And I started to think, what a whack-ass way of trying to really say something. Because let's be real. You can call holding on every offensive lineman every play.
yeah, but dude, in Houston last year, the numbers were the numbers. He did lead the league in it.
I understand, but if he hadn't lead the league every year he was in Houston, I really don't care. Because, sometimes things go where you just got to figure out a way. And the guy can block. And if a guy come in here and he's a better blocker protecting your quarterback, if he better guy protecting your quarterback, I don't want to hear about that. Because when you get under people that really change your mindset, and like Dan makes these guys really believe and make them, he shows them that he gives a damn about them, you play better. You stop doing stupid stuff.
I thought Tunsil was really, really good yesterday. They were able to run the ball for 220 yards. They averaged 6.6 per play. The YPC as a team was 7 yards. Now, having a player like Jaden and his ability to run is a total game changer. Perhaps my favorite play of that game is they got pushed back into a 2nd and 16, I want to say. Gain of 9, so then it's 3rd and 7. And Brian Burns was very disruptive. I thought, for all the talk of Abdul Carter and Dexter Lawrence, I thought Burns was the most impressive of that.
He needs to just talk to Jaden when Jaden try to talk to him.
We'll play that audio
I
later.
love that.
I thought Burns was really good. I think he finished with 2 sacks. Yeah. Burns was really good, but it's 3rd and 7, and Jaden gets to the right side. And, Brian Burns, if you talk about just, his athletic ability, he is when he was at the Combine coming out of Florida State, he was elite. The Commanders are really into the SPARK score, which is a measure of athleticism. And Brian Burns is elite from a Combine perspective, right? This is a guy that runs a 4.5 and stands 6'5", 250. His 10-yard split's 1.57. This is an elite
Remind me
athlete.
of Monty Coleman.
Elite athlete. And Burns is on the edge trying to close down, get to the sideline, and Jaden just looks at him, and it legit looked like a video game when you hit the turbo button. And Jaden just ran right past him to pick up the first down. There were a couple plays that Jaden made. That one on 3rd down. There was an earlier one on 2nd down where Jaden rolled out again to his right, looked like he wanted to run, saw there was a linebacker there spying him, then looked just past the backer and saw Debo sit down soft in the zone and just threw it to pick up the first down. I thought Jaden's decision-making yesterday was truly, truly elite.
It was.
I thought the play calling yesterday was so good. I loved the play design that got Debo's touchdown. But, B, did you notice on Bill's touchdown run, which looked like a little bit of read option between Jaden and Bill to the right side? Bill cut it out. You had Coleman and Tunsil pulling from the left side to the right side. You had Bates come downhill and just kill a linebacker and seal him off. And then Coleman and Tunsil behind him just destroyed the DN. And Bill had the option to cut it inside the tackle or break it and go off tackle. What people probably didn't notice, if you're at the stadium, you view things very differently than what the TV copy shows. They had a bunch set on the left side of that formation with Terry, Debo, and Ertz. The attention that set is going to draw.
You talk about 3 guys that all will block too.
Dude, and 3 guys that can kill you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's 3 Pro Bowlers, 3 all-pro level players.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have that set on the left and then you're able to run it back to the right with a Pro Bowl tackle pulling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know how hard that is to defend? Like, the 85 Bears would have trouble with that.
Because if you look at it, and your setup is going to say lean right, and then they're going to start creeping to the right, and then OS.
But, like, your DBs, your safeties are focused on what's in that
yeah,
bunch.
Yeah, but like just that you see that you start to cheat a little bit to the right because you feel it has to be going here, and then the first step is to the right. Now you're left. You lost with a little bit. I look at his 6 or 7 yard touchdown thing Bill had. Boom, boom, bounced outside.
Yeah.
You look at that play right there. He comes inside. He's because like I was called what's the dude Lombardo.
Lombardi?
Lombardo. He writes and stuff.
Okay.
So he hit me yesterday. Say he's writing a story today, and he was like, "What is it that makes Bill special?" I said,
Matt Lombardo, maybe?
Yeah. I said he has great vision and balance, and I said his passion for the game is something beyond me. I said, who the hell practices all year knowing he's not going to play? And he was like, great. So, and right then that play happens where he gets the ball, he goes inside, and then all of a sudden with one hop, they're going to the hop skip, the jump cut.
Yeah.
He goes boom, and he's outside 5 yards walking into the end zone. Unbelievable vision.
I'm trying to remember who I said this to. The vision stood out right away. The patience. It's really hard, especially for young backs, to be patient and let a hole develop, and he does that really well. But it was during camp. The jump cuts that he makes, this is in no way a comparison, but the best dude I ever saw make jump cuts ever is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Oh, yeah.
If you remember what he could do in and out of breaks, in the hole, at the line of scrimmage, and in no way is this a comparison, but like, that's the dude that really popularized that movement, and you can see shades of that in Bill's game. The Bill Eckler combination, we learned a lot when C-Rod was inactive Sunday morning, right? But the Bill Eckler combination is very legitimate. We didn't see a lot of it, but there were a few plays where you had Bill and Eckler on the field at the same time. And B, I'm curious if this will resonate with you, but I've been trying to think. I think John Bates is really kind of starting to get the respect he deserves, I think. I mean, he was just killing dudes again yesterday.
Bates,
yeah.
Yeah, Bates is menace. I like that.
What do you think about maybe comping him to a Donnie Warren? And what
you know
his
what?
role
I was just about to say that. And it's exactly that, where now you throw them the ball. What happens is they block so well, they can be viewed as an extra offensive lineman on the field for you.
Right.
But every once in a while, you have to add them into the passing game because what happens is people forget about them. They completely get lost on the field. And another guy who came after Donnie Warren, James Jenkins, he was very much like that. James was so good, they would have him blocking like Michael Strahan by himself. And then all of a sudden, he ended up with 6-7 touchdowns one year because nobody ever checked him, and he scored. But when he goes to block, he destroys people.
Phone lines at 11. White Brian update when we return. Commanders are 1-0. Now listen, week 1 of the NFL is almost in the books. We got Monday Night Football tonight. I hope everybody behaved on social media. Football is finally here, and if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds, stick to a budget, and lastly, keep your cool. Whatever your bet was this weekend that didn't hit, don't get on Twitter and start S-talking the players or the coaches. They're not there for your bet. They're there to win games, all right? The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or a coach online. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fans, proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. Jump along if you feel
Like a room without a roof.
Gotta love Landfill on a
Along if
Victory
you-
Monday playing the hits. Hot dog update. White Brian is off to a wild start. He's had 7 hot dogs in like 20
Oh,
minutes.
no, he's on 7.
Are you on 7 or 8?
He's on 7 now.
So he's had 6.
Yeah.
Dog, we didn't get the hot dogs till like 10:30. It's 10:50.
No, we got him before 10:30.
Okay. I mean, call it a half hour. That's a lot of dogs.
He getting it in.
We're going to get a White Brian hot dog update at 10.
You still didn't need 15 and 15 minutes like Case.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Case the Glizzy Goblin champ right now.
I'm on my first hot dog.
Only person I know better than Cakes is
Kobayashi.
Kobayashi.
Landfill looks like he's on number 2. Jeff's putting some
No,
glizzies
Jeff,
down.
Landfill had 2 Glizzies on 1 bun.
Wow. Play chess, not checkers. I thought some stats from yesterday that stood out to me. As much as we've talked about Payne and Kinlaw, I thought Wise was really good.
Wise was outstanding.
The next gen stats, though, would tell you Dorrance Armstrong might have been their best defensive lineman. He had 9 pressures yesterday.
Hey,
You know
listen,
what?
man.
You know what helps the edge guys? When the interior guys are just blowing everything to pieces.
So when Joe Witt talks about the pass rush, and he talks directly to a lot of people who believe you got to have this one guy that could just go get it. He said, no, you rush as a team. And if you watch yesterday, how they were collapsing the interior, so Russ couldn't go anywhere, he couldn't step up. And then now you allow those guys, because like what happens is tackles just try to run you around the quarterback. When they can step into the pocket, you're going to be at like a 6-yard, 7-yard trajectory. Well, when they eventually pushed the pocket back, Russ was staying at 6, 7 yards, and they were able to get to him. If they didn't get to him, they put pressure on him. And also get those hands up, and they would be able to knock some balls down and all that. So they are playing better, like as a team, than they were last year. And I respect it so far. That's how it goes.
It's one game against a Giants team that was without its best offensive lineman. Like, you don't want to jump to too many conclusions based on yesterday, but damn, all you can do is yesterday happened. We watched it, and they looked quite good, especially the defensive line. The defense as a whole looked good. How about 2 goal line stands, B? How about Dable? You tell me what makes sense here. Fourth and goal from the 3.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get it. You get bailed out because of the illegal hands to the face on Wise. First and goal from the 1. Just help me make sense of all this. First and goal from the 1.
Mm-hmm.
First down, you run play action to a tackle eligible. So you're bringing an offensive lineman that's not good enough to start onto the field to try the tackle eligible kind of trick play at the goal line. Okay, it doesn't work. Well defended. The Washington was all over it. Well defended. Second down, they try run, stuffed. Third down, another pass play, but it was from a bunch formation, and it goes to like the backup tight end, incomplete. So you have first and goal from the 1, and you throw 2 passes.
Yeah.
If I have first and goal from the 1 and Malik Neighbors is on my team, he's getting at least 1 look, but he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So then, after just going for it on 4th and goal from the 3, 4th and goal from the 1, you kick. What?
Hey.
Like, what?
Well, I think you run out of options, Jay. You go for 4th and goal from the 3, you don't get it, but you got bailed out. Then you try 3 plays, and you don't get in the end zone. You figure, like, I better get some damn points. You know? But the thing of it, those 2 plays, albeit it seems like it's stupid, but who thinks anybody going to throw the ball to a backup? He trying to get his stuff to go down a little bit again. Who thinks they're going to throw it to a backup tackle in a tackle eligible?
The Washington defense did.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the more I begin to talk about this stuff, the more I go back to, and I hope someone gets it to him, Bobby Wagner is a
Smart.
man. Because
So smart.
what Bobby Wagner does is he watch all the film. Remember the coaches said that he gives them stuff to look at. You think and then he has supposedly stuff I hear. He has meetings with other people to watch film.
I'm sure.
So if they are that prepared, I'm not going to give it all to him, but you got a player like that who's also a coach in essence, and all the coaches who got them prepared for it, they are more prepared than they probably ever been.
Yeah, man, there's a lot good going on. Here's the plan. We're going to open these phone lines up at 11. Credit pie. Who deserves the credit from yesterday? Debo, Bill, Tunsil, Jaden, the defense, Wise, Kinlaw, Payne, Armstrong, Luvu, Wagner. There's a lot of people that deserve a lot of credit, the coaching staff. Why Brian all of a sudden looks pretty rough? Give me a quick update, WB. I don't know that 7 glizzies in a half hour was the right move.
He was dancing just
What
now.
was that dance move? How are you doing, bud?
Yeah, the 7 quickly was the wrong way to go about this. My stomach's not great.
Did you want 7 just because the Giants were unable to score a touchdown, and you thought if I can get 7, that's as close as the Giants are getting to a touchdown?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Are you okay, bro? Because
I'm going to call this a B-bag. Bring it over to him.
what do they call it in competitive eating? A reversal of fortune? Do you feel close to a reversal of fortune?
I'll be fine.
That's not a fortune.
Jeff, if he barfs, is the bet, does he have to start back over?
Nah. Get trash cans for him closely.
I mean, actually he do because
Nah, Jeff.
that's 15 out. It's like, nah.
All right, we're going to keep tabs on White Brian. Set a
And just so Tony was like, B-Man, man, what bet you did with Jeff when you got to eat 15 hot dogs? It's not brown Brian, it's white Brian.
Phone lines are open next. It's B-Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Washington Commanders defeat the New York Giants 21-6. Jaden Daniels 233 yards passing and a touchdown, but he knows the offense can be better.
I mean, it's a complimentary sport, and it's good to know that the defense was flying around today and they made plays, but we don't want to rely on defense getting stops. Even though we play well off each other, but we want to go out there and execute at a high level.
Commanders and Packers Thursday at 8:15 p.m. What a Sunday night matchup. Baltimore loses to Buffalo 41-40. The Bills score 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Josh Allen, 394 yards passing, 2 touchdowns through the air, 2 on the ground. Nationals take the series over the Cubs 6-3. Pinch hitter Josh Bell, a 3-run homer in a 5-run ninth. Robert Hassel III, a solo HR. The Nats have won 5 of 6. Carlos Alcaraz defeats Yannick Sinner in 4 sets to win the U.S. Open. Trinity Rodman 2 goals. Washington Spirit beats Seattle 2-0. Indiana Fever over the Mystics 94-65. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at thewindowman.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I tell you what, might not be the most dependable fella getting to work on time. Why Brian ain't scared of this bet? The kid looks like he's dying, and he just strapped in for his 8th glizzy.
Is number 8 B?
You got
It's
time.
past, I think he passed 8.
What are you at, Dub B?
This will be 8. I'm giving up on the buns, though.
Okay, but you got 3 hours, dude. Why don't you chill for a bit?
I don't know. I feel like the quicker I get it done, the more recovery time I have.
Yeah. I hope we don't need any video editing done in the last hour of the program because Dub B is going to be in the
We
back.
know where he gonna be.
All right.
Dub B will be in the BR. And I'm not talking about Baton Rouge.
Phone lines are open. Credit pie time. Damn, B. This is our 5th football season. You realize that? This is our 5th week 1 doing the radio show.
Oh, yeah.
And for a lot of those years, there weren't
It
many
was
credit
bleak.
pies.
It was bleak,
There were a
dog.
lot of blame pies.
Yeah.
Now we're serving credit pies like White Brian's eating glizzies. I'll try to start with mine. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I try to be specific, but I think defensively it is a totality of the unit. Like, I thought Amos and Lattimore were really good, but you know what helped them was a tough pass rush the whole time. I do want to highlight individuals, but I also want to highlight the whole group, so it's kind of tricky here. Defensively, I thought the D-line, Kinlaw, Wise, Eddie Goldman had some really good rushes.
Eddie Goldman,
Jacob
yeah.
Martin, like Von Miller made a
Remember
nice
I kept
TFL.
mentioning Jacob Martin
Yeah, dude,
in all season?
you liked him.
I just saw some stuff on his film, man, and that dude, bruh, he can get some pressure now.
DA was really good off the edge. D-line, to me, gets 30%. They were just so good. And it just, when you win in the trenches and kind of set the tone, it makes so much happen. Now, the entire defense, I guess I'm giving the linebackers and the back 5 another 30. So 30 goes specifically to the D-line, and then everybody else on the defense gets another 30. So I'm at 60. Debo made plays when they needed to be made. I thought Debo was excellent. I'm going to give him 15. I thought Jaden, his decision-making was so good. I'm giving Jaden 10. I'm now at Oh, boy. 30 and 30, 60, 75. I'm at 85, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
The run game, I'm going to say Bill and Eckler because I know we want to get – people are so excited about Bill. I thought Eckler was really good too. Another 10 there because they made individual plays. I'm going to give the crowd some love. I thought the crowd was really good yesterday. Maybe I'll give Tana love too.
The crowd was outstanding.
That team
yesterday,
wasn't
man.
losing on Santana Day. So
Yep.
I got 30 and 30 is 60 and 15 is 75 plus 20 is 95. Tana and the crowd get 5 for me. That's
All
my
right.
credit pie.
Well, see, mine gonna be weird for y'all because I think that sometimes we get so caught up in the moment, and you got to go back a little bit. So I'm gonna do a Michael Jackson moonwalk all the way back to the beginning of this thing. When Josh Harris decided to buy this team, I think that was number one for the start of what we saw yesterday. So I'm gonna give Josh 40%.
Wow. All right.
Then I'm gonna give Josh another. No, I'm gonna give. Well, he gets 40% for everything he's done. So then I'm going, we got to get Adam Peters 20%. So that's 60 right there, right?
60, yep.
And Adam Peters went on and hired the guy who I liked. Everybody else wanted Ben Johnson. He hired Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn gives 20%.
All right.
We're at 80 now, right?
Correct.
And because they picked Jaden, they got Bobby, they got Bill, everybody else you want to name. They picked them all. So those guys picked them. And I'm going to finish up and I'm going to say, later on in the year, I'm going to give players a lot of stuff. But you know what? I saw fans showing up early as hell. You know,
Parking lots were packed.
I landed before 9 o'clock in Baltimore, okay? I left Baltimore, BWI, and went to, I'm giving Mark 2% for tomorrow, for it, because now I'm at 82%, right?
Can you give him? You should give him 4. 2% for the ride, 2% for the
I'm
blizzards.
giving a total of 5%.
All right.
Because Mark picked me up at the airport, drove me to DCA. I was able to get to DCA.
Oh, you had to go get your car.
Before, I was at DCA before, what was it? I thought we got there like 9:40. And I was able to be in the parking lot with 30 minutes to spare because and Maddie said she wanted me there at 11. I was there at like 10:40.
Damn, good for you.
So I was able to get there. So that's 15 left. And I'm going to get the fans a rest because when I walked in there, I got chill bumps. Because I remember when we would go into RFK and then when FedEx first opened, we would walk in that thing early in the morning. I'm like, damn, these fans are crazy. Yesterday, I felt that. So I give it to all of them. The players, hell, they getting paid. They got their money. They're supposed to play. But the people that got this thing completely changed around, I am thrilled with the mindset right now, not only of the players on the team, but the people surrounding this thing. We still have a bunch of fans that cannot get over the fact that this is no longer that BS team that we had before. Okay? That in the mindset that we had and the leadership and the guidance we had, it's something else. And you got to give all those people a little credit going forward. Now, after this, I'm not going to give them no more credit. I'm going to give it to the people on the field.
I'm not mad at it.
But yeah, Mark, you get fired, brother. Thank you.
I'm tweeting out our credit pies. So I said, B. Mitch's pie, 40 to Harris, 20 to AP, 20 to DQ, 15 to fans, 5 to his buddy Mark, who drove from the airport.
Yeah. Mark was there, man. Picked me up, got me where I needed to be, man.
That family likes speed.
Because I had been thinking, like, what the hell? How the hell am I going to get there?
All right, let's open these phones. We're going to let our guy Jupe lead us off. What up, Jupe?
Fellas, it's been a long time coming, but you know what time it is? It's time for that victory ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair.
Woo!
All right, credit pie. Everybody's getting a piece of the pie today. Offense, 25%. Even though that wasn't we didn't bring our A game, but as I say, good teams still find a way to win.
Yep.
I'm going to give 25% to the defense because they played complementary football to the offense. D-lines was monsters. The DBs, they earned my nickname, the seatbelts, because they was strapping them wide receivers up. And then I'm going to give 25 to special team because B. Mitch, Belfort, gave us some tie-out, boy, knocked the Sonic coins out of that Giants play. And then I'm going to split the last 25% between the coaching and the front office, AP with these pickups of Kinlaw, Wise, Goldman, and then Dan Quinn and the boys implementing the game plan. So listen, this could be we got a tough task coming up this Thursday, but this could be a history in the making for the victory ritual. We might have 2 in 1 week. So let's go get that W on Thursday, fella. That's all I got for you.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Listen, man, yesterday
Debo's
Quinn,
touchdown run was special, though.
yeah, it really was. The blocking was fantastic, and then the individual effort at the end was just that dude was not going to be denied, man. I like this one. I got one from Tony via Twitter. He says 10% B Mitch, 10% Fred Smoot, 10% Jeff, 20% Bill, 30% defense, 20% Jaden Daniels. Landville, how do you feel about Jeff getting 10% of the credit for yesterday's win?
Who gave that?
Tony.
No, Tony's crazy.
Tony who? What Tony?
Tony on Twitter, TJRDQ.
All right.
Jeff, how do you feel about getting 10% of the credit?
I just want to thank the people that see the contributions that I
do. Let's go to Eli in D.C. Elijah, what up?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Good
What's up,
win,
brother?
man.
How you doing,
I would
man?
Say, what's going on? Going. I would say 20. Everybody get 20%, man. Offense, defense, special teams, coaches, and fans, man. Adding seats, doing different stuff, man. What I like is we got a chance to see the fundamentals. What I want to see, or what I wanted to see for the first week, was the fundamentals carryover, and I think we got that. When you slow things down, I was looking at some of those Baldy breakdowns, and you're just looking at how they was looking coming off the ball and the angles that everybody was taking. Everybody was patient. You could tell Lattimore was healthy. Amos, he looked great. For a rookie, they put them in certain situations. It was cool to see them give Bill the ball real close to the goal line. Our own goal line, just to see it was good to see them confidently give him the ball when we're close to our own end zone. So it was just good to see everybody that they bet on, everybody that they put money towards and invested in pay dividends for the team, and they look stronger. I feel like last year we looked like we just was missing a guy. If we sold out on the run, we would be missing a guy for the pass. And now it feels like we have what we need to properly. I know it's one game, but it looks like we have what we need to properly take care of situations. So.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you, Eli.
All right, man.
Take care. Phone lines going to be open the whole hour. Santana Moss going to join us
11:30
for Tana.
Yeah.
Okay. Santana Moss going to join us in 15 minutes. Our guy Toothpick is on the line. Pick, what's your credit pie?
Oh man, my credit pie is all jacked up. So I'm giving you know how they say players give 110%. So yeah, we about to go somewhere around there. Okay. Let me give 25% to Cliff Kingsbury in the offense. I'm gonna give 25% to Joe Witt and the entire defense. 10% goes to the Punisher for being on the field. The actor. We got the Punisher in the building. The defense got to show up.
Bernthal,
and then 40% go to, and then 40% go to the D line. We had what they have 6 plays inside the 5, and there was no way they were getting in. So yeah, that's my credit pie. I think I'm at 110% right there.
Hey man, got to give 110%.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta give more than 100%.
Right, ladies, thank y'all.
Thanks for the call, dude.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Toothpick. Keep this going. Ooh, Mama Stu is on the line. Hello, Mama.
Mama stewing.
Yes, indeed. Good God. Let me tell y'all something. I was in church yesterday. I'm a pastor, by the way. I sat in the sound booth on purpose so I could watch the game on my phone. And I'm saying our bishop is a fan too, so I'm sending him signals. It's terrible. I know. Don't judge me, man. But I love my team, and God knows my heart. But good God,
God was watching the game yesterday too.
Yeah, God's good with it.
God's
a Jaden Daniels fan.
Let me tell you. All right, my credit pie. All right, I'm like you, JP. Like, the defense was so awesome. I couldn't single out. I was just so psyched about that. I wanted to see that so bad, just to see these guys come together. And also the offensive line, because I think, you win a game at the trenches. But I gave 45% to the defense total. That's for the secondary. That's for the line play. Deron Payne out there. Armstrong out there, Ken Law. I can go on. 45% to them. I gave 20% to the offensive line, right? And the reason I gave them 20% is because I gave 20% to the running game. Oh my God, over 200 yards rushing. Oh, Come on. Then I gave the receiver production 5% because even though we had some drops and some timing issues, they still were clutching certain times when we needed to get first down. Debo was a beast. It was good to see Noah out there. Terry gonna get his burn. I ain't worried about that. I gave Jaden 5% because of his decision making and also him being clutch on some run plays to get us a first down. And then I gave 5% to the special teams. I love Luke McCaffrey on special teams. Give him the ball. And good God below, blew that guy up. I almost got in trouble in that sound booth. So that's about
You ain't let no bad words slip out your mouth, did you, yesterday in that sound booth?
You know what? I was very good, but I was close, Brian. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was close. So let's go. It's Green Bay this week, and it's gonna be a challenge. But I think, hey, after what I seen, I know it's one game, but after what I seen from the defense, and I know our offense is going. Once they get clicking on, I think that's across the league, though. I think you're gonna get the rest all because you lost a preseason game, and they don't play. So I'm not worried about the offense as much, but I'm psyched about that defense. Let's go.
Thank you, Mama. Appreciate the call.
450-something yards offense.
420, I think.
Did 233, and would they take points because of sacks?
220. 233 and 220.
So 450.
Well, hold on. Yeah, they must have taken it for sacks.
Yeah.
432 is the total net yards.
All right, well, anything over 400 yards is hella good.
How about this? I'm seeing this stat from Kime. Washington has rushed for 200 or more yards in 9 games since 2020. 7 of them have come since Jaden Daniels took over as quarterback. So in 7 games since Dan Quinn took over, Cliff Kingsbury, AP, Jaden, they have 7 200 or more rush yards in the last 18 games.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Run the ball, bro. I know it's a passing lead, but if you can run it, things going to be better.
Our guy Bob is in Warrenton. What's up, Bob?
What up, Bob?
Hey, boys.
How you doing, man?
This is the same Bob that brought you guys wine and beer 2 years ago when Harris first took over.
Appreciate that, man.
The old Hail to the Harris Hazy IPA. Hey, a week or two ago, you guys asked, who's going to surprise you this year? Who's going to be your up or down? And Deron Payne, I wanted to call in, but you couldn't connect. Deron Payne is going to get my 25%. But on top of that, the whole defense is going to get an additional 20, which gives us 45. And then the front office for putting those guys on the defensive side gets 15. So now we're at 60, and the other 40 goes to the offense. And that's spread because the offensive line played great. Jaden was great. The running backs were great. The offensive receivers, they're going to open up in the next week or two, and it's going to be hilarious to watch this team put up points.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
Thank you, Bob. Thanks for the boost.
You got it, guys. Take care.
I do think they're going to continue. Yesterday, to me, was the perfect kind of clunky game. If you had to pick a side to be clunky, let it be the offense because, Brian, I have no concern about that group. Like the misses on third down, the deep shot miss, a couple of drops. Zach Ertz doesn't drop a lot on third down. There's a reason he's going to have a real chance to be a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. It's early though, and when I look at a lot of those things, I'm like, okay, it's timing. We know they didn't play a lot together, and like I stated, you can practice, but practice speed is not game speed. Okay. So you look at those plays and you go, okay, they start hitting that later. Remember last year we started the season where Jaden and Terry couldn't connect? And then all of a sudden by week 3 it started, but by week 5, you're like, that was behind us. Same thing this year. Everything will work out. And right now, he has way more weapons than he had last year. Things seem to be a better flow. And I think Cliff, like we talk about Joe Witt being able to run his defense, Cliff could go all the way in his bag right now, dog.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. Santana Moss joins us next. If you're on hold, stay there. You can listen to the show on hold, and then we're going to open the phone lines up again after Tana. Nobody go anywhere. It's a Victory Monday on 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build player parlays. You can build player props. You can ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. It's your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Washington Commanders did defeat the New York Giants 21-6. Jaden Daniels, 233 yards passing and a touchdown. And the defense stopped the Giants from scoring a TD twice inside the 5-yard line. Head coach Dan Quinn's going to talk at about 12:30 about the win. And looking ahead to the Packers, that's Thursday night at 8:15 p.m. Buffalo Bills stunned the Baltimore Ravens 41-40 on a 32-yard field goal by Matt Prater as time expired. Josh Allen, 394 through the air and 2 scores and 2 runs for touchdowns. Nationals over the Cubs 6-3. Pinch hitter Josh Bell, a 3-run homer in a 5-run ninth. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Curb on The Fan.
Kevin the Fan. When you hear the cool sounds of Outcast, it's to introduce our friend and new Ring of Fame member, Mr. Santana Moss. Tana, man, congratulations, dude. You deserved every second of yesterday.
Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. What's going on?
We do credit pies after wins, and I gave you some credit for yesterday because there's no chance they were losing on Santana Day.
Well, I was praying that they didn't, because you never know how those games, those outcomes go. But I remember the whole Monday Night Miracle was on the triplets Ring of Fame moment, and so I kind of felt like the reason why Emmitt Smith, had so much mean things to say about me when it came time to my Pro Bowl vote. Because I ruined their night. So I was like, please, I hope they don't ruin my day.
How did the night end up, man, with the fam and all the friends up, bro?
You know what? The friends hung out, and I had the kids. Normally when I go to Miami to visit the fam, I normally stay in because the kids don't get to see me. So that's what I did. I stayed in because the kids was there, and knowing that they was going back, I just wanted to make sure I just, relaxed. And I was tired, man. People fail to realize, though, even though we're not playing, during the pre and the post game show, it's almost like we playing because we'd be exhausted afterwards. Man.
Oh, yeah,
so
sure.
I just ate with them and watched some football.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Tana, I got the chance to speak with your nephew pregame. I believe it was Sonoris' son. And
yes, Sonoris Jr.
Yeah. I just told him that, I covered you as a player. I've become friends with you in your post-playing career, and you deserved that honor for everything you did on the field, but also for everything you've done off it. Like, you've been so good to this community, so good to this city, and I imagine it sure looked like you were emotional and it resonated with you, and I just hope you're able to kind of save that in your mind forever.
Nah, no doubt, man. I mean, folks was asking me. We had a bet at the barbershop that they said I was gonna cry for 9 minutes and something like that. I didn't actually cry, but I did, get emotional. The tears welled up in my eyes, but I held myself together pretty well, knowing that we only had a short time to be up there. So thankfully, I was able to do so. But definitely, man, like folks, Dre kept telling me, Tanner, man, enjoy it. I'm like, Dre, you got to understand who you're talking to. This is your boy. I am enjoying it. I'm just not a guy that knows how to have an outburst of excitement. I'm just cool with it. So I'm like, bro, you don't understand. Inside of me, I'm giddy as all outdoors. But this is the only way I know how to express it, man, by saying thank you. And I'm very appreciative. You know what I mean? I'm beyond appreciative. But I didn't know how to be more happy than I was. And that's what I was trying to tell folks. Like, trust me, I'm enjoying it, but I'm embracing it all.
I heard you talk so much about your mom and your dad, bro. Then when I finally embraced your dad yesterday, and he gripped me, pulled me, he said, "Man, it's a pleasure to meet you, man. My son talk about you." Hell, I got choked up. Because, like, you know, it's like when you friends with somebody. Even Dre said it yesterday. He said, man, hell, he was getting choked up watching it. When you see somebody do things like you did, you know, you feel like you feel good for them when they finally get what they're supposed to get. And I felt like that with you. As I tell you all the time, but I told you I was trying to get some tears out your dog.
Yeah, I heard you. You almost got me too. But, they told me that you was doing the introduction. I said, now why they gonna get me up there booing? I got BC and B up there bringing me anything. Oh my God, man! But I appreciate it, man. Both of you guys did a great job, man. And we knew that the time was kind of, wasn't, on our side, so it was in and out, man. But like I said, more so than anything, I just want to see that name. I want the thing, drops, and I see that Santana with the 89 sitting up there.
Oh yeah, hey, Tana, you watch this team. You're probably as close to the team as anybody else, and watching the offense come together. They didn't play their best game yesterday, but they showed the capabilities. Debo, Terry, Terry could have had a big one yesterday. He and Jaden just had a little off timing. Watching Jalen Lane come out there, Luke on the return, watching the receiving core. What were your thoughts of him?
I get more joy out of seeing what Jaden calls sloppy offense than anybody, especially when you get a dub behind it, because it just gives you that, that I guess you can say that God doggone thought in your back of your head, like, look, if they could clean up this, if they could clean up that, and like Jaden probably was saying sloppy because he probably felt like, man, I was behind those guys on a couple of those passes. Maybe if I put it in front of them, maybe if I put it on them a little more, they catch those. So I love the fact that you got a quarterback, man, that's going to put his face in the fan and say, look here, man, it wasn't our best, and that's on me. And we also know what Jaden showed us last year. He's one of those guys. Anytime he had performances that he didn't like or he disliked, he came back better the next week. So I'm looking forward to a lot of stuff that those guys bring. From the running back room, from the offensive line room, and just that receiver room. It's so many weapons. And I remember we was talking about Moore throughout the preseason, and then he come up big on the third down and catch a big pass. So that just goes to show you, man, the depth that they have, and then so many guys that he can really, throw the ball to. I think it was seven people caught a pass today from him, and that's Jaden Daniels football. That's what he does. That's what he brings to the table. He gets everybody the ball, and he's dynamic when he's doing things on the ground or through the air.
Absolutely. Talking with our friend Santana Moss the day after he goes into the Washington Ring of Fame. Really cool ceremony, really well done yesterday. Tana, what did you think of the run game? Eckler and Bill are a pretty dynamic duo, man.
Man, look here. I think one of the things that Fred mentioned in our pregame show yesterday is when you have an Eckler on first down, the defense can't really dictate or say, well, you know what, it's going to be a run. They're thinking, man, it's Eckler. He can escape out the backfield and have a screen for a huge game. Mm-hmm. So you can't really just pin your ears back and say it's going to be a run. That's the dynamic of Eckler. That's what he brings to the table. You don't know what he's going to do when he's in the backfield, and then you bring in Dollar Bill. Oh my God! I see why everybody was so high on him. We was high ourselves just looking at some of his highlights that he was doing in training camp. But to kind of be a rookie, go there and just be patient and be calm, man, that's hard to do. I was a rookie, man, and I know my situation was a lot different than him, but man, this kid looked like he'd been here before. So I love what they have back there. And like you say, we have Mac Nichols and we also have Rod. But man, I love seeing those guys, Eckler and Dollar Bill, go out there and have their way and look phenomenal doing it, man. When you have a rushing game for over 200-some yards, you're doing something right up front, man. So I want to see us continue, that success throughout this year.
Yeah, I had a guy ask me what makes Bill special. I say great vision, great balance, and I say he has a passion. Who the hell practices for a whole year, hard as he did, helping his team out in college if you know you're not going to play? That just shows the kid's special, man, and then that came out in his game yesterday.
Yeah, man, that's big. And I think, you know what, man, that's when you find out about a person and a player. When a guy say, look, man, I understand that, I was
all right, we might have...
because most of the time, football players, we want to, but We're there for football. And so for him to be able to say, look here, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna sit here with this team and get them better, man. That says a lot about him, and that's why you see a guy have success in that bowl game. That's why you see a guy having success now, because you get rewarded for having that kind of heart. You get rewarded for being that kind of person. And a lot of people fail to realize, man, it's good. It's better to be a better person sometimes than to sit around and feel like somebody dealt you the bad card and then you need to react. So I'm happy that he was able to have that experience. Not saying that I wish that he had to, but unfortunately he had to deal with it. But he handled it like a man supposed to. Took it on the chin and went out there and got himself better and got himself a chance to do what he's doing now.
Absolutely. Tana, last one for me, man. I know you got stuff going on. What'd you think of that defensive effort yesterday?
Hey, the defense get my game balls, you ask me. I know y'all ain't say nothing about getting game balls, but, man, look here. Those guys flew around. I believe that they had a stat where the Giants was in the red zone with 13 plays or something like that and no points or something like that. That is ridiculous. I mean, you have, 2 or 3 trips in the red zone and you don't get nothing out of it. That shows you what we have up front. And it started up front. You know, we could talk about the guys who got the sacks or the pressures, but Ken Law was everywhere. I saw this guy inside, outside, Dietrich White. All those guys played, like they played before on the other teams that they was at. And it was a great sign, because when you play like that up front, you have cleaner play in the back end, especially when you have true corners and safeties back there. And you saw how sticky our cornerback play was and our secondary was. Man, those guys looked phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing what they could bring to the pack come up this Thursday night.
You don't want to get over your skis and get too excited too early, but this game against Green Bay Thursday night, both teams 1-0, both teams coming off good week 1 wins. Green Bay's probably more impressive. I mean, there is going to be a lot of excitement for this Thursday night game.
No doubt, man. I mean, I think, just the atmosphere itself on a Thursday night football game. You got Michael Parsons, who knows a lot about this team. You got Jordan Love, who's always coming out week 1, week 2, those first couple of weeks of the season, man. He's always flaming hot. And then you got LaFleur, man. He's going to dial it up. But what I say, when you're playing great competition, that brings out a better, something in you. And I'm looking forward to our guys cleaning up what they got to clean up this week and going out there and playing some good football.
Tana, man, thank you for making time for us. Congratulations. A very well-deserved, well-earned honor.
Thank you, man. See y'all boys.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
You. The great Santana Moss, now forever in the ring of fame for the Washington organization. Well-deserved, well-earned. One of the NFL's all-time good guys right there.
Yep, definitely.
Congratulations to Santana Moss. Really, really happy for him. Now, B, last night was the debut of All Ears Game Day, right? We did a show last night. A lot of people watched. A lot of people commented. Really appreciate that. I didn't get home that late because the show we now do it at 9 o'clock on digital. But I did go to Papa's house and watch the end of the Sunday night game. So then I did get home kind of late, right?
Yeah.
You know what I did?
What you do?
Went in and out the garage door. Don't wake anybody up. Nobody's the wiser. I can't tell you how many times I use my new garage door from Door Pro America. You know why? It's silent. If you go to your neighbor's house and have a couple cocktails and watch the end of Sunday Night Football and you're coming in around midnight, go through the garage door. You're not going to wake the kids up. I'm telling you, the MyQ app that lets you open and close the garage door is a game changer, and the good folks at Door Pro America took care of me like they can take care of you. Whatever it is you need. Say you need a full new garage door replacement like I did because my old one was loud and clunky. Maybe you just need some maintenance. Whatever it is, hit up the folks at Door Pro America. They're based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and their team can do it all. Garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Call today and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Phone number, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you or check them out online at doorproamerica.com. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will address the media at 12:30. If you missed any of our conversation with Santana Moss, the newest member of the Commanders Ring of Fame, check that out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it is, we are there. These phone lines are open. People have been on hold a while to give us their credit pies. My guy Danny in D.C. What up, Danny?
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good, man.
Great, man.
Hey, it's 50-50, man. You know who it is, right?
Rod
From the
Gardner.
Nationals.
Oh, what's up, dude? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so All-Star voting actually starts on Friday, so everybody can nominate me on Friday. So,
okay.
But I work on the visitor side of the stadium. It was nice yesterday to see a Commanders crowd.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think the breakdown, I think 30% goes to the fans. I think the fans, I got there at 9 o'clock and the parking lot was already starting to fill up with tailgaters, and they were pretty electric outside the stadium. And then I think 30 goes to the effort. I think overall offense, defense.
I'm going to throw him on hold. Something's ringing there. Good luck with the All-Star voting there.
Slot machine.
Ryan's in Connecticut. Ryan, what's your credit pie, bro?
So I'm going to do just a kind of a generic 40% defense, but then I'm going to give 20% to Adam Peters because I know it's one game in, but this dude just doesn't miss, it seems. I'm thinking like Jeremy Chin and Fowler, we lose them, might hurt a little bit, but you look at that D-line yesterday through one game, they are glaringly big compared to last year, and I was happy to see Payne get off to a fast start. And then yesterday was like one of those games where there wasn't a throw out there that you looked and you said, what is that cornerback doing? And I just felt like for the last 3-4 years, you always had one of those. All of Neighbors' great catches were kind of toss-ups or a spectacular catch. I just can't believe that everything this guy Peters touches just turns to gold. Like all these guys just start playing unbelievably. I'm encouraged for Thursday. I think if we're going to have a bad game, that's the way you have it. 21 points, but we dominated them. And if we get this ship going, I think Thursday is going to be Jaden Daniels' day. It's going to be the Patrick Mahomes level of national kind of glazing, as one would say.
Let's go. All right, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you, bud.
It's a ship, right?
Yes, he did.
Good.
Jonesy is on the line. Jonesy, what's your credit pie look like?
JP, what's going on with you, man? How you feeling?
We're good, bud. How about you?
Hey, B. Mitch and you too, bud. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man.
Listen, check this out, man. My 20 goes to management, 20 goes to the coaching staff. That's my 40. The defense, they get 10. The offense, they get another 10. Special teams, they get 20 because, man, they held their own. So, and I'm up there, right? So, last but not least, I got to give at least 15% to B. Mitch because he called this about a month ago. He said the Giants was playing a bunch of their packages in preseason. He said, we've seen this movie before, and he was right because Steve Spurrier did the same thing, only for me to watch the same man, Dirty 30, come back here and burn us up on a Monday night game with all the play packages that Steve Spurrier was doing and the defensive plays that wasn't working. Hey, man knows what he knows. So I got to call you out, B. Mitch. Man, you called it.
All right, brother.
Said they was going to wind up losing this game. How about, fellas? Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Jonesy. Appreciate you, bud. Let's go to Paul down in Florida. Paul, what up, man?
Paul?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, what a day, what a game yesterday. The Cowboy Killer was in the house. Then you had him on your show. I love it. My favorite part was just watching the game. They were showing the Giants players on the sideline. These guys just look sad. They look sad, and I love it. They look like their goldfish died, and Mama had to flush it down the toilet. I think we broke the Giants in week 1. It was beautiful. But we're giving out credit pie slices. 50% goes to the D-line. If there was one unit on the team that showed up from the opening snap to the very end and did not falter, they did not look rusty, they did not miss a beat. In many ways, they carried the game. It was the D-line. And there are a lot of questions about those guys going into the season, particularly could they stop the run up the middle? As Doc Walker would say, it's a manhood issue. And the men showed up yesterday. The big fellas were hungry, so we give them half the pie to eat. 25% goes to the fans. Guys, we know in years past, this is the kind of game where like half the joint would be in blue jerseys, okay? But my son was there. My buddy was there. They texted me pictures. A sea of burgundy and gold. So the fans represented. They showed up. We got to give love to the fans. 25%, okay? 15% goes to Jaden Daniels. Now, as we were going in the fourth quarter, we hadn't scored for a while. And I said to myself, I even texted to some buddies, I said, Jaden needs to be Jaden here. He needs to put the team on his shoulders, and that's what he did. He put the game on his shoulders, took it upstairs, sang it a lullaby, and put it to bed. 15 to Jaden. 5% goes to Deebo Samuel. The Swiss Army knife came as advertised. He had the big blade, the little blade, the Phillips screwdriver, the corkscrew on the back. He came as advertised, and I love it. 5%, the last 5% goes to Bill. Listen, guys, not only is he a seventh-round rookie in his first start, he's a seventh-round rookie who has not played legitimately competitive football in a year, and he balled out. So it was beautiful. Love you guys. Great show. Looking forward to Thursday. It's on.
Appreciate
All
you,
right,
brother. Thank you.
I like that type of excitement, Jay.
Doug, I'm no math guy, but I swear my man Paul just added up to like 180 chips.
I'm with it. But guess what, though? Hey, Paul said, you know what? I'm excited. I get the chance to mess it up. He said, I'm counting like Greg Spells.
Yo, he said the Giants just look sad. You see Malik Neighbors refuse to give Daboll a high five?
Really?
And maybe Neighbors just didn't see him, maybe. But, like, Neighbors looks clearly pissed. The situation with Russ looks clearly cooked. I couldn't help but notice, and maybe it was just coincidence, Brian, but when the Giants were going back into the locker room, so the players come out in uniform. They usually warm up from like 12 to 12:30, go back in, and they come back out around 12:45 for, like, time to get down to business. Neighbors walked into the locker room with Dart, like side by side. And maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's coincidence, but I sure noticed it.
Well, I'd say this. Players normally hang with the players that they like. Players normally hang with, if there's a situation going on, they start to show favoritism towards one or support for one. It happens. Okay? And hell, let's be real. In life, what do? If you're working somewhere and there's someone that you show more favoritism to, let's say two guys are vying for the same job, maybe a management level job. You're not going to go with the other guy that you don't like. You're going to hang around a person that you're cool with, just in case someone is looking to see who do the people really like. They do it, so it happens.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. If you're on hold, stay there. Taking your calls. We'll hear from Dan Quinn at 12:30.
A win is a great way to start an NFL season for the Washington Commanders, defeating the New York Giants 21-6. Jaden Daniels, 233 yards passing and a score. Deebo Samuel, a late 19-yard touchdown run. Bill Krosky-Merritt, 82 on the ground and a touchdown. And the defense stops the Giants from scoring a touchdown twice inside the 5. Head coach Dan Quinn on his young secondary.
This is a strong receiving core. We thought, coming in, I thought the strength of New York was, receivers, D-line, and those would be kind of the areas that they would push us and test us. Thought Russ is somebody that can just throw a fantastic deep ball, and they did test us.
Commanders get ready for the Green Bay Packers Thursday night in Green Bay at 8:15 p.m. Green Bay toppled Detroit 27-13. Pittsburgh over the Jets 34-32. San Francisco beats Seattle 17-13. Denver downs Tennessee 20-12. Buffalo defeats Baltimore 41-40 on a 32-yard field goal by Matt Prater as time expired. The Bills scored 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Josh Allen, 394 through the air and 2 scores. He also ran for 2 more. Nationals baseball beat the Cubs 6-3 to take the series. They've won 5 of their last 6. Pinch hitter Josh Bell, a 3-run homer in a 5-run ninth. They're off to face the Marlins tonight on the Fan. Carlos Alcaraz downs Jannik Sinner in 4 sets to win the U.S. Open. Trinity Rodman, 2 goals as Washington Spirit beat Seattle 2-0. Indiana Fever defeat the Washington Mystics 94-65. Byron Kerb on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Shout out to Jeff. When we were in the break, he said, I got my credit pie ready. And I just went to look. He's there. Jeffrey, hit us with the credit pie, baby.
I just want to give credit. I want to give 40% to my defensive X factors. And I want to I want to give another 40% to my offensive X factors, because they did their thing yesterday. Connerly, he had his hands full over there, but I think he did a pretty good job for it to be his first real game in the NFL against ones. I loved it. Our defensive line, I'm not going to say I went into the season wondering if the additions to the D-line were good additions, how it was going to play out. And yesterday showed me these boys can play. It doesn't matter the age that they were brought over, how they were with their previous teams. Our defense and our offensive line really amazed me yesterday. And then I got to get a last 20% to AP, man. A lot of people, when he made these decisions on bringing these players in, he's old or the other teams left out. No, we got to give it to him. He's hit on them.
Yeah, man. Can I ask can we get a hot dog update? Have we let White Brian off the hook here?
So we let his giant brother AMAC. White Brian finished 10 glizzies, and AMAC is finishing the last 5.
I applaud your graciousness, Jeff.
Yeah, only because I don't want to work the stream this week because White Brian is sick from hot dogs.
The Cluster Buster also came in and said, "Hey, man, don't kill yourself over a bet." And honestly, eating 15 hot dogs, that's got to be a serious sodium bomb. So, White Brian, you've had 10 hot dogs now. How are you feeling?
Not great. Very salty in the mouth.
Yeah. You feel bloated?
Yeah.
Pause. He feels very salty in his mouth.
Pause. Hey, Jeff, you saw Jeff made it by himself? I don't want to work the stream, so I say, hey, let the other dude eat them.
Gotta think ahead, man. Gotta think ahead.
White Brian, if you can focus on the football, as a Giant fan, you said to me you never thought that you weren't sure they'd win, but you thought they'd keep it close. What is your reaction from yesterday?
I was hoping the offense would look better than it has the last couple of years, and it arguably looked worse. So it's the same old with the Giants.
Y'all look good in preseason, though.
They took that preseason
Y'all took it
seriously,
serious,
baby.
dog.
The two teams that couldn't stop talking about how seriously they took the preseason, the Bengals and the Giants, combined for 23 points yesterday.
That shocked me yesterday.
The Bengals?
The Bengals against the damn Browns. Didn't they play the Browns?
Yeah. Browns have had a good defense, but yeah, their first drive was awesome, and they couldn't do anything after that. Let's keep these phones going. Our guy, Mark, is in Landover. Mark, what's up, man?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch.
What's up, man?
I said they were going to stomp them into the ground. It didn't quite go that way, but if they'd have cut down on those penalties, I'd have been close to the fact, my friends.
Mm-hmm.
And also, man, as far JP, you've been asking about the credit pie, and I've got to lean towards what Mr. Mitchell said because I think that Mr. Josh Harris knows some metalsmiths, and they made a really big tin pie pan for a huge pie, and I think that it would only be appropriate for everyone in the organization on the way back to the top should get a piece of the pie. And also, I'd like to give a shout out to B. Mitch again and Mr. Santana Moss because Brian, you really made it a class thing of him going into the Ring of Fame, buddy, and you did an excellent job. And I really appreciated you messing with him a little bit. And Tana handled it with class, and you did it with class, my friend. And Jeff told me you guys' lines are loaded up, so I'll get off here, guys. And, hey, let's win that game Thursday night, buddy. And everybody gets a piece of the pie, and that synergy's on the way back like it was when you were playing in 91, Brian.
That's good.
Have a good day, guys, and take care.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man.
All right, buddy.
Our guy Zeke from Southeast is on the line. Zeke, what do you got, bud?
Hey, guys, what a great win. I got to start off by giving 20% to the front office and Adam Peters for putting this roster together. And then you got to get another 20% for the coaches, man. I mean, what a game plan, offensive and defensive. And then, of course, 20% for the offense, 20% for the defense, and 20% for the special team. I think it was a whole team effort. So not one individual or one player, but the whole team. I mean, we didn't look our best, but we looked like we were ready to play, and that's one of the big things. And also, JP, I want to give another 5%, a little extra for our Maryland Terps for going out there and getting the win as well.
I'm glad I didn't put a mortgage payment on it, though.
Right.
Thank you, Zeke. Appreciate it, bud. Let's go to Q Ball. Hello, Q Ball. How are you?
Brothers.
What up?
All I want to say with the credit pies, B. Mitch, Lord have mercy, I'm sitting in my chair enjoying we talking about credit pie. Let's talk about the pancake hits. It started off with Kinlaw, that first drive, monster play. Let's talk about Jeremy Reeves with that pancake hit that caused that turnover. Let's talk about Deron Payne being constantly double-teamed but made that sack. I see why he gets a lot of attention because of the double teams that he has to hit. A lot of people don't catch that. Let's talk about Nick Ballore on that bone-crushing pancake hit on that punt coverage. And the rest of my pie goes to the offense. Eckler and Bill, dynamite, just tearing up the grass out there. And then the last piece goes to Mr. Debo, of course, for holding it down in the pass plays. But overall, the bone-crushing pancake hits is where my focus was, fellas. I'm out. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Good call.
You.
Thank you. Debo was full dog. I mean, blocking all of it.
Hey, man. People were making those comments about Debo and things like that. And as we had stated, he caught pneumonia and couldn't really work out. Came in heavier last year. He admitted that. But the dude on that field since he's been here, and Adam Peters even said it. No, not Adam Peters.
Kingsbury.
Cliff said he came in, he was overweight. He said, I'm going to lose this. Don't worry about it. Dude lost 20 pounds. He was serious about it. And when the people were trying to make the comments about he was being slow, he wasn't slow then. He'd already came in and lost the weight. And on that field yesterday, you see why his nickname is Debo. He inflicts his will on people.
Totally, dude. Our guy Drew is on the line. Drew, what time did you pull into that parking lot, man?
We were there at 7:30, and it started a little drizzly, but it sure ended a beautiful day.
What time did they actually let you in? Because I know you're in like the super tailgate lot, but still.
8 a.m.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
Damn.
So, and when we were in at 7:30, we were not first in line.
I saw
by
the
a long
picture you
shot.
sent me.
Yeah, there was 15, 20 cars in front of us, and by the time they opened it at 8 o'clock, there were people. It was going out to the street. They had to double up. It was crazy. It was bedlam in there yesterday, and I think it's just going to get better all season. So I'm excited. Yesterday to me proved last season was not a dream. We're going. This is real. So I'm excited.
All right.
But
you got a
your
credit pie?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to give 40% to the defensive line and 40% to the offensive line. And both those lines played outstandingly. And that's, when 80% of the credit pie can go to the lines in the first game, that tells you that this year could be a fun year because the trenches still matter, And then, and I think that I would take 5%, 5%, 5%. The cornerbacks, 5% for all three cornerbacks, right? So Lattimore, Amos played great, good rookie game. I wish he would have gotten that interception, but penalty pulled it back. That would have been a great way to start. And Samersville, those three guys are going to be good. And I give 5% to Jaden. Hard to not give Jaden credit pie. He's just awesome on the field. And what the hell? I just say the other 10% goes to everybody. It's just a lot of fun to watch these guys. I can tell you, my buddy Bleep You Vince did not have a good day.
Yeah,
but
Bleep You Vince.
Bleep You Vince. He's gone. I took him to the train station. He was sad the rest of the day. He's gonna be sad for a while. So, but Washington has something to be happy about, and the season is on.
Appreciate you, Drew.
So,
thank you. I also have a friend named Vince that's a Giants fan, and I saw him last week, and he was going to the game, and then he had some work stuff pop up. He had to fly out of town, and I was like, secretly, you're not that upset about that because the Giants aren't going to win.
Yeah, he was happy.
He's like,
he was happy as
whatever,
hell.
man, whatever.
He was happy as hell.
Let's go to Chris in Culpeper. Chris, what up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? How are y'all?
We're good, buddy. How about you?
Oh, living the dream on this Monday. 50% to the defensive line. I haven't seen a defense play like that in years. As soon as the ball was hiked, they were in the backfield. They were smashing Wilson. Every ball that came out of his hand looked like a pop-up. Enjoyed it thoroughly. 35% to the cornerbacks. We literally have Troy Vincent on our team right now. His last name is Amos, and he's a stud monster. They didn't throw the ball his way at all. They weren't bringing his name up, just like with Laramie. Didn't hear anything all day. Love the cornerback situation. Last little bit I'm going to divvy it up to is 15% is to all the running backs in the team, including Debo, including Jaden, including Eckler, including Bale. And I can't remember the last guy's name. It's just
Nichols.
Yeah, and I mean, they were just running the ball. Fourth quarter, running with their heads off, smashing everybody. Bill with that run, that 55-yard run at the end of the game. Just excited. We didn't play that well, guys, and look what we did.
Yep.
Good luck, Cincinnati. We'll see you Thursday.
Thanks, dude. Not really sure how Cincinnati fits in, but that's okay. Let's go to Danny in D.C. Danny, what up?
Sorry about that, guys. I took a team's call, was coming in, but get back to it. I think 30 has to go to the fans. 30 to the effort of the whole entire team. And I think 20 goes to the halftime ceremony. I think it's getting better. B-Mitch, you did a great job doing that, running that show yesterday. And then 20 to the coaches.
All right.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you, Danny. I'm going to try to wrap up these calls because we are hoping to hear from Dan Quinn next. Alex is in Vienna. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First and foremost, I was giving all my credit pie goes to Dalen Lyle and for getting the comeback started.
You talking about the Nats, dog?
Oh, wait. We're talking about the Commanders? I'm sorry, man. I'm just messing with you.
I'm like, who the hell is he talking about?
The show that starts at 2 o'clock, they'll be all over that.
In all seriousness, John Bates is not getting enough credit. On both of the running touchdowns, you look at him, he is clearing people out. And I mean, he is just a marvel at what he does. And it's one of those unsung roles. But if you watch the video clips of both Debo's touchdown and Bill's touchdown, he is just tearing people up on those blocks.
He's a monster, dude.
I'll tell you, John Bates did. The people that know, because John Bates got a nice contract extension this offseason, man. So somebody knows.
Right. A question for B. Mitch, who've been in the locker room. How do you clean up penalties?
It's
as
all
a
mental.
coaching staff?
It's all mental. I mean, you got to go out there, and the thing about it is mental and physical, because when you normally are out of position, you grab. If you're sitting up there, you're not focused on the right thing, you don't even you jump, you make mistakes. So it's a mental thing where you got to constantly go through it.
I think a lot of
Are there
that
drills?
Too, a lot of it was procedural
It's not
stuff.
necessarily drills. It's all mental for the most part.
Like for instance, you had two veterans yesterday, Alex. Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler both called for false starts. Procedural stuff.
Yeah.
They hadn't been on the field yet.
People
Those
get
are
anxious.
Those are veteran players that made little mental mistakes. You don't have to drill that. They're fully aware of the mistake, and I highly doubt it happens again.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Shout out to Dale and Lyle. All right, last call for right now. Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Hey, man, one main thing that we are leaving out that we got to give a lot of credit to, man, is the sport. What do they call them? The therapies, the ones that keep you trained and all that.
The trainers.
The trainers. There you go, the trainers, brother. Thank you. The trainers, man, because no like major injuries. Just look at Pittsburgh, man. They lost three big Joey Porter Jr. and I can't remember the other two. So that's hats off on that. And good. So I'll say 40% defense. I'm glad. I'm rooting for Kinslaw, man, because especially his story. And I'm a shelter volunteer myself, so I'm definitely rooting for that brother. And everything goes well. I'm glad he got paid. Everything else, he deserved it. Everybody was criticizing him, overpaid with what Adams did. But I mean, you know what? I'm glad. I hope Adam keeps doing all kind of moves and everything else. And that way, if everybody else criticizes it, it's a good thing.
There you go. Appreciate you, Alex.
The other thing too, man. All right, bro.
Thank you, bud. Shout out to my man Alex. He said, "What are those guys called? The ones that do the training, the trainers." Appreciate you, Alex. When we come back, Dan Quinn speaks to the media.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Commanders defeat the Giants 21-6. Jaden Daniels 233 and a touchdown. Bill Krosky Merritt 82 yards and a rushing touchdown. Debo Samuel also scored for head coach Dan Quinn.
He plays aggressive and downhill, so we missed some, so we'll be, wanting to look at those, but also, the touchdown run of, that was, to me, quintessential him.
Buffalo Bills beat the Baltimore Ravens 41-40. Josh Allen 394 through the air, 2 scores, and 2 on the ground. Green Bay beat Detroit 27-13. Nationals over the Cubs 6-3. Josh Bell 3-run homer. They're at the Marlins tonight on the Fan. Carlos Alcaraz downs Yannick Sinner in 4 sets. Trinity Rodman 2 goals. Washington Spirit over Seattle 2-0. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Yesterday, Dan Quinn, head coach of the Washington Commanders, started the season 1-0 with a 21-6 win over the New York Giants. Now today, he gets ready for a short week in the Green Bay Packers. Here is the Commanders head coach addressing the media.
Really ready, and it wasn't too big. That was really cool to see.
Nikki?
Going back to Debo, his touchdown where you got literally 3-4 guys all blocking in unison, even Laramie Tunsil down the field. I mean, what did you see from that? And how did you think those guys did in blocking?
Yeah, I would definitely want Laramie being my bodyguard, way out front onto that play. You saw Biotic out. I think it might have been Bill out in front, but that's the type of things that, can make difficult to defend, because defending the wide parts of the field, Nikki, as well as down the field shots, that's what makes, defending an offense difficult when it's, laterally and, down the field. So to be able to get the edge, there's some certain things you got to do. I think it was a good, down block by Bates, I'm sure, to, pin a defensive end, inside. So having the different schemes, and he just has a unique way about him. And we have a couple players that have some uniqueness to them. I thought, Eckler has some of that uniqueness when he gets the ball and can make things happen, but it was very cool to see that.
And then with Debo on the kick returns, I know that's part of who he is and what he's done for a long time. As a coach, when you're, seeing him try to hurdle guys on kick returns and knowing how valuable he is on offense, is there ever any oh gosh, please don't.
I try not, I wouldn't put him in if I felt like that would be the case, because I do know it's some game breaking plays, but if we can be the best at that, then I think that's, a really big op to do it. It's definitely different than it was, just 2 years ago. They're closer. It's different. It's a more effective way, I think, with the kick and the kick returns. We're still learning it and growing, but I do feel like he's the type of person that can be a game breaker at it.
Tom?
Thanks, Dan. Shifting focus to Green Bay, I wanted to ask first about Micah. What was your reaction to that trade?
I was surprised that he was traded, and I had an absolute blast coaching him. So he, brings out the mad scientist in you to see, all right, what if he was here, and how would you feature him, and what about over here? He was a player that could learn, things really quickly. But I was surprised, that he went, outside the division, I would say.
And what is the toughest thing about preparing for him, especially on a short week?
Speed. He's in Dallas, he was one of our fastest players. So that's the hardest thing to simulate, for an offensive tackle, the first couple, 2 or 3 steps. It's not at a, speed that's, you can simulate in a practice rep. So that would be like early on. I think there's been some rushes that he could surprise some people if you haven't faced him, knowing that he can really jump off the ball.
Liam?
Hey, Coach. Just curious, after watching the film, what did you see from those penalties on Sunday, and how do you go about cleaning those up on a short week?
Yeah, you want to show them all, Liam, first off. The ones that are physical and look at it, like, for instance, like a roughing, can we, lower our hands so that wouldn't happen? Those ones, you just coach your way through. The ones that are the pre-snap ones, we had an aligned offsides on offense. We had a false start. I do like when I see people come back, and show resilience. For instance, Austin had an offsides and came back to make an epic conversion. Zach had an offsides, came back to make a good touchdown catch. So I don't like them, Liam, and I show them to try to coach us out of them, especially the pre-snap ones. But I do like seeing resilience for people, even if it's a drop pass. I thought Jalen Lane kind of showed that as well. There's a drop and he came back to make a conversion later. Those are things I'm looking for in the game as well. But for sure, to be lapped in penalties 2-1, not what we're looking for, man.
Thanks, Coach.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
Good, Scott. How are you?
Obviously, a lot of the players were happy about the win, but in the same breath, some of the players weren't really happy with the overall performance, with the penalties and some missed opportunities. What does that tell you about that group collectively, of maybe the standard, the expectation is kind of moved a little bit?
I'd say, man, it's a really close and connected team, and so yeah, they have really high standards from within the locker room of how we want to go perform. There's going to be mistakes, Scott, especially early in the season. It's how quickly can you get back to being right, and you want to continue to build on that to go. So I expected some mistakes. I expected some of that to happen, a missed tackle or a foul, but we want to eliminate them, man. You're not going to play the perfect game. So I did like where, hey, you fought back and go. I hated the way we finished the half where we didn't get points. I loved the way we finished the game, in a winning time moment to, take all the, air out of the clock. And that was a big deal for us. So in most games, there's things you want to do better and do differently. It's nice to have a game under our belt. Hey, these are the lessons. How are we going to grow from them? And we like doing that and talking about them as well.
So a short week here. What's the message to the team? And also, in terms of this Packers game, just the approach and the mentality, knowing, yes, it's a short week, but it's also early in the season where the bumps and bruises on a short week may be more magnified middle of the season, late in the season.
Yeah, we really have a plan for how we want to go after the games, whether it's short or long or night or day, and all of those. So as far as the speed, you don't see a lot of that in practice this week, Scott, with the quick turnaround. So you try to manage, that on the early days, and you start building it up as you get closer to the game. But we did have some time before we began our Giants prep to begin on Green Bay. We didn't do any of that with the players, so that'll be their first exposure today. In their mind, today is like a Wednesday, tomorrow's like a Thursday, and the next day is like a Friday. So we just speed up the learning for them. But there's a process to go through. We know what it looks like, how to get there, and now it's time to go put it into effect.
Thanks, Coach.
Candy?
Hey, Coach. I have a question for two of your players, one on offense and one on defense. You already mentioned Tyler Biadasz, so I want to get your thoughts on his performance yesterday, and then Dietrich Wise.
Sure. Yeah, I thought from a line of scrimmage standpoint, this was going to be the game, Candy. We would really have to test and push and see where we could go. And so Tyler probably has not the hardest matchup. It's a hard matchup in a different way. They've got guys that can fly and really rush outside, but Dexter provides a whole nother challenge just because he's got strength, he's got quickness to go. And so that'll call on you to really, play well. But I thought Ty led the whole thing in front, the calls, the movements to go. And then on the other side with Wise, I thought he made a really good first impression as a commander. He's tough, man. He's square, he's strong, all the things that we saw in practice. But the play that probably sticks out to me the most was on down in the red zone. There was a quick throw out to Neighbors. Quan came up to make a tackle. He didn't get it, but you really saw Wise just hauling ass out of the stack and making a tackle. That's finishing. That's effort. So that was like my favorite play for him from the game.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ben?
Hey, Dan, I was just wondering what did you think of in review the end of the first half sequence from when you guys called the last time out to what happened on the last play where Jaden gets called for the penalty?
Yeah. So in that space, on the first one, we want to make sure when we're getting close, you can get 2 plays off for sure. And then as it gets closer between a third down and a first down, what we would have preferred to do in that scenario is to go clock it. And then if you have a first down, do it quickly. And if it goes into where it's going to be, a third down play, you can do it a little more slowly, knowing that's going to be the last play of the half. So we just missed it, Ben. And it was a bummer for us to leave 3 points there. We've worked some scenarios similar to that one, but not that exact one. But yeah, we just missed it, man. And that falls on me of not having the guys ready to go execute at that spot.
And just what do you think of Terry playing, obviously after missing all that time? And was Chris more elevated in part because you weren't maybe sure what Terry or Noah would be able to do in terms of reps?
Yeah, we had a plan for what we would do with them, and knowing that Terry, was able to do more than Noah was going into it. So that was part of the reasoning with Chris. But it was good to see Terry look, comfortable and back in his, normal routine, and he was about as close to full as you can get. And so it was really cool to see him back into it. We didn't get to hit it on the big one, which I thought would have just lit the place on fire, to have an 80-yarder, but we didn't hit it. And I thought we were just off on a couple of plays that, we could have broke some and we didn't. So we got work to do.
Donna?
Hey, Coach. Looking at the back end of the defense, your quarterback room and your safeties, they look like they were stingy. They weren't giving up anything. What did you see from those guys?
I like it. Stingy. That is exactly how I felt. I knew we would be challenged. The quarterback, Russ, is just fantastic at throwing deep balls. So we knew that's part of, going against them, and especially with, Neighbors and Robinson, who've got real speed to get outside, Slayton as well. So that was going to be the challenge. And so I was pleased to see him battle and go for it. I know we had one foul, I believe with Trey on one. Like those ones we'll coach our way through, Donna, as we're going to learn. But I was pleased to see them. I thought there was a really good tackle also by Will that, really square and made a 3rd and 1 or a 3rd down and 2. And the team ended up winning the next play. So that tackle that was, just there wasn't any yards after the contact. I thought just a really good tackling demonstration. So, in our first time all together, I thought the tackling was on point. I thought the DBs and the corners specifically really took to the challenge of what was going to happen on the outside.
And looking at the whole game and preparing for Green Bay, what would you say was the things that you say, man, we really got this right in moving on to Green Bay? Yeah,
I would say down in the low red zone, I thought that we got that right defensively. And I liked our physicality, knowing that we really wanted Donna to attack our line of scrimmage. We've put a lot of work into that spot on both sides. So I thought in the run game on both sides, in our first time at it, we hit a lot of the marks that we wanted to. And I think we'll continue to grow in that area. Each opponent's a little bit different, but I was pleased to see on both sides on the line of scrimmage in the run game, how we would go about it.
Thanks.
Mitch?
Coach, after watching the film a little bit, what was your impression of Josh Connerly out there? And as you get ready for a guy like Micah, how can you take what he learned in week 1 to week 2?
Yeah, there's definitely things that you can, pull, Mitch, when you're going from like first time to the next one to go. And it's kind of why you see, like, honestly, the rookies like grow fast because they're able to apply the lessons from one to the next. And Josh is pretty fortunate, man, to see like him on the sideline and in between series, he's visiting with Wiley. And, so you're just, not backing off of the brotherhood to him to help him in any way. And then as you get into the next opponent, you look, you study, you watch it, and then that's how you just keep reloading it. So he's learning the process really, even as we're going through, like, how do you go about preparing for a game? Like the difference between like watching film and studying film. You hear coaches say, hey, watch the film. Like, what the hell does that mean? It's what are you looking for specifically? What's the thing the tell? What are you trying to find? What can you measure against it? And so learning how to do those things, Mitch, that helps because you're finding out what a player's strengths is and yours, and then try like hell to not put yourself in a spot that allows him to, use his strengths against you. And as an offensive lineman or any player in that spot, you don't want to fight any fair fights. You want to make sure you got the right leverage, the right techniques, and to beat that player. So it's really important.
You mentioned Micah's speed being pretty unique, but having an opportunity to start with Brian Burns and work with Vaughn and practice, guys who are quick. How much does that help him? And is that something that can get better from week 1 to week 2 when it's such a short week?
Yeah, you can get better. For sure you can. And it does matter. Like Burns is an excellent rusher. And, we see, like you said, Vaughn here in practice. And all those reps, they just count, man. You just keep putting it into the whole thing. And then that's where like the experience comes. That's also life in the NFL as a tackle, like the matchups, the people. And so you grow, you fight. And you know what? He got beat some too. And that's part of growing and learning. And all right, he blocked really well a lot of times too. There was some excellent protection. And then there's times, you get beat and that happens. And then you get back up, you go do it again. And, kind of pointing to the resilience piece of people at that spot, that's really important too.
Voice test, last one.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Gracias for the win. It was a good win. I just wanted to ask you, the defense played a heck of a game, and perhaps they didn't get the sack number total that probably the fans expected, but they put a lot of pressure. And I was looking at one of the stats, and it said that the team was able to pressure the opposing quarterback more times than any game last season. What does that say about this defense, and how do you feel about that performance in after week 1?
Yeah, I would say we wanted to make sure that, the line of scrimmage, we could play tough, we could play square. There's lots of things that we're going to work on and continue to. In the run game was first and foremost to make sure, could we play square? Could we play strong? Could we make sure that part was happening? And then we'll keep improving as it goes. York's been somebody that's been able to run it. And with Russ, he's got mobility. We weren't pleased that he was able to scramble a few times, for the first downs. But we were pleased with the aggressive nature that the guys played with, but there's plenty we can dig in on, and that's what we'll do.
All right, thanks, Coach.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Coach.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talking there. Micah Parsons clearly going to get a lot of attention Thursday night.
Yes, he will.
One dude that I think will help a lot with Micah Parsons, and players like that, they're going to make plays, but John Bates is going to be critically important, especially with a rookie and Josh Connerly on a short week. Don't sleep on John Bates' importance against the Green Bay Packers. What I can tell you, football season is finally here, and if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds, stick to a budget, and keep your cool. The result of a bet is not a reason to jump on social media and criticize an athlete or a coach. Don't be that guy. It's lame. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Glizzy Gang update. So AMAC is chipping in, even though he tried to like really try to wiggle his way out of it.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to take it. I'm going to eat it later. I'm going to take
AMAC
it
is
home.
Roosters producer, and their show doesn't even start till 2:00, and he thought he got to eat them till the end of the Rooster show. Incorrect, sir. It's during the hours of B. Mitch and Finley, 10 to 2 Eastern. But, I got to give credit to my man White Brian. White Brian said, a bet's a bet. I got to finish this off. Dub B, I just saw him in there heating up another glizzy. What's the glizzy count?
I had just put the mustard on the final hot dog.
That's 15?
This is 15 sitting in front of me.
All right, so you have done, this will be your 11th?
12. And AMAC did 3.
That's good support, AMAC. I want you guys to know that combined.
AMAC, your jersey ugly, dog.
I mean, AMAC's wearing the most bootleg Eli Manning jersey I've ever seen. Bootleg, dog. And combined, you guys have outscored the New York Giants. Not just yesterday, but in their past 2 season openers. As a matter of fact, you've almost gotten to their point total in all 3 season openers under Brian Daboll. They've scored 18 points in 3 season openers under Daboll. So congrats, White Brian. Does that help your stomach, knowing just how well your New York Football Giants have performed in week 1?
No, made it worse.
I asked this question yesterday to Mitch Tischler on the Beltway Football Podcast. The Commanders.
Mitch and his friend?
What's that?
Mitch and his friend?
Mitch and his
The
bug.
lanternfly?
He said he might get superpowers from lanternfly.
I don't know about that.
Commanders opened the season yesterday with the New York Giants. Pretty resounding victory, 21-6. The Giants were completely inept offensively, and a lot of that was a byproduct of a really, really stingy, as Dan Quinn liked the word Donna Hopkins used, a stingy Washington defense. So, Brian, Commanders opened the season with a victory over the Giants on September 7th. Washington does not face the Giants again until December 14th. That is 3 months from now.
Okay.
3 months in a week, to be exact, Landfill.
Yes.
Is Brian Daboll still the coach?
Oh, no.
White Brian.
I thought you were going to be seeing Jackson Dart.
Oh, we might be seeing Jameis by then. White Brian. Will Brian Daboll be the coach when the Commanders have their second matchup against the Giants on December 14th?
No.
Landfill?
Absolutely not.
Who's playing quarterback on December 14th?
It could go any way because the Giants' offensive line is so bad. Their quarterback is going to get hit a lot.
It may be somebody not on their roster.
Somebody could get injured.
Bring back DeVito.
They might get DeVito back.
White Brian,
Did he go somewhere else?
Yo, he's in New England now.
Yeah.
White Brian, would you be thrilled to see DeVito back?
No. Keep him on the commercials. I think he's on a...
Yo, he did get a
Geico
commercial. Shout out to Tommy DeVito
Had
and his agent.
a major commercial.
White Brian, will you make another glizzy bet for Commanders Giants week 15?
It's a long way from now. I got to see what the aftermath of this
Will
is
you
like.
ever make another glizzy bet again?
Probably not.
We need Jeff to...
Does Rose know about this bet?
Yeah, she thought I finished in like an hour. She said how to go at like 11:30.
It's never good when she thought you finished, White Brian. Ideally, she knows when you finish. We got to go. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Dan Quinn at his Monday news conference as the team prepares the Commanders against the Packers Thursday night at 8:15 p.m. On Laramie Tunsil's debut and his ability to block everywhere, he said, "I would definitely want Laramie to be my bodyguard." Washington Commanders beat the New York Giants 21-6 behind Jaden Daniels 233 through the air and a touchdown, and Deebo Samuel also had a late touchdown run. Last night, Quinn loved the defense.
Yeah, I really thought that was a strong performance. And you heard me talk about identity, the tackling. We didn't create the takeaways today, but man, seeing some plays down inside the 10-yard line, the red zone.
Buffalo Bills shocked the Baltimore Ravens 41-40 with 16 points in the final 4 minutes, including a 32-yard field goal by Matt Prater as time expired. Green Bay beat Detroit 27-13. Nationals over the Cubs 6-3 on a 3-run homer from Josh Bell. They'll take on the Marlins tonight live at 6:40 right here on The Fan. Carlos Alcaraz won the U.S. Open over Yannick Sinner in 4 sets. Trinity Rodman 2 goals. Washington Spirit beat Seattle 2-0. Not your path? Fast track your career instead. Continuing Education offers in-demand, fast-paced job training. Train for tomorrow's jobs today at pgcc.edu. Register now. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to White Brian, man. The kid powered through it, just finished the bet. He had 12 hot dogs. AMAC had 3. I'm not even going to complain that they split it up a little bit. White Brian, man of his word, soon to be man in a lot of pain, I think. You think it'd be painful or just uncomfortable?
Both.
12 hot dogs, a lot of hot dogs. B, we talked about the Commanders deservedly for first 3 hours of the program. We do have to talk about that Ravens-Bills game last night. Did you stay up and watch it?
No. I watched some, fell asleep, woke up to see the end.
Dude, so it was 40-25, and the Bills were facing a 4th down. And I told you I was at Papa's house, and I was like, all right, dude. And I was done with my drink. And
You said this one is over?
I was like, unless they convert here, I'm just going to go home. Threw a touchdown on that play. Mm-hmm. And it was the crazy touchdown that got deflected that Keon Coleman brought in. Mm-hmm. So at that point, I'm like, all right, I'll have one more. Because that made it a 1-score game. Well, no, I guess it was still 2-score. I think they were down 9. And then, like, 2 plays later, Derrick Henry fumbles.
Yeah.
Which is not something he does. Derrick Henry had a killer game, but the fumble late in the 4th quarter is also a killer.
75 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns.
I mean, he was just crazy good. Lamar was really good. Zay Flowers had a $140 and a touchdown. What do you make of Baltimore coughing up a 2-touchdown lead with, I think it was 8 minutes to play?
That's the thing
They're
about
up 40-25 in the 4th quarter.
When you get complacent is when you mess up. I made the comment many times, when people are fair catching and they relax, you see a lot of muffs. When guys are catching the ball when it's like, everybody's around them, they normally catch those balls because they focus a little bit more. They got relaxed Because the fumble is not, like you said, not something he normally does. At that moment, you have to be more and more tuned in, more locked in. You know, everybody was talking about Tony Romo. Tony Romo didn't throw a lot of interceptions. He just threw interceptions at the wrong time.
Right.
If Derrick Henry had fumbled that ball early in the game and didn't have the game he had, they win that game going away. When he had the game, then he fumbled at the most inopportune time. So the thing about it is, as you go down the stretch, we've seen teams up by 20-something. Quarter left. You say, oh, there's no way they're going to win this one. We leave. Go home. Go to sleep. Wake up the next morning, they lost that game because they weren't locked in late in the game. And I've been watching this stuff up here with Stephen and them, the same thing every day. Why they can't win the big game? Maybe they don't focus the whole game. Maybe they only focus for parts of the game. They're going to have to find a way to close out games still thinking they're behind.
Ahmed just correctly pointed out that the Ravens kicker missed an extra point in the fourth quarter. They end up losing by 1. The Bills also messed up a bunch of conversions. They tried to go for 2. The kid ran out of the back of the end zone. The play was dead. The Bills showed real guts to get that done. Matt Prater might be my age. When they rolled Matt Prater out to kick the game winner, and it was a chip shot. You got to make that thing, right? Matt Prater's 41 years old, and they said he took a red eye to Buffalo on Thursday night. He got there Friday morning and had to kick a game winner by Sunday night. That's pro sports.
Hey, that's pro sports right there. That's how it happens. But as much as we're going to sit up here, we're going to knock. People are going to blame Lamar. He's quarterback.
Blaming Lamar is silly.
They're going to blame Henry. You saw how long they had to go 70-something yards. They went down the field as if it was a hot knife through butter on the Ravens defense. That's where they rest their laurels, right? On their defense. The defense got to stop somebody at that point. They allowed them go inside. They were inside the damn 10 with no time. Boom, quick. Make it a little bit more difficult for them.
Like, Derrick Henry had the fumble, and that turned the game. But if you're looking at really either one of these teams, I mean, there was a combined 81 points scored in this game.
You score 40, you're supposed to win. You gave up 41.
Right. Like,
you score 41, you're supposed to win. You almost lost because you gave up 40.
Well, and everybody's talked about, my guy Matt Morey was texting me about this. Everybody talks about, the prevent defense only prevents winning.
Mm-hmm.
They really played soft shell stuff in that fourth quarter. Granted, they were up 15, which you feel pretty comfortable about, but Buffalo was able to move the ball pretty easily on those last couple drives. That game was just nuts, and it was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of takeaways outside of,
I
think those are two really good teams.
When you see 41-40, people go, that was fun to watch. For me, it was despicable that defenses at this level could be that bad when both of them are supposed to be good defenses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I understand the rules of football are conducive for offensive play these days, but hell, you still can find a way. And if you got any type of pass rush or something, you have to speed up the quarterback. You allow Josh Allen to just sit back there and wait and wait and wait. He will find somebody open.
It is crazy how the conversation with Josh Allen last night, this blew my mind. They showed a graphic. He tied last night Thurman Thomas for career rushing touchdowns as a Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in my head, I'm just like, oh my God, Thurman Thomas was such a dominant running back.
He was.
But that's how much Allen runs. He is now only 9 touchdowns away from breaking Cam Newton's all-time quarterback rushing touchdown record.
Yeah, but a lot of those touchdowns are from the 2-yard line, 3-yard line in.
Yeah.
You know, so I made the comment about Dalton Heed and Gary James back in college. Hell, every time Gary would run, Gary ended up with 140 yards rushing. Dalton might have 35 yards rushing, but Dalton got 4 touchdowns. Gary got none unless he break one. And if you get inside the 5, inside the and you're going to go to Josh every time, he's going to have a lot of touchdowns.
Well, dude, what's crazy is, so Josh Allen has been in the pros, I want to say since 2018. I remember I covered him at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, 2018 was his rookie year. So that's what, 9 seasons?
Mm-hmm.
He's in his 9th season. Jalen Hurts, however, is only in his 6th season, something like that is my guess. And didn't start really his rookie season. And Jalen Hurts now is only 10 touchdowns back from Allen.
Yeah.
I think before it's all said and done, I think Allen will break Cam Newton's record, and then I think eventually Hurts will break Allen's record.
Yeah, but I just think that you look at those, the way that they do that, Jalen Hurts is going and got the ultimate. He got a Super Bowl win. Josh better go get a Super Bowl win. Nobody going to care all them touchdowns he scored if he don't win one.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure on both the Ravens and the Bills is Super Bowl or bust. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
And
the Ravens have to understand this. You probably will see them again. Don't make the same mistakes you made in this game.
Yeah. That game was excellent on a day that really didn't have a ton of excellent games. Most relevant to...
Yeah, for the defensive-minded person, that was a despicable game, JP.
Sure. It was fun to watch. The game most relevant to Washington yesterday was the Packers. And I don't know what to say about the Lions. They were such a hard-nosed, we're going to run the football no matter what team. And last night they couldn't do it against that Green Bay front. David Montgomery went 11 for 25. Jahmyr Gibbs was 9 of 19. Now, Gibbs contributed a lot in the pass game, but on the ground, the Lions ran it 22 times for 46 yards, 2.1 a pop.
Yeah.
And listen, what do you make of this stat line? Jahmyr Gibbs had 10 catches for 31 yards.
What I make of that? The linebackers on the Packers were having exceptional coverage. Because Gibbs normally would get out and can get away from our linebacker. He wasn't getting away from him yesterday.
The Packers' run game was much more effective, and they were able to marry it with more effective passing. Goff finished the game 31 of 39 for 225 with a touchdown and a pick, but they were down kind of early in this thing. I mean, it was 10-0 Packers, then it was 17-3 Packers at halftime. Love was good, not great, but he was 16 of 22 for $188 with 2 touchdowns, just completely under control. And Josh Jacobs ran 19 times for 66 yards.
Yep.
They really showed a commitment to the
We're
run.
gonna have to be cognizant of him.
Oh yeah, he's a player, man.
Yes, he is.
The Lions had the 1 interception. That was the only turnover in the game. It made a big difference. And then Micah Parsons made a big difference. I mean, he only had
Micah
1 sack,
special,
but
dog.
he was.
Yeah, 1 sack, but he kind of disrupted a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and don't forget about Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary's a really good interior player. This game coming, that's going to be a serious battle, and we got all week to look ahead to that. Elsewhere in the NFC, a team that Washington beat in the wild card round, the Bucs were able to escape with a road win in Atlanta. Baker, not a ton of yardage, 17 of 32 for $167, but 3 touchdowns. Emeka Egbuka, the rookie out of Ohio State,
showed he was the
2
truth.
touchdowns on 4 catches.
Showed he was the truth.
Absolutely. That Bucs team, I think, is pretty good. They're going to get Tristan Wirfs back on that offensive line. Bucky Irving didn't do a heck of a lot last night. Their leading rusher in that game was Mayfield. Penix, I thought, was pretty good, but they weren't able to get a lot going downfield. Bijan had 1 big play in the pass game, but it's so early when you watch these week 1 games. You don't want to take too much. One thing I think we can take, or I'll ask you. Miami goes to Indianapolis and gets thumped 33-8.
They got mollywopped.
Daniel Jones looked good. 22 of 29 for 270 with a touchdown. Ran it a few times on the ground for another 2 scores.
Yeah, I'll take a pause on that one though. It's Daniel Jones, and I can sit up here I've seen enough of him to understand where overall what he is. I'm not giving him too much credit right now. Miami could just suck.
Miami, I think if you're a Dolphins fan, your concern is have these dudes quit? Like now I'm seeing screen grabs, right? Like I didn't watch that. I haven't talked to anybody from Miami. But the vibes down there, all of training camp, all seem weird. They traded away Jalen Ramsey. Like the Tyreek Hill stuff doesn't seem on the most firm footing. Tua looked bad. Tua was 14 to 23 with 2 picks. Miami feels like it could just completely spiral out of control.
Could. Can implode.
I do have a little working theory. I threw this out in the press box yesterday. I think Cliff's going to get a new job by next year. DQ kind of alluded to that when they did the Brotherhood Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If Mike McDaniel's calling plays, I wouldn't be shocked. Maybe they promote in-house, but a lot of it will depend on who gets jobs elsewhere. McDaniel and DQ are very tight, go back a long ways. That would not shock me. Just something to keep an eye on as we continue to watch things.
Man, we just started the season, man. Let's focus on this season this year.
Okay. What'd you think of the best game in the 1 o'clock hour was probably Jets-Steelers?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Justin Fields played well, man.
He did.
He was accurate with the ball, 16 to 22 passing for 218, another 50 yards on the ground. Breece Hall finally ran the ball well. Garrett Wilson is, their wide receiver 1. They paid him. He performed like that. And Aaron Rodgers, dude.
Yep, he had a lot of chances.
22 of 30 for 240 and 4 touchdowns. He played very clean football.
Yeah. That's Aaron.
You think that'll hold?
I don't know. The one thing I know about Aaron, if things are going great and he's not being touched, he's exceptional. If anything breaks down, then all of a sudden it's everybody else's fault. There was a point in that game where the Jets had them, and then the Jets started to screw up and giving them more chances and things like that and not making the play. They had a chance, I think, at one point to make a play, stop them, get an interception, and they just allowed the guy to break tackle and boom, get a first down. You got to be on point, man.
Looking at that AFC East, I think a lot of people expected the Jets to be god-awful. Maybe it was just week 1, and they will be, right? They did still lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Dolphins looked way worse. I thought the Patriots were worse than I expected. You do have to tip your cap to the Raiders, who flew west to east, Vegas to Boston. They were able to win 20-13. And I think we just saw a Raiders team that has a veteran coach that knows how to win in Pete Carroll, a veteran quarterback that knows how to win in Geno Smith, and they just did enough. Ashton Genty wasn't great, but he was good enough. Brock Bowers was really good, but he got hurt. Did we get a Brock Bowers injury update?
What overall they have is a team that has a coach who people play for. Pete Carroll has a history of people playing for him. Although he's in his 70s, the dude has a youthfulness about him. His players believe he gives a damn about him, care about him, and they go out there and they do everything they can for him. So that right there takes the pressure off of players to play. When you know your coach has your back, you can just go play freely. But you got a lot of coaches that come in and they try to play this little do what I say, act this role, and players don't think they care. And all of a sudden, you don't get the best out of your players.
The Bengals won 17-16. The Browns missed a game-winning field goal opportunity. The Bengals had 11 first downs in that game. They had 141 yards of offense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Cleveland usually has a pretty good defense. You also had Joe Flacco as your starting quarterback who threw two interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals, to me, just had to win week 1, whatever was required, and then you just burn that tape and kind of keep it moving.
Mm-hmm. Whatever it was that the Browns were doing, other teams are going to try and copy it.
Yeah, they have good players though defensively.
Yeah, I don't know, but my thing is not Flacco. Burrow got to do more. You threw the ball that many times, only 113 yards with those receivers.
Right.
I mean, something's up.
San Fran able to go on the road, get a win against Seattle. Of note for Washington fans, Brian Robinson had 9 carries for 33 yards for the Niners. Seattle played pretty stingy defense. B-Rob averaged less than 4 per carry, but so did Christian McCaffrey, if you want to be, now McCaffrey helped them a lot in the pass game. Ricky Pearsall had a good day. Brock Purdy was...
Yeah, the kid that got shot.
Yeah, last year. Brock Purdy, 26 of 35 for 280, 2 touchdowns, but also 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, week 1 for everybody, but...
When that running game is completely on and those receivers are one-on-one and they have a lot of space, Purdy is special. When it gets a little tighter, his arm strength gets him in trouble. I mean, the guy has moxie. He's a gamer. He's gonna do everything, but that arm strength gets him in trouble when it's tighter throws for him.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Let's take a look. Let's get a little early taste of Green Bay, Washington Thursday night. Plus, got to look at tonight's Monday Night Football game. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Washington Commanders over the New York Giants 21-6, now preparing for the Green Bay Packers Thursday at 8:15 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn with the media today spoke of what he thought of Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
I think the readiness to go and play, he's really put the time in to go, and so I thought he's got a lot of, reps, with the guys going through it. So I thought just readiness, like everybody's a little nervous for that first game that you get to go play. And so for him, you could feel he was really prepared, really ready, and it wasn't too big. That was really cool to see.
What a thriller Sunday night as Buffalo Bills beat Baltimore Ravens 41-40 by scoring 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for the first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Little news coming out of New York City. More accurately, New Jersey. Brian Daboll has said, going into week 2, the Giants will start at quarterback.
Intends to start.
Russell Wilson.
Remember that word, intends.
I mean, I think, let's be real, the Giants, somebody in the Giants organization floated the story Sunday morning that they might have a package of plays for Jackson Dart.
Mm-hmm.
They did that so they could go to Dart if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And let it be like, oh, no, we had this package already built in, and he was just so good, we kept him in there.
Yeah. Well, they better hope he's damn good when he goes in there.
Yeah, to play your in case of emergency break glass card in week 1 or week 2.
Mm-hmm.
Looking ahead to Thursday night, B. I wonder if it's updated. I saw the opening line was Packers favored by 3 against Washington. I think it might have moved to 3.5, just with some kind of line movement there.
At 3, you get that automatically.
It's at 3.5 now. So 3's home field. Does that number seem about right to you?
Yeah. At home, in Green Bay, where they normally they normally play well.
Yeah.
So it's basically a half a point the way I'm looking at it.
If it was a neutral field,
Yeah. So I can understand that. But also, I know when you start seeing that, veteran players, it puts a little agitation on you. And you don't say it to the media, you don't say it to nobody. But you get more hyper-focused. Like, oh, yeah. So it's depending on how you look at it. Most people see 3.5. Oh, man, cool, man. Well, why? You start getting the fans and the gamblers start thinking. If I see 3.5 and I'm a player, I'd be like, So in other words, they think we can beat them. They get a half point basically on their field, which is understandable. Home field advantage. So, that's the way I look at it. But instead of probably going to that little hang out with the boys on that Thursday night or that whatever night, it's Thursday playing this time, I'll sit there and watch a little more film. Maybe drink more water, let me get a little bit more stretching in. Because I'm about to lose my damn mind on Thursday night to make sure. I start showing them, okay, well, we're good too. And I'm sure there's players on that team that think just like that.
As the week goes on, we will get into specific matchups where Washington has an advantage, where they don't.
Well, we got to do that real quick, man. The game Thursday.
But we saw a tremendous defensive effort from Washington.
Yes.
Yesterday. How much of that was Washington's defense and how much of that you think was New York's offense? Like, how much of that translates to a much better opponent in Green Bay?
Isn't this the Giants team we played last year?
Yeah.
Okay. And we didn't look that dominant defensively against them last year.
Nope.
So I would say.
And that was with DeVito.
It shows that we got better. And I'm not going to listen. One thing I know, every week you're playing against professional football players.
Correct.
They get paid just like you. So I'm not going to knock this team by saying, oh, that team was bad. They made them look bad in many cases. And they didn't play good and still had the upper hand. So I'd rather give Washington credit than try to act like the Giants weren't good.
What do you think is more likely to happen? The defense continues to show a level of dominance like it did against New York, or the offense continues to kind of sputter a bit like they did against New York?
The offense is going to be back. I mean, I think the offense will be back. I just think naturally that's going to happen. As you stated earlier, they didn't play a lot in preseason.
Right.
They didn't have all their pieces together. So they're going to sputter a little bit. But it's not going to last long because number 5 is perfectionist. Okay? And he's not going to let it be like them sputter too long. But I don't think the defense is going to just begin to fall off. I think what they showed yesterday, that they are much more aggressive, much more physical than they were before. And I hope that helps along the way.
To me, I absolutely see the offense rebounding.
Yeah.
And rebounding's unfair. They had 430
They put 400
yards.
some yards, yeah.
But I think the offense has another gear. Zach Ertz, I thought, really summed it up well, kind of explaining we feel like we're going to score every time we touch the ball.
Yeah.
And
basically they did last year.
Right. And he's like, we just weren't good enough. And I think they will be better. I think
they have to stay ahead of the chains. If they do that, they can this offense will put pressure on every damn defense out there. I don't care what defense it is. They just have that much. And they have a special guy at the signal caller position where you get into man to man, you turn your back on him, he will make you pay for it.
I think one thing I did find curious yesterday, there were a number of situations, including at the goal line, where it looked like Neighbors had one-on-one on the outside, and Russ never went to him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Green Bay doesn't have a Neighbors.
Was he scared to go to him?
Maybe. I mean, this was early in the game, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm saying that pressure was getting to Russ. Russ probably like, hell, I'm getting this ball out of my hand.
I think the quarterback play will be a lot better this week, but at the same time, Green Bay doesn't have a Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Neighbors physically is just such a problem. The routing and
the dude, he can play, man.
Yeah. For me, what am I confident in? What will absolutely look different in the plus column for Washington going to Thursday night? Bees, if you're listening, send me some odds on this. I would wager $100. I would parlay it that Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler don't have false starts in key junctures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't think those veteran-type dudes are going to do that. I think a little bit of that is just knocking the rust off.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we got to get used to our cadence again. We got to, when Jaden's audibling, whatever it was. Like, I just don't think those things will happen.
Yeah.
I think Parsons, undeniably a problem. I think Green Bay will do what they can to get Parsons lined up against Connerly and not Tunsil.
And when they line him up against Connerly, I just hope that there is something inherently installed where the person that's passing by him, introduce yourself to him before you go out. Tight end, running back, whatever. Maybe Debo coming off the edge. Just make sure at the end of the game, y'all swap some paint. Point blank. Listen, man.
I think you use a lot of John Bates, too.
I played against who I would consider the best outside linebacker in the history of the NFL. After you hit him a few times, he got tired
Lawrence
of it.
Taylor.
Yeah, he got tired of it. And then he would start focusing on attacking the running back. And you know what happens when he's attacking the running back? He's not going to the quarterback. See, the average fan will look at it and say, oh, man, he knocked that running back on his ass. But he didn't sack my quarterback. So I must have irritated him enough to where he got off his game plan to try and have a battle against me instead of trying to go win that war and get to that damn quarterback. So I would tell every player on the team, you get a chance to hit him, make sure when he goes back to the huddle, he's trying to look for you. Get him off his game, point blank.
I think that will be the plan, honestly.
I can tell you, like I said, I can't run the ball like I used to run it. I will irritate the hell out of him right down that backfield.
I believe
I'll hit him every damn time. Pow! Hey, dog, I'm going to be here all damn day. And then he get into a little back and forth, and he could fight me and wrestle me and dance with me all day. As long as you don't go hit my quarterback, I'm winning this damn battle.
For me, what really stood out to me yesterday was just, you know what you got to do week one? Win the game.
Yeah.
Just win the game. And they did that. And it honestly, I don't know if you agree, but it never really felt like they wouldn't.
Yeah.
I thought even when it got a little close late, it was still, they were in control.
Like when you look at that game yesterday, and we say they didn't play well, but if you want to find a silver lining, you look at this aspect. The drops, what if those were caught? The penalties, what if they don't happen? They probably win that game 47-6.
Dude,
that's what I look at.
One pass. If Jaden hits Terry for what would have been a 70-yarder, then it's 28-6.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I look at those things just as much as people like to see what didn't happen. I like to say, what if they had happened? Because, yes, they played sloppy. But they also, if they just clean that up, they win that thing going away. Just like they did. They win it, looking even worse. So, I'm cool with it.
Let's do this. When we return, we're going to preview Monday Night Football and make some bets. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. We're vibing right here. What is this, Landfill? Oh. Landfill's telling me the answer, but not into the microphone.
Boomtown Rats.
Okay, shout out to Boomtown Rats. Landfill's feeling it. Landfill might be feeling a number of things, as a matter of fact. It's been an interesting last hour on the program. Shout out to AD bringing in Texas Jacks. I've never had the chicken wrap from Texas Jacks, but that is a sandwich, dog. All right, we got a game tonight, boys. We got a game. Did we make picks for the weekend? I don't know. Friday got, why, Brian, look it up, because Friday got a little nuts. We had Toby in here. He was all over the place, crazy like he usually is. So I tried to pick the Cajuns, and there was no spread. What happened in the game, B?
We killed them.
What was the final?
30-something. I forgot. They beat them double digits.
There you go. All right, tonight.
That's what we do down there, bro. Feed you well and beat your ass.
I don't know if anybody's seen it. Ty Dunn is a guy we've had on the show before. Maybe I'll see if we can get him this week. He wrote, one of the most in-depth, terrible pieces about an organization I've seen this side of the Washington Post and the Redskins.
Beat them by 24, dog.
There you go. The fact that there wasn't a line makes me feel like they might not have covered, but whatever. They won by 24. Ty Dunn wrote this story about the Bears, 3-part series called House of Dysfunction, about how incredibly broken the Bears organization is.
Chicago?
Yeah. And part of it was in the pre-draft process running up to next year's draft, basically their GM, Ryan Poles, would clown anybody that brought up anything besides Caleb Williams, including Jaden Daniels. With Jaden, he's tried to say it was all Brian Robinson and Malik Neighbors. I think you were proven incorrect, sir.
Brian Robinson.
Brian Thomas. Forgive me. Sorry.
Okay. You had me going right there.
Yeah, sorry, Doug. Regardless, Caleb Williams is their quarterback now. Now maybe they've got an answer and a new coach in Ben Johnson. The Bears make their much-awaited debut tonight at home, Soldier Field. They are 1.5 point home underdogs to the Vikings, who are starting basically a rookie. J.J. McCarthy blew out his knee last year in camp. First NFL start tonight. Or maybe blew it out in a preseason game. Well, one way or another, he hurt his knee last year.
Mm-hmm.
Vikes are 1.5 point favorites. Let's make some bets, boys.
Ready for first? Gather around.
Now, before we make our bets, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. How do you feel about Washington's win on Sunday? Great, okay, or we're lucky the New York Giants suck? The votes are 46% great, 44% okay, and 9% we're lucky the Giants suck. I would qualify those 9% as haters, I think is the technical term.
Yeah.
Make sure.
They probably were Giants fans.
It was just White Brian hitting vote.
Yeah.
Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, you can upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/commanders. All right, B, what do you like tonight? Over-unders 43.5. You could also bet there's baseball, maybe WNBA.
43.5. All right, give me Vikings and the over.
Vikings and the over for Brian. Jeffrey?
I'm just taking the Vikings money line.
Jeff is a money line guy.
He's a money line king. Minus 125. From a straight betting perspective, the way we do our bets, that's actually pretty smart, Jeff. Professor?
Yeah, we do our bet for free.
The Bears.
Just bragging rights.
Absolutely. J.J. McCarthy sucks.
How can you say that? You didn't see him play this. He didn't play this yet.
He sucks?
White Brian?
I'm going to take one.
TJ Hawkinson to score a touchdown.
Ooh.
That should be a plus over 200 right there.
Yeah, it's only if it's minus 200 he can't.
I mean, that should be minus 200. They throw to him all the time.
I might take a player prop. You kind of got me thinking here. How do we feel about? I wouldn't go Aaron Jones rushing. If I did anything, it'd be Jordan Mason. But there's been Minnesota's defensive front's pretty darn good. I'm going to go under DeAndre Swift, 55.5 rush yards. Is that what you see, White Brian?
You don't know.
If I had to pick a side, I like the Vikings in this game, but I like where the action is, and I think the action actually makes more sense on the Bears. I kind of like your over, too, B.
Yep.
You know what I'm excited for? Monday Night Football. Just watching football on a Monday
I'm just
night.
excited. It's football season.
Hell yeah.
Now we don't have to be stretching to find stuff to talk about.
We made it. 2 seasons in America. Not football season and football season. We made it to the good one. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Are Grant and Danny on location? They're not here. Where are they?
They're at Pupatella in Leesburg.
If you want to go hang with Grant and Danny, they're at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. Tell them we said hello.
They poop and telling. What you say?
That's White Brian in a few hours. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to everybody that called. Thank you to White Brian, man of his word. My man put down a lot of glizzies. A true glizzy
There you go.
gobbler.
GG, Glizzy Gobbler.
Thank you to everybody in the chat that watched us. Thank you very
and
much.
Fat Joe.
Thank you to Santana Moss for making time for us today. What an honor for him. Well deserved.
Yes,
We're back
indeed.
tomorrow live in Ashburn. It's a weird week, folks. Get ready. Thursday Night Football. Grant and Danny coming your way next, live Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg, Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NFL news for Kendrick Bourne. He's returning home to the 49ers on a one-year deal with a max value of $5 million, according to Adam Schefter. Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirming that Russell Wilson will start against the Dallas Cowboys. Solid win for the Commanders over the Giants, 21-6 on Sunday. Today, head coach Dan Quinn on the blocking, Deebo Samuel saw for the touchdown run.
Yeah, I would definitely want Laramie being my bodyguard, meaning the way out front onto that play. You saw Biotic out. I think it might have been Bill out in front. But that's the type of things that, can make difficult to defend, because defending the wide parts of the field as well as down the field shots.
Commanders face the Green Bay Packers Thursday, kickoff 8:15 p.m. Buffalo over Baltimore 41-40 with 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Pittsburgh beat the Jets 34-32. Green Bay over Detroit 27-13. San Francisco toppled Seattle 17-13. Denver over Tennessee 20-12, and some other NFL scores. Nationals beat the Cubs 6-3. Pinch hitter Josh Bell had a 3-run homer in the 9th inning. They face the Marlins again tonight, this time in Miami, 6:40 p.m. here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny Live on 106.7 The Fan. It's September 8th, 2025. We are out and about in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza. We will be here until 6:30 tonight, so come on by and hang with us on a Victory Monday. Hall & Oates is playing, and we are celebrating a 1-0 start for the Commanders with you guys out and about and on the road. There will be pizza, there will be cold beverages, and there will be revelry. The Commanders pummel the Giants 21-6 at home. They start their season exactly how they needed to.
There's a lot of good coming out of this game yesterday. There's also plenty of upside, plenty of room for growth, plenty of areas where I fully 100% expect them to be better as the season goes, but to not really be threatened, to be honest with you. They were way better than the Giants. So I was wrong about one thing, how competitive the Giants were going to be. I thought that was going to be a more dangerous team. I thought defensively they'd have more impact. This was the case of one team in a different class than the other, and if it weren't for some sloppiness, we might have had a slightly different outcome. But, man, oh, man, this was encouraging to get off to a 1-0 start, especially with Green Bay looming.
You'll hear from new defensive lineman Dietrich Wise on the show at 2:45, who I caught up with in the locker room, and at 5:45 today, Johnny Newton, both part of a dominant defensive front for Washington in the win over the Giants. We've also got our buddy Jay Gruden on the show at 5 o'clock. He watched the film last night and this morning. We'll get a detailed breakdown on the Jaden Daniels performance. I know he was impressed with Daniels. He was tweeting about that. So he's with us coming up in 3 hours right at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny. But, yeah, let's start with kind of what you just said, which I think is I found this game really enlightening as to how good this team can be, and maybe how good they already are right now. They were just okay on offense. They had a suboptimal outing offensively, and they coasted. There was never a single doubt in my mind at any point yesterday, Danny, that they were going to win the game. I never for 1 second thought, they're in trouble right now. When the Giants were down seemingly forever, 14-6 or along those lines, and they had the ball at different points, I never thought they're going to go score and tie this game. It felt like a 15, 20-point game over the duration of the contest. And I think that's the sign of a quality operation, a playoff caliber team, which is what Washington now is, a Super Bowl aspirations locker room and club, which, crazy enough, is where we are now in this town. It was not perfect. I think on defense they were excellent. On offense they were just okay. But they win big. And it wasn't that long ago that a 15-point win over a Giants team that they've only beaten 16 times. The last 37 times they've played them in the 2000s would have been worthy of a celebration and throwing a party.
Agreed.
You beat New York by 15, this team that you struggle with. You've won 3 in a row against the Giants for the first time since 2000. You handled your business, and yet people are looking for style points, which I like. It just means the bar has risen a little bit.
That's the right way to put it. Again, you point to some of the penalties, right? 12 for 89 yards. And a lot of those are procedural things. You look at the end of half, just a terrible sequence of clock management, the intentional grounding penalty. Free points. You have done all the hard work to get into scoring range. The worst case scenario there is a field goal. They come out with nothing. It doesn't come back to hurt them because this Giants team is inept and they're not going to have the kind of season, I don't think, that I thought they were. But that's beside the point, talking about Washington here. There are plenty of things where you go, well, that's going to be better. That's not Terry McLaurin. He's not going to be Terry McLaurin for a little while, but when he is, that's another option. Deebo Samuel is outstanding and awesome. I mean, good heavens, how valuable is that guy? You saw some growing pains from Josh Connerly, who he got introduced to Brian Burns, who's effective at rushing the passer. That will get better. There's a lot of things to go, hey, nothing's perfect yet. Nobody's throwing a parade. Nobody's telling you we've solved every problem or cracked every code. But there was enough where you go, well, that was pretty good. Damn, that was pretty good. Look at this defensive front. That was pretty good. And you add it all up and you go, that's a coasting win against a team that gave you fits last year.
Well, and it's not like every game you're going to have your fader turned up to 10.
Sure, of course.
But in a lot of those areas where their faders were at 5 or 6 or 7, there's so much room for growth. And there will be a game where everything's at 8, 9, or 10. And that's the game where you score 40-plus points and you win by 35 or something crazy. And they have that club in the bag in a way that they didn't used to. But to start with the defense, because I thought that was the biggest story of the game for me. Their defense was phenomenal. 6 points allowed, 231 yards given up, 3.7 yards per play. They win on 12 of 16 third downs and hold. Russell Wilson looked washed most of the day. He was 17 of 37, completed well under 50%. At 4.5 yards per attempt, they harassed him constantly. They got pressure, by the way, without having to rush 5. This was one of the biggest questions you and I have asked 1 million times leading up to the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's been asked more about this team than anything else locally, nationally. Can they generate enough pressure with the group that they put together up front? They pressured on 42% of dropbacks. And yet, they only brought a fifth guy or more on 26% of dropbacks. Yet they got pressure 19 of the 45 times that Russell Wilson was in the pocket looking for somebody. They harassed him with 4. They won up front. Giants running backs against a defensive group that got gutted all year long against the run last year. 15 attempts for 30 yards in this game. It was night and day.
Yeah.
It was way better. The spacing, the fitting, the physicality, the dominance of this defensive line. And I ask you, after yesterday, Giants fans, which D-line's the best in football again? You know, which defensive line is vaunted and going to send 2 or 3 guys to the Pro Bowl? Payne looked elite. Kinlaw was an absolute force. Wise, who you'll hear from at 245, made a bunch of plays in his debut. They could not have done a better job up front. I was thrilled by that.
There was some pushing around. The guys who, to me, were variables in that defensive line. We'll talk about some of the other players, too, that are variables. And after 1 week, you know, good report cards all. But Daron Payne, my God. I mean, wow. He was fantastic.
Contract year, Daron Payne's back, buddy.
How about that?
Somebody's playing for some money again.
I mean, good heavens. Was he so noticeable? It's the thing that I have long desired from my defensive front. I understand you can't get home every time. Sometimes it's a 3-step drop. Sometimes there's action. Sometimes you double team. Sometimes blah, blah, blah. You still affect quarterbacks. The batted down pass happens to my quarterback, not Jaden Daniels' division, of course, but the regular human being quarterback. It happens all the time in key situations where it's into the outstretched arms. Daron Payne was there affecting arm angles. There was a sidearm throw that I can't remember if it was Payne or somebody else that forced Wilson into.
Dietrich Wise.
Wes, I think, was
free
there.
Off the right side.
These are the affecting the quarterback. It's the thing that I care about the most. Everybody else is concerned about the run game and run defense, and they were awesome in that regard, by the way. Running backs, 10 for 24 from Tyrone Tracy, 3 for 9, including an 8-yarder on a I think it was like a second or third and long from Devin Singletary. And Cam Scatterby went for -3 on 2 carries. Against running backs, that's 30 yards, as you said, on 15 carries. Dominant. But to me, it's the bothering the passer. that is where these games are won and lost most often. And it didn't result in a ton of sacks. It wasn't that, like a 13-sack performance or Brian Arakpo against the Raiders or something like that. But you could see that defensive front was winning, and they won consistently.
Well, we also have alluded to the juxtaposition in the league now of the quarterback that can move around and the quarterback that can't. And as a guy that's long been a proponent of the pocket passing QB who does everything pre-snap and is a precision passer, you just see in some of these games how necessary it is now. Anybody watch Ravens-Bills last night?
Yeah.
A couple of MVPs.
Do those guys move at all?
Lamar and Josh Allen. When you know where Russell Wilson's going to be pretty much all the time, he's still a little bit of an elusive pocket presence, but for the most part, you know where he's standing. It just changes the entire algorithm for a defensive coaching staff. I thought on the back end, they were way better on Malik Neighbors, too. He had to earn everything. Mm-hmm. He got free for a 25-yarder. He made a couple of really impressive catches.
Yeah, that one with adjustment coming back to the ball. Totally. You just go, okay, he's better than everybody.
Just a lob down the sideline in a prayer as Russell Wilson got destroyed by Quan Martin in the pocket. So give him credit on that throw, and the catch was even better by Neighbors on the adjustment. But it was 5 grabs on 12 targets. There were plays where he's down the field one-on-one in an island with Trey Amos. No problem for the rookie. Marshawn Lattimore, penalized 3 times for 25 yards. 2 were accepted. The 15-yarder, though, it's not like it was a PI. It was, I'm lifting a guy up and slamming him, and I'm being too physical in a physical violent game.
An aggressive tackle.
So I'll take that. But I thought the corners, we said they're better, right? We hoped this is what it's going to look like when the games start, because in training camp and in the limited preseason action we've seen, they look like they're better than they were. So far, a big check. You played one of the true receiver talents on your schedule, and he had 5 catches on 12 targets. So defensively overall, I think you come out of this game feeling like, whoa, maybe this thing is way better. Maybe this team is actually legit good on defense. What if? In fact, that's going to be our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. You can go vote on 1067 The Fan's Twitter account right now. But we're going to ask you, what is your expectation after one game, doesn't make a season, for this defense? Top 10, top 15, top 20, bottom 12 or so. Where do you see them fitting in? They come out of yesterday, Danny. Tiny sample, but that's all you got so far with 1 game left in week 1. Ranked as a top 5 unit. They were 9th against the run. They were top 5 against the pass. They're number 3 in the NFL after giving up less than 5 yards per play.
No, they won't end there. There's too much good on their schedule, too many prodigious quarterbacks and good offenses.
It's nice to get to play the Giants.
But I will say it's twofold. One, whenever I do something like this, everybody thinks I'm taking away credit from this team or this defense, etc. So put a pin in the fact that Washington will be much improved, okay, on defense especially. This Giants offense is reprehensibly bad. They stink. It's unimaginative. I cannot believe that a guy as proficient and good as Brian Daboll's track record was can't figure out different ways to get Malik Neighbors the ball. Like, sometimes he goes in motion. Whoa, look out. Jump back. No one knows what to do. That would be effective in my 7 and 8-year-olds flag football league, right, where it's like sometimes he lines up on the other side. Ridiculous. They are terrible.
They have one legitimate weapon. Yeah. I get you're saying use him more, and I agree. Second half, they started just trying to throw him the football down the field.
Just doing moss balls or YOLO.
I think it's hard when you got nobody else, and they have nobody else.
Yeah, especially with that Andrew Thomas, things weren't holding up as well. But my point there is the Giants are terrible. Washington last year, there were some games where they took advantage of a struggling offense, like when they beat the brakes off Arizona before they got going, or were shoved it on Cleveland, or you saw them beat up Tennessee. They were capable of that at times last year, but I don't know that they manhandled somebody like that. And that's kind of my point here, is you've got to be better than you were to dominate a team like that. That Giants offense was awful last year. 19 catches, almost 200 yards from Malik Neighbors. Even that part didn't happen. Does that make sense? Like, you move the football against them, and the Giants would self-destruct, or a holding penalty, or something stupid, or their kicker blew out his quad before the game, or whatever. So you didn't give up a bunch of points to the Giants last year. But you're able to keep the Giants from having any kind of success, and you pushed them around a little bit. That, to me, was the difference. This defense is much better.
Grant and Danny live from Pupatella Pizza out in Leesburg. We're going to be here all show long. You can come hang with us. We're going to be here partying after a Week 1 win, but it is a quick turnaround for the Commanders as they play a game Green Bay team, one of the best in the NFC on paper, that destroyed the Detroit Lions on Thursday Night
They
Football.
bullied him, man.
We'll look ahead to that matchup a little bit later on in the show. You referenced, though, the debuts of the new Commanders. What a day for Adam Peters. I mean, if I'm Adam Peters sitting in the suite, I'm feeling myself a little bit yesterday. Deebo Samuel, 7 catches, 77 yards, 1 run for a 19-yard touchdown where he runs through 2 tackles, a 29-yard kick return. Not bad for a 5th-round pick, bro.
I was going to say. That's a halfway to 5th-round pick value already. You get 2 more games like that, it's worth it to me.
How'd that 5th-round pick look? Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, team highs in everything in rushing, but 10 for 82. First time he got on the field was drive 3. He got to carry the ball once. First time he was really in the flow of the offense was drive 4. 3 for 23 to get him going. But if you look at Krosky-Merritt's day, the moment where you go, that's why they traded Brian Robinson. That's why they fell out of love and started texting on the side. That's why Krosky-Merritt now lives at their house. Is because 2:35 to go. 5-yard line, shadow of your own goal line. 2nd and 8, and he rips off a 42-yard run. Longer than anything Robinson had all of last season. Second longest run they would have had as a team all of last season. He had 3 carries for 10-plus, 30% of his attempts yesterday. You saw the explosiveness. Another of the guys, it was him and Deebo primarily on offense, although I thought Tunsil was really good as well, among the new arrivals that immediately made an impact.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that end of game carry, you're right, it obviously was awesome.
It's half of his yardage.
Yeah. So other than that 9 for 40, which is Robinson, a little bit Robinson plus, but you mentioned those burst runs. I mean, there was one off of left tackle. I think he was at a shotgun on Jaden Daniels' right, a little bit of a delay, right where he's patient, and then has something I had to look up because we haven't had a running back do it here in a while. It's called a burst. Looking for a burst.
Should I use AI for that or Google? How do I figure out what
No,
that is?
you can look at other teams, and they have it all the time.
Give me a guy to look at.
Oh, man. James Cook, Derrick Henry, a human being with 2 feet.
Yes.
Anyway, the weight, the patience, foot in the ground, burst, and contact is made probably around 6 yards, but he's already got such a head of steam. It's not the bulldozer. It's not the Brian Robinson knocking in next week or Cam Scatterbo lowering his shoulder and trucking somebody, but you stay neutral. He's now carrying someone 7 yards.
Yeah.
And it's a first down. Your chain's already moved. Forget about being on schedule. You got a new schedule. You already started the next day's schedule. You already started the next set of downs. That, to me, was one of those, I see it, that's the point.
So,
and by the way, were you surprised that Rodriguez wasn't active?
Yeah, I want to get to that.
Yeah.
I was massively surprised.
I was really surprised.
Frankly, I was disappointed for him because I feel like this happens to him a lot.
Yeah.
All he does is everything that he's asked to do all the time.
That's why I was surprised by it. I know we're derailing, but to me, he's like this regime's Jeremy Reeves to a degree, where it's like, all I've ever done is what you told me to do. Wouldn't it be a great example to reward me in some way? And I'm not criticizing because they're running back.
He's going to play plenty.
Yeah.
And he could lead the team in carries against the Packers. I think it's going to be that fluid and odd early on, although if Krosky-Merritt keeps averaging 8 a pop, he's going to have another thing to say about that.
And that was so good.
Put a pin in that and let's come back to that. Make sure, Darius, we chop that up today because that was the biggest story of the day before the game started was Rodriguez being deactivated. But Krosky-Merritt had over 40 yards after contact.
Yep.
Forced 3 missed tackles. That was as good a debut with limited work. It was 1 target that was fairly uncatchable and 10 runs. You can't help impact the game a lot more than he did. Defensive side of the ball in terms of the new arrivals. Javon Kinlaw. My goodness. Now.
That's a bad man.
It's early, okay? It's been 1 game.
Yep.
So I'm trying not to overreact and do these grandiose declarations, but I'm closing in on apology time. And I think a lot of you should get in line with me.
Oh, I formed an orderly queue.
Well, every day at camp he stood out. The limited, and it was very limited, Rivera
Extremely limited, very limited.
Preseason action, we saw it. He was incredible yesterday. When we had Jets and 49ers beat reporters on that kind of made fun of the contract that you and I were inexplicably not understanding how he got it, I guess they didn't see this there either. But whatever's working for him needs to keep working.
I mean, good gravy.
4 tackles, 2 quarterback hits, a TFL, another stop at the line of scrimmage. He was a game changer up front with his physicality and his size. We mentioned Demetric Wise. He's going to be on the show coming up, Dietrich Wise, rather. He's going to be on the show coming up at 2:45. I thought in his first game he could have done much more. he was the odd man out in the sense of the Giants oftentimes would leave him free and Russell would have to account for him, and then he couldn't. He had 4 tackles, a quarterback hit, a TFL, a pressure that forced a third down incompletion. Amos had a big PBU on an island we talked about. You saw Eddie Goldman. You saw Jacob Martin make plays at the line of scrimmage. If you were new to this team, you helped a bunch yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Peters, you really couldn't have drawn up a better first game for your offseason blueprint, the money and the picks that you invested into the operation.
Without a doubt. Again, especially on defense. And really, it was up front that you noticed it the most, right? Where their goal was pretty clear. I mean, they told you. I mean, as so many greats who have covered this organization for so many years, don't worry about what they say. Look at what they do. And here's what they did. They said, we want size. We want to be more physical. We want to be tougher up front. I argued, and I think, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like you feel the same. This was a reflection of, we don't like what the Eagles did to us on both sides of the ball last year. So we're going to change that. And if we feel like we can compete with the team that's competing for Super Bowls every year, we'll have a chance against everybody else. That's a great debut because that's what it looks like. On both sides of the ball, you're trying to push people around a little bit, and they did.
I definitely think it was that. I also think they just felt like they had a fatal flaw.
Yeah.
Whether it was Philly or somebody else. Like if Detroit didn't get away from the run, it would have been the Lions that send you home because of it. Remember, Jahmyr Gibbs was averaging some total you'd have against a Big 12 team.
Yeah.
Against them in the playoffs before they
he was
started
very comfortable
getting too cute. And they said, we can't win anything meaningful this way. We've got to go the other direction. And they're 1-for-1 here with another game coming up on Thursday. We have not talked much about Jaden Daniels. Let's do that next. And then we'll give out some game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. That's where you guys come in. We'll open up the phones now at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Who gets your game ball for shining yesterday? Who gets a gasser for something that didn't go as well? The Commanders are 1-0, a home win over the Giants. We're celebrating today out at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. We'll be here till after 6, live on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders won their season opener 21-6 over the Giants. Jaden Daniels with 233 yards through the air and a touchdown, as well as 68 yards on the ground. On to week 2 for the Commanders. Short week. Thursday night football, they'll take on the Packers in Green Bay at Lambeau Field. The Packers coming off a win as well as they beat the Lions 27-13. Micah Parsons in his debut with a sack only played 45% of the snaps. Last night, Sunday night football, the Bills beat the Ravens 41-40 in an epic comeback as the Bills scored 16 points in the final 4 minutes of the game. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Vikings and Bears to wrap up week 1. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Cubs at Wrigley. Tonight, they're in Miami to take on the Marlins for the first of 3, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. You're busy. We get it. We offer online, evening, and weekend classes. PGCC works around your life, not the other way around. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Gets it again, to the edge, Krosky Merritt is in, touchdown Washington.
Yeah, I forgot the ball again. I told myself, like, when I score, I'm going to make sure I keep my football. And I think the excitement just take over, and I just end up dropping it. But Terry ended up finding the ball and just giving it to me.
You know, if Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt keeps scoring touchdowns, at some point he's going to have to learn how to remember the football. But I guess the more you do it, the more you know what to do.
It becomes a habit, right?
Jaden Daniels went and got the football for him in his first touchdown in the preseason, and it was Terry McLaurin's turn yesterday. Bills all grown up. Your leading rusher with 82 yards. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. We do have a poll of the day for you. You can go vote on right now. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. What is your expectation for this defense this season after the way they played yesterday? Top 10, top 15, top 20, or do you think they'll still be in the bottom dozen in the NFL? It is our poll today presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Danny, speaking of the house, we have gotten out of the home today. We are out of the studio, and we are in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza.
One of our favorite places. Pupatella in general. Everybody's so wonderful. The staff is so kind.
Yeah, they're way too nice to us.
They're
but
way
I don't
too
want
nice.
them to know that, but I just want them to think
so don't
that
tell them.
They're a reasonable amount of nice, but they're way too nice to us.
They're confused. They think we're like important or a big deal or something, but they're so kind to us, and I love the Neapolitan pizza so much. The appies are always so good. The pizza is 10 out of 10, Ms. Davis. It's that Neapolitan style, which is so good. International type ingredients. It's not just like your regular, I got some Hormel pepperoni, I'm going to throw it on a tortilla.
It's coming in from
After
Italy,
school
man.
special. Yeah, it's the best, man. So we're hanging out here today in Leesburg.
I've told you this before, and they know this, but yeah, this was the wife's favorite pizza before we started coming out and doing these events. So now she brings the kids and comes and gets lunch and whatever else. But yeah, this was always her one-seat pizza. So the coolest thing for her is our VIP Pupatella access.
Did you have your
now.
card with you?
She's like, you go to games, you get tickets, like whatever. She doesn't care about that. It's the Pupatella VIP card.
Yeah, my wife's
that
not
she's
impressed with
interested
me very often. The only thing that I've been able to show her in the last couple of years that's worth the darn as far as she's concerned, looking at the camera right here for the YouTube, that's the Pupatella VIP.
That's right.
Listen to the sound. That's the sound it makes. That's the sound of an important guy smacking his VIP card down.
Very, very important. Speaking of important guys, how about we talk game balls to the best and gassers to the worst from the Commanders Giants yesterday. You can call us now if you want to give out a game ball or a gasser at 800-636-1067. We're going to get to that in a minute. Real quick, though, we have not talked Jaden Daniels. So the defense, to me, being so dominant and good was the story because I found the offensive performance to be way more uneven. Some of that is expectation. They were elite last year. Mm-hmm. They have better weapons and a better offensive line now. And so we all think they're going to be awesome again this season. And so going out and having 14 into the fourth quarter or scoring 21 and leaving as many things on the field as they did is going to just feel a little bit disappointing. But I thought there was some really good as well. This was where they showed the lack of the preseason to me or the lack of the reps on the field. Jaden Daniels missing on what would have been a walk-in touchdown for McLaurin on a deep ball, throwing behind a bunch of guys throughout the day. He was excellent in spurts. He did some really good things and great throws I can go through as well. But the timing with Ertz, who played 0 in the preseason, with Debo, who he didn't throw one pass to in the preseason, with Terry McLaurin, who just got back into the fold 14 days ago today, I thought it showed up a little bit.
I'm 100% sure of that. I mean, the first, I think it was the third down, what should have been a third down conversion, hit Ertz right in the chest, dropped. He didn't play in the preseason at all. To me, McLaurin didn't look particularly explosive or, again, like the guy that we're going to see in a few weeks from now. Wasn't even close to that deep ball. And I think the throw was obviously too far, but didn't look like a guy that was any danger of having a burst to be able to go track it. Just didn't quite look right to me, which I think is understandable. Daniels, I thought, was behind on a couple throws. I'm thinking of one in particular. I think it actually was to Ertz, one behind Debo Samuel, one I think to Jalen Lane, where they all had to kind of reach back.
Right.
And you go, like it would have been so close. I think the Debo Samuel one actually led him a little bit too far. But again, balls that hit someone in the hands. But it's the type of thing where you know that in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, now that's clicking. And now those are some of those big gains. So it's both. Frustrating is not the right word. It's both, that was there too. That was there too. But it's encouraging knowing they're getting some looks here. The stuff is open, and it's going to be available to them presumably as they go forward.
That said, he was dynamic as a runner.
Yep.
That was, to me, the theme offensively in the story of the game was how good he was carrying the football, 10 for 68 in the contest. And they went to more design stuff early in that game than they did, certainly in the second half of last season. Maybe in the Tampa game, I'd honestly have to go back and watch week 1 again from last year where he had 16 runs. But I don't remember that many designed carries.
Yeah, there were a handful. It was a lot of scrambling.
He checked into one of the draws himself, but there were at least 2 other designed quarterback draws from the gun out of spread. And then they had some of the design stuff behind pullers. Looks like read option, but it's kind of outside zone for the quarterback, or power even, where you run in behind those pullers. They did a lot of that, I thought. More than I would have anticipated, but something we talked about. Last year, he led the NFL with 600 scramble yards, and in the opening drive, on second and third down, he scrambled, and he got 11 yards and moved the chains. That's still going to be there. There's going to be a lot of that. But what if they actually up the design stuff a little bit, now that they trust him maybe to keep himself healthy and stay away from big hits, which he got walloped a couple times in the first drive or so of the game, and I thought, hey, let's dial this back.
Easy, buddy.
I'd like you to play the entire contest. But as the day went on, he stopped taking those hits. But I thought overall it's clearly a winning performance. There were moments in shades of like MVP performance in there where he's throwing for 230 yards and he's basically running for 70, and he goes for 300 all-purpose in the game, with a touchdown, and you go, okay, this is the guy.
Yeah.
And the moments were really good. They were fleeting in a sense, but that's where they were hindered by just not having the time on the grass, and that's coming. The big question for me is, can you look a lot better Thursday night on the road in Green Bay against the Packers? Because if 1 or 2 plays go differently, it's a completely different conversation. Like, they scored 21 points. They easily could have scored 30. And I think 10 weeks from now, if they play their best game, that's 40 to 45 points.
Yeah, to your point. You get points before the half. There's already 24 at a minimum.
And that was a big mistake that he didn't make any of last year.
Totally. And, one of those other drives potentially, or you hit that Debo Samuel kind of that kind of deeper slant, kind of square in, sort of skinny post, et cetera. You make 1 or 2 of those throws, which I have confidence that he will make. And you're still talking about only 30 attempts going for close to 275, 300 yards. It's all right there. So you're right. I mean, this is it's kind of that cost benefit analysis of how do I treat the preseason? What's important? And if it's long-term health, and we'll try to get away with whatever we can early in the season as we kind of get up to speed, then I understand that approach from Dan Quinn and a lot of the coaches that have done that.
All right, let's go game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. Darius, let's start with a game ball. Debo Samuel. Keep him healthy, please. He is an impact, legit star. This is a guy, this has Pro Bowl written all over him. 7 for 77 to lead you as a receiver. Only the 1 carry because his first, with about 10 minutes to go in the half, was taken back via penalty. But the 1 carry was a 19-yard touchdown. It was coming right at me in the end zone, and it looked like his San Francisco days.
Yes, it did.
Hell-bent, smells the goal line. You're not stopping him, runs through tackles. He's just different. Debo's coming. and he scored from 19 yards out. There's one guy in the league that can have the game that he had yesterday and the ways that he did it. Just a unique player.
Game ball, please. Austin Eckler. Oh, is he sublime. I love Austin Eckler, the football player. 6 for 26 on the ground. Doesn't sound like all that great, all that special, but you can see it, right? There's the wiggle, and he's stronger than you think because he's so compact. He's able to fall forward. But to me, the value of Austin Eckler, the reason he's better, the reason he's so important to this club and this offense, you saw it with that 115-yard reception on a screen.
Right after his penalty. Made up for his false start.
Exactly right. Where he's pinballing around, where he's spinning off of guys, where he's getting hit really hard. I'm sitting there cringing, scared to death that that's going to be the one that knocks him out or has him injured or something like that. Nope, he's just fine and dandy. Picks up 15 yards when it wasn't there, when there was probably 6 there. But somehow, some way, makes a drive continue, an easy first down, quote unquote. I put it's not easy for anybody, but he makes your offense not have to worry about it. You're not facing a 3rd and 12 because Austin Eckler made a play for you. He is the easy option on offense, and he was great.
Game ball, please. Javon Kinlaw, we talked about it already. 4 tackles. It was as loud a 4-tackle performance as you're going to see. The biggest reason why they stuffed the run like they did, 15 attempts, 30 yards from Giants running backs, that human refrigerator in the middle of the formation with legs that kept living in the backfield.
Game ball. Deron Payne, 2 passes defended, 1 sack, 4 tackles, 1 tackle for loss on a quarterback hit. Have a day. 94, everybody. Deron Payne is here, everyone. That was fantastic.
Game ball. The play that Daniels made to Chris Moore, who I will assign this game ball to.
Chris Moore.
Elevated from the practice squad. Everyone said he'll never be on the team. We sure about that? Elevated and makes the first big play of the season, 34 yards on the sideline. Never should have happened probably because that's a designed flat throw or the second level throw, which is like a deep over from Terry McLaurin toward the sideline. He's covered. So then he goes, reading it low to high to that third option at the sideline. And Moore, 30 yards downfield on the run, out of the pocket, designed bootleg, with a little flick of the wrist.
Just a wee flick of the wrist.
There probably are going to be 5 better plays this year because Daniels is exceptional. But he could have an MVP caliber season where that ends up being a top 5 throw of his year. I mean, it was that unbelievable of a play by the quarterback. And it was Moore on the receiving end. Game ball to him.
Game ball. Dorrance Armstrong. Not a huge statistical impact yesterday, GP, but you noticed him. I mean, he had a sack, a tackle for loss, and a QB hit as part of his day with getting some pressure. But I'm telling you, it felt like he was always either right there, forcing action, someone back inside, being accountable in the run game, setting the edge, beating his guy. I thought Armstrong was really, really solid yesterday.
We got to give out a few gassers next. Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? You're also going to hear from Dietrich Wise, who made his debut on that dominant defensive front for the Commanders as soon as we return on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Guys, what's up? It's GP. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if they win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/GP to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Olszewski off a great punt. And gets pumped at the 15. We heard that all the way up here.
It's more than just the speed. It's the physicality, the tackling, the matchups, because Nick, like, he can absolutely fly. That's like, as a special teams, featured player, that's the superpower and the speed.
That's Dan Quinn. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. A victory Monday. The Commanders are 1-0. We're out at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. Lost Rhino Brewing in the house as well. And those two collectively, Lost Rhino and Pupatella, are giving people an opportunity to scan a code, fill out a form for a chance to win tickets to go see the Commanders and the Eagles on December 20th.
Oh, how about that?
As part of our event out here today. So a chance to win 2 club-level tickets. You got to come out and hang with us, have yourselves a nice beverage and a meal, and talk about the Commanders beating up on a division rival, the New York Football Giants. By the way, speaking of yesterday's win, the theme was the defensive front and the defensive dominance, right? What better way to kick things off in hour one on the guest line than with Dietrich Wise, who I caught up with in the locker room yesterday to talk about the fact that early in the game the Giants were leaving him unblocked. That backfired. It was something that he was actually expecting.
No, based on the film study, I knew it was 1 or 2 plays. Coach did a great job all week of preparing us for these plays, and once I saw it wasn't the first play, then the second play came alive, and they kicked a field. He got me one time on a rollout with the tight end block, but I told myself I gotta make sure that never happens again.
Seems like from the press box level, super impactful from you, and I was blown away by Javon's presence as well.
Yeah.
For a first game as a group together, I would imagine it's hard to feel better about this, but like, what do you take out of it before you watch the tape?
We've been clicking all camp from 92, 55, 24, 92, 94, 99, 96, 5-5. We've been really rolling. We've been doing our thing. And the coaches do a great job of like getting us together. It's like the young guys 90 and TJ and them 95. Like the way they see the game, the way we see the game, we all help each other out. And coming out here was so close that it was just chemistry today. And that's what it was.
Your confidence, especially, but I think the guys in general has been obvious all along. But how much different or what does it do for a game and the proof now to see it? We just haven't seen 6 points allowed and like this kind of performance up front around here in a while. Like in terms of building that moving forward for momentum, short week.
Main thing is to always improve what you did the week before. So our main goal is to see everything we did good, copy that, everything we can improve on, fix it, because it's a short week.
Last one, first time at home here in this stadium. What did you think of the fans and the energy?
Fantastic. They were live the entire game. It was a sold-out game. It definitely was opening day atmosphere, and it felt good, It felt good to hear them roar on first downs, big plays, sacks. It was a wonderful feeling. It's the first time I'm actually playing here during the regular season as a Commander, and it was wonderful. Nothing like it.
I really like Dietrich Wise, getting to know him a little bit here and interviewing him a bunch since camp started. He is a true pro. And I admire greatly how he operates within the media and within the locker room. But he showed he could still play, too. This is a guy from the New England organization, did a lot of winning, and he brings that professional acumen with him. And you heard him talking about the short week. And, this is now the bar. This is the expectation. Let's add. Let's continue to be better. Let's not just say, okay, we put one on tape.
I'm trying to figure out where I've got him ranked, if he's above or below 94 or 97 or 92 or 91 or 55.
What a football guy move to just name numbers.
I mean, he named everybody in the 90s because that's all the defensive line. And he's like, okay, wait, there's a couple other guys that have that rogue 50-some number. Jacob Martin, 55. I love that, man. This is the kind, and it's going to sound like I'm diminishing, and I'm not. This is one of those like unsexy type football player guys that you absolutely have to have. It's like kind of that Calais Campbell school of he's not here to have 17 sacks. There are more dynamic pass rushers. There are guys that are going to do more highlight type stuff. That's the league. I understand that. Those guys are going to make their $25, $30 million. You need a couple of these dudes too.
Totally.
Again, it's very John Gruden.
Well, they needed a lot of them.
Yeah, it's lunch pail type dudes, right?
Yeah.
It's hard hat type dudes. Like, hey, this is going to be a miserable assignment on this play where you're going to have to take on a double team and not get moved around, or you got to stay at home for a certain amount of time and make sure nobody gets outside of you. Sort of the do your job kind of a guy. Again, borrowing from the Patriots.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Shane is in D.C. Shane, we're out here at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg doing the show live today on The Fan. How are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I'm in the air. I should head that way. Honestly, hey, Commander Danny, Grant, how y'all doing today?
Good, brother.
We'll see you out here.
Victory
Come
Monday,
get some
right?
pizza.
Hey, my game ball's got to go to the defensive coordinator. Look at, either that or Russell Wilson is completely done. Like, he looks like a dead in headlights, as they say. But Deron Payne sighting yesterday too. How about that? But
he is the most talented, big money. Thanks for the call, bud. Highest cap number on the team, highest paid player on the team. How many other guys that are that player in an NFL organization, so there's 31 of them, got less attention, less headlines, less conversation about them than Deron Payne? This preseason, basically. He just has been a non-factor, not in front and center, not front of mind. But he can still do this. He was so good a couple of years ago. I think we forget. Sorry if that was a quick trigger there, buddy. I thought you were done. Let's go to Wade in Southeast on Grant and Danny. What's up, Wade?
Wade, oh, man, thank you for taking my call. First of all, you know what? This is like my second time getting on the air with y'all, and I never got that first introductory of first-time caller celebration. There you go. Thank you.
No. Thank you. There you go.
Well earned.
But what I want to say, I want to give a game ball to Kinlaw because I feel like it was discrediting that draft or that acquisition, and like, oh, who's Kinlaw? Not knowing he's a native from this area, and it's the Rudy thing of from this area and want to play for this area. You grew up in, and that was your team, Redskins. But I'm moving fast. I'm sorry because there's so much to say. I know you're gonna cut me off. The guys that got to go to Danny. I was so disappointed when you thought the Giants was gonna win by a field goal and the mishaps. I was so disappointed about it. This is 106.7 The Fan, and you did not display that. Oh, that really hurt.
Appreciate you, buddy. You were one of the few people in town that had the Giants win.
Yeah, I was obviously wrong about that. Thrilled to be wrong. There's, that'll happen a lot. I think a lot of you for the last 30 years that kept picking Washington to win were wrong sometimes too. But that's beside the point. Yes.
I don't think that was ever the case. They've won all their games.
Yeah, I was incorrect about that one. I thought the sluggish offseason and preseason and kind of lack of action might jump up and punch him in the mouth here. I was wrong. The Giants stink. Washington was dominant.
Well, you weren't as far off as I frankly thought you might be on the offensive part, which isn't to say that, you kind of thought it'd be very noticeable that they didn't do anything. You were saying it'd be close to 15 points, whatever. It was low 20s, and they scored late in the game to get there. Mm-hmm. But they did not have their A game. For everyone that's kind of victory lapped this idea of, see, the preseason doesn't matter at all. I've seen a lot of that with like the Bengals not shining or the Giants. I thought it was glaringly evident to me that this team had a worse week one with a lot of the guys that didn't play in the preseason on offense and the lack of timing than they would have. But the idea is, it's like college football to me. You played at directional Florida. You handled your business. Now you're on to your big boy game in week two. Unfortunately, it's quick. So if they go out and they play really well and they beat up on the Packers, then they shouldn't change anything, in my opinion, next offseason, right? There's no reason to do anything any differently. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, let's turn our attention to Jaden Daniels in the offense. Also, we got to have a real conversation, Danny, about just how good this defense can be. We're just getting started. We're out in Leesburg today at Pupatella Pizza on a Victory Monday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. It's a victory Monday after the Commanders beat the Giants yesterday 21-6. Jaden Daniels, in the first game of his second season, threw for 233 yards and a touchdown, also ran for 68 yards. A short week for the Commanders. They get set for Thursday Night Football at Lambo Field in Green Bay. The Packers beat the Lions yesterday 27-13. Micah Parsons had a sack in his debut in the green and gold. Commanders and Packers Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 2. Week 1 wrapping up tonight with Monday Night Football, Vikings and Bears. That'll kick off at 8:15. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Some other notable scores from yesterday. The Buccaneers beat the Falcons 23-20. The Bengals held on against the Browns 17-16. The Steelers beat the Jets 34-32. Aaron Rodgers with 4 touchdown passes against his former team. And last night, a thriller in Buffalo. The Bills beat the Ravens 41-40. The Bills scoring 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Josh Allen with 394 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and 2 touchdowns on the ground to go along with 30 rushing yards. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said that he intends to start quarterback Russell Wilson in Week 2. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Cubs. They'll begin a 3-game series in Miami tonight. 6:40 right here on the Fan. Kate Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tighten up here in the red area. They knew they were going to move the ball, the Giants defense. They got to limit points down here.
Daniels over the middle. Caught! Touchdown, Zach Ertz.
Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call on Fox yesterday. The Commanders are 1-0. They made it look easy. A 15-point win with a brilliant defensive outing. 6 points allowed to the New York Giants at home as they open their year with a win. Now, short week and on to the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field on Thursday night. I get the sense there's a lot of Commanders fans going to that game. Just being out in the parking lot and walking into the stadium yesterday.
You got that vibe?
I talked to a bunch of people that are making that trip. It's awesome. I mean, it is the best trip you can make. It's a little bummer we can't go, but without getting into too many of the details, travel's really hard for a night game to be able to be where we need to be from 2 to 6:30, get in, get out.
Right.
So I get it. But that is my favorite place to go watch a game that I've ever been to. It's just there's something romantic and amazing about it. It's the Wrigley Field, the Fenway Park of football, and then the people are just so nice.
Yeah, it is my bucket list sports venue. It's the only place that I haven't been to that I go, I got to go.
Yeah.
Right? I've the other things that I haven't been to yet, I'm kind of like, I don't really care if I do it or not. But I've been to all the baseball meccas pretty much. That is kind of my football Graceland. That's the spot I want to go.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? We are sponsored by people who can help with that. The law firm Condori & Murat.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, that law firm, Condori & Murat, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
What was the biggest story yesterday? You look back at 4 quarters of winning football, a 15-point victory, 6 points allowed, the offense putting up the 21, kind of the mixed bag from a passing game standpoint, but Daniels picking up where he left off as just this unbelievably dynamic dual threat. You heard the touchdown pass there, which was thrown beautifully. That goes right back to the end of last season. It's that Texas or arrow route, whatever they're going to call it. But
against Atlanta to win the game.
Yeah, Ertz just goes and breaks across the face of a defender who's flat-footed. It comes back the other direction, and he's behind him, and Daniels puts a ball on the money. By the way, Stone Cold Killer Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels, for that matter, just lethal here. You get an injury on the play before. The defender leaves the field. The linebacker that comes on to help out, on Zach Ertz, we're picking on you.
I'm going to go after you.
I always wonder why that doesn't happen more often, but Washington has made a habit of taking advantage of anyone who trots out there going, well, I guess I'll play for a few snaps. So
where do I line up?
Where do I go? immediately attack that guy.
Yeah, like, oh, I'll clap my hands. Shoot, I should have done something different. Nothing you can do. That's the big body right there with a little bit of space. So you got no choice. Once he gets inside of you, talking about Zach Ertz, it goes to the inside, it's over. Good night, right? Because you either have to wait for him to go past you, you try to tackle him and go through him, it's pass interference, or he probably still catches it. You are screwed once that happens. Once they get that set and get that look, that's a touchdown.
Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. Looking at our table over there, looks like there is some pepperoni pizza still to be consumed. Those little cheesy bread things that they have,
Yeah.
those are egregiously good, unacceptably, irresponsibly good.
That's pretty much the best thing you can eat. So what pizza really is at its core is meat, bread, cheese, and sauce. This is bread, cheese, and sauce. See what I'm saying? And it's the cheese is melted, and it's here to make you happy. It's what I imagine an angel would eat. It's like, I'm a little bit hungry, but not starving. What do I want? Can we have some of the Pupatella cheesy? No, the cheesy bread. No, the cheesy bread. Thank you.
It's Leesburg's location. So if you're coming out to see us at Pupatella today, come on out to Leesburg and kick it with us. All right, Danny, let's get to the phones on this. 800-636-1067. What is the number one story from yesterday's win?
Defensive line to me. That was the offseason focus on that side of the football. The way that they said we're going to be a better team to clean up all that ails us. We're not going to let – I mean, again, even when they beat the Giants, look at that second Giants game. They were the better team, but the Giants, I think Daniel Jones had over 100 yards. Tyrone Tracy ran wild. I mean, they were unstoppable on the ground, and Washington said that is not going to happen to us anymore, and it sure as bleep didn't. 30 carries for running backs. Wilson's yards came via scramble. He made a couple good plays, tip of the cap to him, but that's what this game was about for me, was the defensive line bullying an inferior opponent. They couldn't have done that last year.
So I'll double down on that and just add that they did not have to bring Frankie Louvu down to the line of scrimmage to get pressure. They did not have to blitz Bobby Wagner on the interior. They didn't have to send defensive backs. They did occasionally, because why not? Quan Martin hit Russell Wilson in the mouth on a blitz from the interior on the deep throw and the adjustment made downfield by Malik Neighbors. But on 42+% of snaps, Washington got pressure on Russell Wilson. 19 of his 45 dropbacks in this game. And yet they only sent 5 a dog or 6 a blitz or more on sub 30% of snaps. So they were able to generate that pressure with their front four. That to me is the whole story. By the way, when you go back and you watch from like an aerial view, they were running all kinds of games up front. It was like Joe Witt was just in his bag and going, all right, let's loop around. Let's do the oop-de-oop. Let's do this tackle end thing.
Like get a game of bingo going with the other coaches. Yeah.
They were. I don't know if it was all called, if it's him, if it's those guys out there setting themselves up because they see the guard doing something. They go, hey, I'm going in, you go out, whatever. If that's something, that's just done as the game goes on the field. But it was almost never the case that they just lined up and went straight forward, 4 across the front. But they were entertaining to watch. The other one, just to do something a little different since you went with the defensive front. How about the secondary looked a lot better? The expectation created by a strong camp carried over. But the caveat we kept saying, and we as the collective in town, yeah, but they're playing this receiver core. They're probably not as improved as we think at corner. They're probably not in a place where they're going to run nearly as much man as we think. Well, they looked way better, I thought, in coverage. They were buttoned up. They communicated, something that's I've heard praises sung of Will Harris. In that regard, it's safety, who had a forced fumble yesterday in his first game with the team. We haven't talked about him. But Trey Amos wasn't tested much. He had a great rep down the field against one of the best receivers in football with the PBU. Lattimore looked way better.
Yes, he did.
I mean, you could be annoyed by 3 penalties if you want to. I mean, a couple of those were little 5-yard ticky-tack things. But by and large, I thought that's a number one corner kind of performance, honestly. When Neighbors has 5 catches, a couple of which are just on prayer balls down the field when you're losing by a bunch and you could take those chances.
Yeah, won a gimmick play close to the line of scrimmage.
I'll sign that up every time.
12 targets, and you held a guy that you simply could not stop last year. That's not hyperbolic. They could not stop him. He was open. He caught whatever he wanted. They got every look that they could possibly get, and he was comfortable.
Michael Davis ain't covering him anymore.
There's no Benjamin St. Juste coming through that door. Right?
Emmanuel Forbes is in L.A., people. He's not here anymore. I heard he had such a good camp that he was like a fringe starter for them. I need to look up and see his. Toby, can you work on that for me? Emmanuel Forbes snap count for the Rams. I don't even know why I'm curious, but I'm curious.
I'm really curious too. And I was watching the what was it? It was on Red Zone, I think. It jumped up. There was a play, and Benjamin St. Juice, and I went, okay, I'm fine. I got so scared.
From the opener with the Chargers?
Is that what it was? It was the Chargers?
He played against the Chiefs.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was like at some point I heard the name. There was a ball, and of course it was complete for like a lot of yardage. And it was like, St. Juice on the tackle. And I kind of like threw up a little bit, and I got really, really nervous and scared. And I was like, check all the closets. Where's my baseball bat? But it was fine. He can't hurt me anymore.
All right, Toby's got my answer here. Emmanuel Forbes played 50 snaps, 80% of the game for the Rams.
Are you serious?
He is ascending. It's happening. Now, the Rams defensively were pretty good. That's a playoff caliber team.
I beat Houston.
I don't know what it looked like. I'll have to watch and get back to you if you're interested. But 50 snaps for Emmanuel Forbes.
I wouldn't say I'm full-blown interested. I'm curious.
Okay.
I'm curious.
I'll accept curious.
Yeah, I'm curious.
800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Will, who is in Stafford on the Fan. Will, your biggest story from a Week 1 win over the Giants is what?
Hey, guys. A big story is they brought back the Funky Four. I'll give the team credit for that. I thought that was pretty cool, seeing those guys out on the field again. But, other than that, man, the physicality. I know last year they were very physical under Dan Quinn, but, Nick Ballore blowing up a guy on special teams. Quan Martin.
Great point.
He hits really hard for a guy his size. The D-line, seeing the D-line react when a guy made a great play, like Deron Payne, that batted ball in the flat. He does a big loop down to the goal line and then jots back to the bench, and everyone's, out on the field. I mean, they show such love for all those guys, man. The D-line was dominant, but yeah, wife and I are flying to Green Bay Wednesday too, Grant. I know you mentioned it, and we're going out there, first time out there. Really excited to, see them play Thursday night out there. But
have
thanks,
fun,
man.
bro.
Be awesome, man.
So here's my suggestion. I don't know, and thanks for the call. I don't know if you're, flying in and then renting a car and driving to the stadium or hotel from Appleton or what your deal is, right? But if you can, do the bit where you pay money to like a neighbor who's out there in the neighborhood where the stadium is and park in their grass in their front lawn and then eat at their tailgate. All these people basically put their garage doors up. Mm-hmm. They do buffet-style tailgates in their garage. You can use their bathroom. These are just people that welcome you in and say, okay, here's the bathrooms in the basement. You'll see, turn left at the deer on the wall, that kind of deal. So you go there, you park in their driveway, you go to the bathroom in their bathroom, you eat the meatballs in the crock pot, you give them $30, $20, whatever it is, and you just hang out. They light up. It's probably warm enough now that they don't need to do this, but they normally, all these front lawns, they light fire in a barrel and everyone stands around with their beer just heated by the barrel.
Yeah.
It's the way it's intended to be, I will say. It is my favorite.
Pretty sublime, man.
But enjoy Lambo. Let's go to Jimmy in Huntington, who is listening on the Odyssey app, 106.7 The Fan. Of course, you can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream as well. We're live at Pupatella in Leesburg. What's up, Jimmy? How are you?
Good, fellas. How are you?
Good, man.
Hey, I feel like I'm a premature caller right now. I wanted to give a gasser. Man, y'all haven't given gassers yet, but I'm telling you right now, the only gasser worth giving is Danny Rouillet, 100%.
Oh, what did Danny do now?
Oh, my God. I'm telling you, man, I got to set the scene. All these grilled meats in my truck, headed to my sister's, going to have a great day, watch the game. Even my old lady was excited, which is never the case. And the great Danny Rouillet gets on as a guest caller on the pregame show. Yep. And not only does he predict a loss for the Commanders this week, but next week as well. Okay, I wanted to rip my radio out. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "What is this guy saying?" So,
I mean, when you can pick the home team with all the excitement and expectations to lose at home as a 7-point favorite, you just got to do it.
You just have to take advantage of that.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the call.
I don't mind. I'll take the Eric Flack for it. I got no issue. I was incorrect. I'm thrilled. I'm way happier about that one. Yeah, my view was they're going to start off kind of sluggish because of McLaurin, Noah Brown, the whole deal with the offense. I thought they would be I just think better football would be ahead of them. They would start off kind of slow and then kind of go rip-roaring.
This one Thursday night, as revealing as this was, because my takeaway to this game was they're better than the Giants. They're playoff caliber, Super Bowl caliber, whatever that looks like. And they can play a C game and beat bad teams.
Yep.
That's how good they are. Like this tells you this
They're
is
legit,
actually
man.
a really legitimate team. The Packers game is going to tell you maybe more about the quality of this team.
Packers are good.
They just worked Detroit.
Yep.
They look like a 11-plus win NFC North playoff-bound team, and you're going to their place 10 days into the season after not playing at all in the preseason. Like, this is very, very revealing. Let's go to Andy in Leesburg. Andy, we are in Leesburg at Pupatello. Why didn't you just come over and talk to us, buddy? What's up?
I know, man. I gotta get off this thing called work.
All right, after work, it's a date. We'll see you here. We're here till after 6.
We'll see you. I like how you think. I love their food. It's a good spot.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about how that secondary played. I know we had some plug-and-play guys like Will Harris. By the way, second highest graded PFF rating on our defense. Just phenomenal performance, as well as Jeremy Reeves, who's getting a lot of more touches on defense, which I'm really excited about. The guy can hit. I mean, he can absolutely hit. As well as Quan Martin. The guy is a hitter, and I'm starting to get a sense that our secondary is a lot better than people are giving us credit for, especially when we got famous Amos on the edge, locking it down, and Lattimore, who is, when you don't hear his name, it's obviously a good sign. And I was at the game, and I will tell you one thing, been a fan since I was 5 years old. We have never had the majority of the stadium be Redskins fans. I know last year we started getting there because we obviously were good, but I'm telling you, we have a culture now, and it's exciting to watch being at that stadium and being part of it and seeing a lot less fans on that away side.
That was a big development.
Yeah, what was the atmosphere like?
There's going to be Giants fans, Eagles fans, right?
Sure, yeah.
Cowboys
They're
fans
local,
for those divisional games. It was nothing like it used to be. I'm not saying there were none. There's always going to be a bunch. Someone can call in and say, I was on the visitor side. There was a lot of blue. I understand that. But it was not as obvious. It was not as noticeable. It didn't take over the day. It didn't dominate. And the energy was phenomenal. The atmosphere was great. You heard Dietrich Wise talk about it. Big downs, third down, big moments. It was loud. I would even say raucous at points. I mean, it was a really, really good home environment. And the energy of last year, in my opinion, certainly carried over. It was a sellout. He mentioned Will Harris. That guy's a thumper, one of the big hitters in the league the last couple of years. Reeves plays violently. You saw as soon as he got onto the field after the Harris injury, separated a receiver from the ball on a third down, punt time. Adam Peters actually said on this show on Thursday last week, he thinks they have one of the best safety groups in the NFL.
The deepest, right? You can roll a couple of those guys out there for sure. So Reeves only played 11 snaps on defense in this game. It certainly felt like more because whenever he was in the game, you noticed him right away. You mentioned that one hit. You know, if he holds on to the ball for more than a second, it's a fumble force.
Right.
And you're just laying wood on folks.
Well, a year ago, he doesn't get to play on defense at all. He's basically forced his way onto the field now with how he played in the preseason. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Let's go to Hassan, who's in Fredericksburg. Hassan, you're on Grant and Danny. We're in Leesburg today at Pupatello Pizza. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Good, bud.
Chilling.
All right. My biggest takeaways from the Commanders game is the use of Austin Eckler. No, he didn't have 80, 90, 100 yards, but every time he was touching the ball, he was efficient. Deron Payne it's like he's fighting for a second year contract, a second contract in his career. He played great, and Javon Kinlaw stepped up to the plate. I personally have some questions because we're not playing our rookie from last year at defensive tackle as much, but he kind of displayed his size. We beat a team that we were supposed to beat, but the defense definitely did the thing out there.
Johnny
100%.
Newton is who you're referencing.
Yeah, only 38% of snaps.
Yeah, he'll be on the show today at 5:45. He made a couple of really nice plays and helped and contributed. But, yeah, the snap count was low-ish. They spent $15 million on Kinlaw. They obviously will kick Wise and Armstrong inside occasionally. Again, I want to see what that looks like. They played a lot of guys a little bit, basically.
Yeah, to me, it's going to be like hockey shifts at times.
Yes.
I mean, I also think it'll be matchup dependent. They've got some versatility there now. Let's say you go against a Cincinnati type team that's going to be 3 wide, 4 wide, dropping back 30, 40, 50, 60 times in a game. You probably have him play bit more, right? But in this, hey, they're going to run it on 2nd and 9 a bunch of times, this Giants team. You could kind of see what their plan was to try to push this front line around, ineffectively, I might add. So maybe not as much of a place for him in this kind of a game. Maybe it's matchup dependent there.
The Toby Altizer Research Department has gotten back to me, by the way, with a very thorough investigation. PFF graded Emmanuel Forbes,
here we go,
one of the 3 worst Rams yesterday.
Ah, yeah.
Now, I don't know anything. I'm just telling you what PFF said.
This is just information.
Interestingly, Cam Curl was also in their bottom 5.
Oh.
Another former Washington Commanders.
Oh.
Great.
Huh.
Who was a pretty good safety here as a 7th-round pick for a long time. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in out in Leesburg where Pupatella will be here until after 6 today. What's your number one story and number one takeaway from a Week 1 win over the Giants for the Commanders? This is The Fan. Hey, guys, it's GP. FanDuel is getting you ready for the kickoff of action as we continue in the NFL with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5. If it hits, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. They can build parlays for you, although I wouldn't do that. Just build your own parlays. Bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season's finally here. The only question is, as we get ready for a little Monday night action tonight in the NFC North, are you ready to play? FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Download the FanDuel app today. Get started. FanDuel.com/GP. Again, the promo code is GP. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Giants yesterday 21-6. Now on to Thursday night football in Week 2 as they'll take on the Packers in Green Bay. The Packers coming off a win in Week 1 as well, beating the Lions yesterday 27-13. Monday Night Football tonight wraps up Week 1. Vikings and Bears tonight. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Some other news around the NFL. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said today that he intends to start quarterback Russell Wilson in Week 2. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy dislocated his shoulder in Brazil in the game on Friday, but Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said today that he's day-to-day, and wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is signing with the 49ers, one-year deal worth up to $5 million. Baseball, the Nats took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend. They now begin a 3-game set in Miami against the Marlins. 6:40 tonight right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Krosky Merritt outside. First down, maybe a lot more. All the way up to midfield.
This whole day was amazing. Just being able to be on the field with my teammates. I waited a long time for this, and I just want to give these guys thanks for just pushing me and believing in me.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, after his 82-yard debut, scored a touchdown. Even that play, which was perfectly blocked, wasn't touched. When you go back and watch it, it was a really good football play by him. It was a good run. He's got to bounce that further outside. You know, that's, I don't want to keep picking on Brian Robinson, but that's a play where maybe he just slams it up into the line of scrimmage. Merritt was very, very patient. You mentioned the acceleration and some of the burst that he has, but to kick that thing wider around the edge and get motoring around into the end zone, like even the subtle stuff, I think, that maybe doesn't show up when you go back and watch, there's some nuance to his game. This is a guy that is only going to get better, but he's already pretty cerebral. He's got vision. He's a good football player.
It's the thing that I have wanted from the running back spot. It's the thing I'm interested in, quite frankly. It's what Eckler has. It's what now we know that JCM has, and it's what Brian Robinson didn't have. I didn't understand the infatuation with him. Again, great dude, someone I will root for forever, what he adored, what he went through, etc., but just not my style of running back. That straight line, couldn't turn left, unless you gave him like a couple hundred feet in like 15 seconds, like a truck in an alleyway trying to do a K-turn. Just does not have the maneuverability, shiftiness that I desire at the running back spot. I need what I saw from JCM, what I saw from Austin Eckler, and even to a degree from McNichols. Nothing special right there, but just get a head full of steam and, little short choppy steps get going forward.
I'll come back to McNichols in a second. Speaking of B-Rob, he made his debut with the Niners yesterday. I mean, they used Christian McCaffrey so much. Yeah. He had 22 carries and caught 9 balls on 10 targets. It's no wonder that guy never stays healthy.
I was going to say, is there any correlation? Yeah.
But B-Rob, 9 carries yesterday for the 49ers. They obviously wanted him. They have a plan for him. He only had 33 yards, averaged about 3.5 yards per carry.
I've seen that game before.
Did have a 9-yard run. Otherwise, it was 8 for 24, so like 3 a pop. Not a whole lot doing, but they played a really good defense. Seattle's excellent. That defense is going to give people fits in the run game all year long under Mike McDonald. 17-13 49ers win in that game as Robinson played for the first time. All right, we're talking about the big storylines for the Commanders and the Giants coming out of Week 1. From a player standpoint, give me a storyline. I'm going to say how good Deebo Samuel looked.
That was mine, yeah.
And this is an overreaction Monday bit. All right, we're going to do a topic tomorrow where we let you guys go in with takes and overreactions. My overreaction from this game is that my hot take feel going into the year is going to come to fruition, which is Deebo will be their number 1 wide receiver. He will be their targeted leader in both targets and catches if he's healthy over McLaurin. Now, everyone's going to get upset at that and be like, Terry's the man. Yes, he is. He's a very good player. Yesterday had a lot more to do with the lack of time with Jaden than anything else, maybe. But I think you see what they want their
but
offense.
it's also the variety.
Yeah,
man.
but this is what they want their offense to look like. It was 7 catches for Debo for 77 yards. It was 2 catches for Terry McLaurin. There's going to be 7-8 catch, 100-yard games for Terry. I understand that. But they targeted Debo Samuel 10 times. Everyone else was basically 2-3 times in the game. Their offense went through him. And when he's healthy and 100%, I think you're going to see a lot of that.
So I don't have it in front of me, but, I mean, you think also about the average depth of target. Right, there's a difference. McLaurin, he'll catch some balls close to the line of scrimmage too. Think of the Detroit playoff game where he catches a little, the bubble screen there and goes to the house. But in general, he's more working intermediate, deep, etc. Debo Samuel is here to catch balls close to the line of scrimmage. So there's going to be more going to him. So I don't think it's that crazy of a take at all when you start thinking about, as you said, what they want to do. Now, he's going to run some of those crossers where he can use his body and, get some leverage and run away from some people. And you think of some of those great routes that he ran in San Francisco where it may not be the Jerry Rice type film cut up where it's I'm bigger, faster, and stronger than you, and I'm going to, plant my foot, turn inside, nothing you can do about it. You can catch that crossing route. Whereas, maybe he's not going to run the greatest out and up or the skinny post or the sluggo. There's some things he probably doesn't do that great. They don't care about that. The things he does do great, they're going to use a lot, and they should.
Well, I was curious to see how much of it is traditional wide receiver Debo with like those deep overs. You think about like a dig, like the square in kind of stuff, backside of a formation where there's something in the backfield. Yeah. And like that's how Kyle made his money with him a few years ago when he was an All-Pro. And it was a lot of that, just kind of getting up the field with some leverage, breaking inside, using his body to box people out. I don't know how you defend that with Jaden's ability to run, and then if Merritt really becomes a threat out of the backfield or when Rodriguez gets his chance, if he proves capable in that regard. Let's go to Alex in Colorado listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Alex? How are you?
Doing great, Gran. How you guys doing? Good to
pal.
be with you.
It's Victory Monday. We're feeling good, man.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling good. I'm going to Green Bay as well, so it feels like a short week, and all I do is eat snacks and drink too many beers, but I feel like I'm on the short week right now. I'm super excited. Real quick, the thing that really impressed me that I was really happy with was just that when we faced adversity on offense, that we were able to come back and get those yards back and keep the drive alive. So many years where, like, if you were behind the sticks, it was just over. You didn't have to see any more. So, and we're going to need that with some adversity that we're going to face. And I just love how they did it in different ways. It wasn't just Jaden's legs. It was a lot of throws over the middle, a lot of yards after the catch. It was just great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
I think that's a really smart call.
Yep.
They had a long third down conversion where my favorite play actually of the game was like Jaden gets a snap out of the gun. May have been pistol, I don't remember. But he rolls to his right. And he throws back to the middle of the field to Debo on like a 3rd and 12 first down conversion.
There was a lot about that I loved, right? Because the original route wasn't there, but Debo sees it, recognizes, finds a little soft spot. Daniels is patient, calm, cool, collected. It's not quite throwing back across his body, that kind of cardinal sin thing that guys will do sometimes, but just sort of waited. As the defender's eyes kind of drifted, he let Samuel get open, boom, hits him. It looked like stealing.
And he threw it back against the grain a little bit. That's
yep.
just such a back-breaking play when you defend it well, and that happens. There was a 2nd and 16 where they're way behind the sticks, and they end up picking up a first down to Debo Samuel.
Yep.
Yeah, that was actually that play. It was a 16-yard or 18-yard gain. But the 3rd and 12 to Debo Samuel later, where I think he got 19 yards on one of those in routes we're talking about, the in-breakers. 3rd and 5, they converted on a dig route, middle of the field.
Well, that same drive, a 2nd and 19 turns into a first down.
Was that when Jaden scrambled on the 2nd or had the design
So
run?
that's pass to McLaurin for 13 yards, one of his 2 nice catches on the day, and then it was the scramble for 11 yards.
So there was one at the end of the game where it was like 2nd and a mile. Daniels runs a draw and picks up all but 2 or 3, and then they're able to convert it subsequently thereafter. And again, it's these 15s, 18s, 19s, where you get the big chunk. Maybe it's on 2nd, maybe it's on 3rd. But it's such a good point. If they're going to have this type of explosiveness offensively, you're not dead on obvious passing downs.
That's right.
Which is a really, really big deal. So that was cool to see for sure as well. And the middle of the field stuff, we're mentioning a bunch of these catches and conversions. You had the Noah Brown inbreaker. That's where they were off. That's where Daniels missed probably 3 or 4 throws, a little bit behind people. What about when he's cooking? Because we saw it all last year when he's super accurate and dialed in. Like, what do those numbers look like at that point? A 230-yard passing day is 300, and you're running for 30, and you're putting up really some MVP gaudy numbers. Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg, listening to Grant and Danny. We're out in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, so my takeaway is I'm going to go non-football related here. The continued mystic, magical luck. I really believe the refs were on our side. We got fortunate calls or no calls. That face mask our DB did to Neighbors. I forget what DB it was.
Benogany.
Yeah, that was a no call, which when's the last? We always get PI calls on us. That's like that's what happens to us. We didn't get the delay of game call on the Debo TV.
On the Debo touchdown, yeah.
TV, it was showing a 0. I mean, to me, man, that could have went the other way for sure. And again, not to go all religious or hyperbolic here, but I'm about 98.6% there to really conclude that the curse of Snyder has truly dissipated. I'm really almost there. It's really hard to believe this is reality, truly. All I can do is just say thank you. So that's all. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I didn't think it was a particularly tightly officiated game. I think the Giants have some complaints this morning. I think Washington could probably come up with a list of a couple as well. There were a couple holding penalties that I went, really, this one? This is enough to draw it where a guy's on his – it's the classic one where a defender's on his way to the ground and the offensive player, the tackle or guard is like not running away from the play like he's on fire. So, that's holding. It's – a couple of those I thought were ticky-tack. But yeah, to Berghoff's point, they caught a couple breaks, which, you put yourself in good position, good things can happen.
It didn't always feel that way around these parts. But, good teams will be in close games. We'll notice more of those things. Everyone acts like the Kansas City Chiefs, are this team that always gets breaks, that only gets breaks. Well, okay. They're in a lot of those games. You probably notice it a little bit more, and you give benefit of the doubt sometimes to the good team or the superstar quarterback. And Washington has a guy that's joining that club little by little here. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Live from Pupatella in Leesburg on a Victory Monday. You're listening to Grant and Danny on a Field Trip Friday. A little bit late this time around on the Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny live on the Fan in Leesburg today at Pupatella Pizza. We'll be out and about all football season long for our traveling road trips on Fridays generally because the Nats were playing out at Wrigley. By the way, they took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs and have won 5 of 6. So good for the Nationals down the stretch this season to still be playing competitive baseball. But they're playing in our slot on Friday, so we couldn't get on the road. So it becomes a Victory Monday celebration today. As you get out of the office, come on out and say hello. Come kick it with us and eat some pizza out in Leesburg. But the Commanders off to a 1-0 start, celebrating that today on a Victory Monday. Within the division, Dallas lost to Philadelphia in the season opener on Thursday night. 24-20 final, the Eagles surviving and advancing. Kind of Commanders-like offensively, I'd say.
Yeah.
Didn't play their best game, but did enough against Dallas. So you've got the Giants and Commanders linking up, New York losing. So it's Washington and Philadelphia, as expected, the 2 teams at the top of the East going into week 2.
That is what all the experts said was going to happen. So we'll start in September, and now we'll hopefully, have those kind of continued battles as the season progresses. But Philadelphia's not going anywhere. They're, anybody who thought they'd take a massive step back, it may be a slight step back just because it's hard to repeat. It's hard to kind of run that magic back with coordinators different, with, personnel different here and there. But the core of that group that's really, really good is still present and accounted for. They won that first game without anything from A.J. Brown, without much of anything from Devontae Smith. They've always got those clubs in the bag. They're a difficult out, man.
I don't know how many people were up late last night watching the end of Sunday Night Football because that game was so lopsided that I think there were probably a bunch of people that went to bed or turned the TV off and were on to the next after watching football all day. But for those of us that hung around, we were sure rewarded. 40-25, the Ravens led the Bills with under 4 minutes to play.
I can't believe it.
Buffalo throws a 10-yard touchdown pass. Josh Allen, reigning MVP, who looked like the MVP.
Certainly looked like it, didn't he?
The early part of this season as well, to Keon Coleman. Then they get the football back because of a Derrick Henry fumble. In a game where Derrick Henry ran for 170 yards and was amazing, he costs his team dearly by coughing the ball up. Bills get the ball in plus territory nearing the red zone. They score almost immediately, 4 plays, 30 yards. So then they go for 2 to tie the game. They don't get it. They're still behind by 2 points, and they get a chance after the Ravens elected to punt. Matt Prater, who's been on the team for 4 hours, flew in, signed with them, kicks a game-winning 32-yard field goal. They erase a 15-point deficit with 16 points in the final 3:56 to start their season at home 1-0.
There is so much remarkable about that game. If any 24 ifs, or if a normal thing happens for Baltimore, they win that football game. A ball that is in the hands of a defender, Awuzie, I believe, for Baltimore, has it in his hands and rattles around a little bit, correctly, by the way, ruled an incomplete pass. But he holds on to that, the game's over. If Derrick Henry, who doesn't fumble, you win the football game. If it doesn't bounce off 2 different receivers and land into the hands of, I believe that one was to Coleman, right, that ended up putting him down by 1 score.
Yes.
You win the football game if you're Baltimore. That, to me, feels like the most Ravensy loss possible.
Well, I got numbers on that. This is staggering. And at some point, I know these are fluky things, but at some point, John Harbaugh, who's a great football coach,
it's no longer a fluke,
has
right?
to look in the mirror on these and go, how do we make sure this doesn't keep happening? The Ravens have lost 8 games since 2021. So that's 4 seasons plus this week, in which they, at one point, had a win probability of at least 90%. And that only really happens late in games when you're up by 1 million, right? So they have 8 times during that stretch, 3 more than the next closest team. Nobody else has more than 2 such losses like that in that same span, and the Ravens have 8. It's staggering. I mean, it's just unbelievable that they lose some of these games inexplicably, as good as they are, but it happened again.
It happened again.
Last night. All right, it is time for a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Don't get me wrong, GP. It's still good. It's still fun. It's still the thing that you and I like, but I think we've talked about this. Netflix documentary review time. SEC football any given Saturday.
Yeah.
Again, this is feeding the beast. And if the beast is behind the scenes, excellent football content, good narration, reporters and people that cover the things, spicing in commentary, giving you the magnitude of certain things, behind the scenes, coaches' speeches, players doing their thing on off days, on days. This guy goes hunting. This guy builds paper mache houses. This guy that has model train sets. You get to know some of the players, the people, everyone around these sports. SEC any given Saturday. It's good, but it's not great. It was on its way to Great Town, and it pulled off it good. And it's fine. It's good. You should watch it. If you like the foosball, if you like the behind-the-scenes type access, it's for you, because it's for me. And I don't want to speak for you, Grant, but I think it's for you, too.
It's for me. It
just kind of left me wanting a wee bit more. I think because there's no chronology to it. Right, so in other words, if you watch episode, no spoilers, it's based on football that happened last year, so nobody's should be surprised with any detail here, right? So, but even within the season, in episode 2, they covered I can't remember which team's which, but for the sake of argument, they covered Tennessee already having beaten this team, and this team, and then it's like Arkansas's got a game against Tennessee. I already know from episode 2 that Tennessee wins this game, right? So I think part of that made it a little bit tougher to follow at times. It was almost like a one-off of each school.
I think instead
still
of
really
doing
good,
it the way they did it,
still good.
Each school got its own episode, but it was like 2 or 3 schools in per episode, if that makes sense. So week 1 was these 3 schools. I think if they would have done it a different way, where it was the chronological order of the season leading up to the SEC championship, it would have been more formulaic, but it probably would have been a success, I think, if they did.
Again, still really good.
Yeah.
7 out of 10 carbs. Yeah, 7 out of 10 carbs for me, but it's the thing that we love.
I'll be very quick. It is time for my double play. 19 days. 19 days in the making. I got a call today from my wife on her cell phone. The wait is over. 19 days she went without a phone, and she now has a working phone. We did it.
We did it.
So she can now not answer me with a working phone.
It's a celebration.
Instead of with a phone that doesn't work. That's the big. We're just excited to now not get answered more.
Yeah, so when she poker faces your call, it is going through.
Right.
Yes.
But I could potentially, just the idea of maybe being able to FaceTime the kids while I'm at work. But yes, 19 days. We couldn't get a sign-in to Google. We couldn't get a sign-in to Apple. It's 5 days for that. It's 5 days for this. It's come back and see us. Go to this store in Missouri for that.
Call Pam.
So we went through all of the motions. Last night, I got home from the game, and I had the thing I needed right here. I get her phone loaded up. I get all of the things signed up. Still couldn't make calls or receive texts for some reason. Couldn't figure that out inexplicably. So she had to go to the store today to figure this last part out.
She went to a store.
19 days.
Went to the phone store.
We got ourselves a cell phone.
Is there anybody, do you know anybody that suggested going to a phone store at any point?
Well, no. This was, the phone store was just the last leg after we were waiting until yesterday to get the Apple passcode that she needed.
No, I understand that. But do you think, did anybody isn't it funny though that the journey ended at the phone store?
That's true, yes.
Couldn't it have started and also ended at the phone store?
Could have. I mean, it wouldn't have changed the wait, but we could have gone in just to see what a phone store looks like at some point.
I see. I got it.
But yes, there were phone stores along the way,
phone
to
stores.
be clear. But we got ourselves a cell phone.
Happy for you, buddy.
Thank you, pal. That means a lot to me. The Beltway Blitz is next. The Commanders are 1-0 in the 4 o'clock hour. Are you buy or selling this Commanders defense as a top 10 unit? We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. First victory Monday of the year after the Commanders beat the Giants in their season opener 21-6. Jaden Daniels with 233 passing yards and a passing touchdown to go along with 68 yards on the ground. Short turnaround for the Commanders. They get set for Thursday Night Football at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. The Packers also coming off a win in Week 1 as they beat the Lions 27-13. Other notable scores around the league yesterday. The Buccaneers beat the Falcons 23-20. The Bengals beat the Browns 17-16. The Steelers beat the Jets 34-32. Aaron Rodgers with 4 touchdown passes against his former team. A thriller last night as the Bills beat the Ravens 41-40. The Bills scoring 16 points in the final 4 minutes to win it. Week 1 wraps up tonight. Monday Night Football. Vikings and Bears at 8:15. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Some news around the league. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said that he intends to start quarterback Russell Wilson in Week 2. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy suffered a dislocated shoulder in the game on Friday, but Andy Reid called him day-to-day today. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is signing with the Niners. Baseball, the Nats took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend. They now head to Miami to take on the Marlins for 3. 6:40 tonight right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny coming your way from Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. We'll be here until after 6. Come on out. Say hello as you get out of the office. We are live on the Fan discussing a Commanders 1-0 start to the season. The show is brought to you exclusively by our friends, the law firm Kondori & Murad. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny?
I was trying to get Toby's attention.
Okay.
There was a lot
going on
I
there.
apologize. Nothing was going right there. I pointed at because your camera was looking at the ceiling.
I thought you were telling me something.
No, I'm
All right.
sorry. I was trying not to distract you.
I thought you were waving like you wanted to say something about Kondori and Murad.
No, I'm kidding. I love those guys. They're the best. But that's not the point of what I was pointing at.
Everything's fine.
No, I ruined it.
We will persevere. But that was like...
That was a lot.
It was...
It was a lot.
It's like if a coach is trying to get someone's attention, normally they cup the mouth and scream. You might as well jumping jacks. Yeah. Like there was a lot.
Well, because I got Toby's attention and I was pointing at the camera and he's like looking up into the rafters. I'm going, no, it's right here. And I don't want to say it's right here because I'm on the radio. And then I pointed it again, and Toby's looked further into the rafters, and then I got to go right across your bow. My left hand was in front of your mouth while you're doing the read.
At one point, you touched my nose. I thought that was weird.
I put my hand on your leg, and it wasn't even about the camera anymore. It was just you and me having a nice time.
That was just a good time for
I
everyone.
love wins. I'm so excited.
We will cover the NFL and the Commanders on the Blitz. Let's start off on the Diamond.
The Washington Nationals.
Winners of 2 of 3 at Wrigley. Fall baseball at Wrigley Field the way God intended it, and 5 of their last 6 now. The Nationals rolling a bit. Bobby Blanco, MASNsports.com. Before we get back to the gridiron, Bobby, let's talk Dalen Lyle. 6 hits, 4 extra base knocks.
Have a weekend.
Home runs, some triples. He was awesome at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, Dalen Lyle is having a really solid rookie campaign for the Nationals. I think a lot of attention, obviously, and rightfully so, goes to James Wood, Dylan Cruz now that he's healthy and back, Robert House III being a top prospect. But Dalen Lyle, the Nationals have been high on this kid for a long time since he was drafted. And he's hit pretty much everywhere he's played in the minor leagues, and he's continuing to do it at the major league level. So it's been really impressive and fun to watch. He's such a really nice kid. You really want to root for him. And seeing him succeed at the major league level has been really fun to watch. And you can tell he's just like a very cerebral player. He studies the game. He wants to learn more about hitting. Ideally his defense is a little bit better, but the way he swings the bat, I mean, he's got a place on the Major League roster for sure.
Roberto Baggio Blanco, I feel like that was a big start for Brad Lord over the weekend. I mean, danced out of trouble a little bit, plenty of base runners against him in his 5 2/3, but it felt like he needed a little bit of positive momentum to right the ship here down the stretch. I thought that was a big start against a really good team.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think with Brad, I mean, such an odd season for him. His rookie year, he makes the team out of spring training. He was working at Home Depot over the offseason, not sure, what his professional baseball career is going to look like. And then now, he's gone back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation. And now that he's gotten a chance to start every 5 days, I think when he first rejoined the rotation around the All-Star break, he had some really good success as he was continuing to build up and back up as a starter. And that was a really good sign. And then he kind of regressed a little bit. I mean, I think everyone kind of hits the wall, especially rookies, but especially a guy like Brad Lord, who, like I said, was going back and forth between a reliever and a starter. He's mentioned that it has been tough because it is kind of two different mentalities when you're going out there. But credit to him, he pitched really well over the weekend against a tough Cubs lineup. I mean, that's a Cubs team that's looking to play in October and in the postseason, so that's not an easy lineup. So it was really a good sign for him, like you said, to pitch well over the weekend and have hopefully a strong finish to the season, and maybe looking forward to next year getting a chance to compete for the rotation spot again.
Did you just say Brad Lord was working at Home Depot?
He worked at Home Depot over the
It doesn't make sense. He was like an org pitcher of the year basically a couple seasons ago, who had a great year in the minors, was going to be at big league spring training, and was a lock to help in the big leagues this year. That's like what someone does who's like, not a prospect and had a 6 ERA in AA. What is that about?
Yeah, his 18th round pick. You don't really get top round money. You need some supplement the income a little bit, and for those who don't really know the Nats farm system as well over the last offseason, yeah, he was a top 30 prospect, but like near the bottom half of those rankings, and wasn't really yes, he was organizational pitcher of the year last year, but wasn't really expected to make this much of an impact, if any, at the major league level this year. And here he is breaking camp with the team, pitching in the major leagues throughout the course of the season. Obviously, health plays a role in that too, but and opportunity. With injuries to guys like Trevor Williams, trading Michael Soroka. Opportunity came up for him, and he's taken advantage of it. But yeah, he worked at Home Depot, I think, through the holiday season last year, and then started getting prepared for the baseball year.
Bobby, thank you as always, dude. Talk soon.
Yeah, guys, enjoy Victory Monday.
Thank you, my friend. Pal. Darius, do me a favor, hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Nate Davis, USA Today, to talk about the league. Got to start with late last night. Nate, it feels like the Ravens are two teams. One that's good enough to put up 40 on the road in Buffalo and look incredible, and then the other somehow to inexplicably lose that game.
Yeah, well, we've seen the Jekyll and Hyde thing before from them. I think that's 6 losses of a lead that size blown or close to it in the fourth quarter since 2022. And it typically happens this time of year. But Buffalo's obviously a good team. I think this is one of those things that we probably will overreact to after one game. But I'm not going to make too much out of it at this point. But yeah, by all rights, they had that game in the bag, didn't they?
Nate, Washington's Thursday night opponent this week, the Green Bay Packers, one of the big statements of the opening week, a 27-13 win over Detroit. They led by 21 in the final minute of that game. How good is Green Bay? What should we take out of that performance?
Yeah, Grant. Green Bay was my pick to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl about 6 weeks ago, and then they got Micah Parsons. So that's kind of how I feel about them. And this is a big win in the division for them. I think they were 1-5 in the NFC North last year. Jordan Love's kind of struggled early in seasons and come on late. So this is a good start for them. But I think the thing that kind of sets them apart for me, and obviously Mike Parsons just got there, but other than that, like all the other teams in their division are going through some kind of major continuity change, whether it's the coaching in Detroit or Chicago, the quarterback change in Minnesota, and the Packers are steady Eddie. We're a good team last year and nearly made the NFC Championship game 2 years ago. So that's a team I really expect a lot from.
Nate, you made a really good point about, it's only week one. We're going to overreact to it because it's all the data we've got, and we've been starving for football content for months and months and months. But with that said in the background, what can we appropriately react to? Like, I'm thinking that Miami might be one of the worst teams in the league. I'm thinking that the Giants might stink, like a couple different things from week one. Maybe it's just confirming priors, but what do you feel okay saying? You know what? I think I got a good feel here.
Well, those were two, Danny. I mean, I thought the Dolphins were not going to be great a couple of weeks ago. That kind of confirmation there. You know, the Giants have started to change my mind in the preseason, and of course, you don't want to get too caught up in what goes on in the preseason. But I think this is kind of what we thought the Russell Wilson Giants would be like. You know, the Eagles are an interesting team to me too. I mean, they you know, I thought they were okay. I was up at the game on Thursday night. You know, they've added Darius Smith to their edge core since then. I'm not sure how much competition they're really going to have heading into you know, the latter part of the season. I mean, to me, they ought to coast into the playoffs. But they certainly had some defensive kinks to work out. And then Dallas played better than I thought. But I think the Eagles have a pretty smooth runway, at least into the playoffs.
Going around the NFL after most of week one. There's a Monday Night Football game tonight. Nate Davis, USA Today, joins us. Speaking of which, Vikings-Bears kickoff slated for 8:15 this evening on national television. We finally get to see J.J. McCarthy make his debut in the NFL after the knee injury 1 year ago. And Caleb Williams, year 2 for the Chicago starter, now working with offensive savant Ben Johnson. What do you like tonight?
I think I like Chicago, Grant, just because it's really boils down to one guy. And J.J. McCarthy obviously hurt last year, but he did kind of get that redshirt season that a lot of people like to give a first-year quarterback. Kevin O'Connell's raved about him since. Obviously, they didn't feel like they needed to go back and overpay Sam Darnold to come back or bring anybody else in. You know, and they really have set up, much as Michigan did, an ideal infrastructure around him. I mean, J.J. McCarthy's not going to be lacking for weapons, or coaching, or anything else. But it will be, you know, interesting to see the rubber finally meet the road. I think the Bears are going to have probably a little bit of a steeper curve. I expect the Bears to be a lot better in November and December than early in the season. But I'm kind of looking forward to like where their progress is with Caleb Williams and all those guys trying to adapt to Ben Johnson and vice versa.
Nate, I know it was the Jets, but damn, that Aaron Rodgers and that Pittsburgh offense looked pretty damn good, better than I thought they would look at any point this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a credit to Arthur Smith, Danny. I think he and Aaron Rodgers have come together and kind of figured out, you know, this is what I want to do, but this is what I want to do, and let's try to make it work. And I think they could be really dangerous when they get the running game going a little bit more, and I think the defense is going to be better, you know, in a couple of weeks than it is right now. But to me, this is a better team than it was last year. Aaron Rodgers, despite being 41, is an upgraded quarterback, and I think they've got a legit chance, if nothing else, to break that what's going on the 9-year hex of not winning a playoff game. I think that's a team that could get to the second round, and it could be a real dangerous one come January.
Hey, one more I want to sneak in, and that was that Bucs-Falcons game. I thought Michael Penix threw the ball pretty well, almost 300 yards in the game, no turnovers for him. They lose again based on a kicker, which happened to them a couple times last year. There was a time where Younghoe Koo was one of the best kickers in the league, and it's no longer that time. First, what do you make of, you know, his leash in Atlanta and just kind of that situation, but also NFC South, slow start for Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, third year with the new play caller. Is that the cream of the crop of that division, that Tampa group? How do you see the South?
Yeah, you know, I thought that was an important game for the Falcons to get, frankly, and they swept the Bucs last year. But you know, the Bucs don't have Chris Godwin, they don't have Tristan Wirfs, they don't have Jalen McMillan, so they're kind of set up to have a rough start of the season, in my opinion. But they pulled that game out. You know, Atlanta's without their right tackle for the season, but you know, they like you said, Grant, they kind of had the game won, and they didn't, and they had a chance to tie it up, and they didn't. But I was impressed with Michael Penix. I mean, that was only his fourth start in the NFL, I believe. Made some plays down the stretch, certainly did some things you're not going to see out of Kirk Cousins, and nothing that would suggest that, you know, he's on a short leash, but there is that Kirk Cousins shadow back there, and I kind of wonder what's going to happen, because I do think Atlanta, I don't think has made the playoffs or had a winning record, I want to say, since 2017. And I mean, this is year 5, I think, for their GM. You know, they traded back into the first round to get another pass rusher, so they're kind of an all-in team to me this year, at least for Terry Fontenot and maybe Raheem Morris. So I think there is going to be a little bit added extra pressure on Michael Penix and those guys moving forward.
Nate, appreciate you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thank you, fellas.
Hit that local 53 sounder, please.
The Washington Commanders.
Our guy Nick Ackridge joins us, Pro Football Focus, to tell us about what he saw yesterday. Nick, give me a 30,000-foot view of this game. Standouts, things that need work.
Yeah, I think for the defense, I think it was a dominating performance, great performance. I think offense was a little bit sloppy at times. Some penalties kind of cost him at times. I think Jaden had probably not one of his better games, but I think even for Jaden, I mean, this was still a very good game. Maybe not his best, but still overall pretty solid. Just kind of think that's kind of what you expect from week one. It's kind of slow offense, kind of sloppy, but, a dominating defense is really great to see.
Yeah, how much of the inaccuracy, to maybe overstate it a bit, but him being a tick behind guys middle of the field a bunch, do you put on – they didn't really throw a single pass in the preseason as a first-team offense, and a lot of those guys just didn't do much other than practice with each other.
Yeah, no, I definitely put some of that on, what you just said. I think Jaden has a tendency, and he talked about it a ton, and it's something that I noticed. And when I was trying to look back at his first season and try to find anything that he did somewhat poorly, and he does have a tendency just a few times to fall off throws and kind of throw off his back foot. Sometimes it's necessary when there's pressure in his face, but sometimes it isn't, and he still does it, which causes him to be just a little bit inaccurate. That's just kind of the stuff that he does, and he said it himself that he is working on, but definitely kind of, what you said is another reason as to why some of those inaccuracies happen.
So we're going to remember, probably unfairly, the couple of times that Brian Burns had his way with Josh Connolly, right? A couple of sacks, and he was, in the backfield an awful lot. That's a really good pass rusher, et cetera. Outside of that, and maybe even include that in your eval, just what you saw from Washington's young rookie right tackle.
Yeah, I think it was a rough matchup for him. I mean, I think, again, playing, right tackle for this is the first time that he's played right tackle, and going up against some of the guys that he had to go up against, I thought he held his own on some plays, and he was exposed a couple times, and that's kind of just bound to happen, especially when you're, again, playing a new position and you're going up against guys that are as quick as Burns and Carter are. It's just going to kind of be part of the growing pains that you deal with, especially from a rookie tackle, but then, kind of doubling that with the fact that he is playing a new position. It's just going to kind of be what you expect to see right now.
Nick Ackridge covers the Commanders for PFF. So give us your top 5, bottom 5, or whatever you've got top of your head, best and worst PFF grades in this game.
Yeah, the top 5 were Javon Kinlaw was first, Will Harris second, Eddie Goldman third, Jaden Daniels fourth, and then Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt with fifth, and then kind of shortly behind that was Laramie Tunsil and Deron Payne, kind of, just rounding out that, I guess, 7 there.
Give me somebody, maybe a player or two, that kind of under the radar that we need to give a little shine to, a little credit.
Yeah, I thought Jeremy Reeves, when he came into only 11 snaps, but in those 11 snaps, I thought he was really good. I thought, obviously, Deebo Samuel was a great weapon that they used. I thought John Bates played a pretty good game, just run blocking like he does, one of the best in the NFL at that. So I thought Nick Allegretti played pretty well as well. Especially in terms of pass protection, 84.8 pass block grade. So those are just some guys that kind of stood out on, maybe limited reps, but definitely caught my eye.
Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
You got it. There's Nick Ackridge of PFF. That is your Beltway Blitz. By the way, there was not a single lineman for the Commanders that gave up more than 2 pressures in this game via the PFF evaluation. They handled themselves really well against one of the best defensive fronts they're going to face all season long. That Giants personnel is outstanding, and they did a good job. They gave up 3 sacks total. Quinn said after the game he thought a couple of them were on Daniels. Going back and watching them, I'd say 2 were on him. And you know what I love about Jaden? I guess there's a million things, but right after one of those sacks, and it was the Josh Connolly assigned sack, he quite literally just started tapping his chest, and even to Josh Connolly was like, hey, that's on me. I held the ball too long.
Yeah.
Don't beat yourself up.
I think it was meant to be a quick set type play, right? Maybe a drop or two, or a step or two rather, in his drop, and it wasn't there. So it's probably got to be alert, emergency, either burn it, throw it away, maybe scramble. He didn't. Tried to let something develop and ended up taking a sack, and that's one of those where everyone's going, oh, the lineman got beat, and it drives those guys crazy when everyone sort of thinks that. Yeah.
But not all quarterbacks do that, and especially young quarterbacks, and especially guys that have heard, hey, you get sacked too much or you hold the ball too long, right? And that was something coming out of school that was talked about with Jaden Daniels. Now, last year, a lot of his sacks were for just 0 or 1 or 2 yard lost. They're not as big a deal. I think he had 3 for minus 24 yards in this game, so it was actually some significant sacks by his standards, but only 3 in the game, not going to be the end of the world. But I just love that is a microcosm of his leadership, and that's symbolic to why he's so popular in the locker room, right? That everybody knows this is not a guy who's here for Jaden Daniels. Like, he's here for us. I think that's really, really important. Next, I want to get into the defense. We've talked a lot about how good they were. Are you buying or selling Washington's defense as a potential top 10 unit this year after all the changes and how good they looked in one game? Or do we need to slow our roll because it was the Giants? And as soon as we return next, I've got an anecdote, a story for you guys on something that happened at the game that I think is indicative of how much things have changed organizationally that people should hear. And I'm going to pass that along as soon as we come back on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. In partnering with Fanatic Sportsbook, you may have heard me talk about their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection, right? So I've been telling you how I think it's really the coolest thing, one of the best things in the sports betting game. And yesterday proves my point, right? You guys are watching. San Francisco, Seattle, one of the best players in football with the best in his position. Star tight end goes down in the second quarter with an injury. Not only did Fanatics Fair Play void all affected straight bets instantly, if that prop was part of the parlay or an SGP, your bet plays on. No waiting around with all your bets stuck in limbo. If you've had that happen to you, you know how frustrating that can be, and that's what's so special. I got the numbers here. Yesterday, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play saved 17% of all same-game parlays in the San Francisco-Seattle game. That is legendary. This injury would have made you lose on pretty much every other sportsbook. So why would you risk your bets if you didn't have to? Fanatics, first half Fair Play, all season long, every single game. I'm telling you, winning hits different at Fanatic Sportsbook. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Got a problem in Maryland? 1-800-GAMBLER. mdgamblerhelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Staples. It is the first victory Monday of the year after the Commanders won their season opener against the Giants 21-6. Short turnaround for Week 2 as the Commanders get set for Thursday Night Football in Green Bay against the Packers. The Pack coming off a win as well as they beat the Lions in Week 1 27-13. Tonight, Monday Night Football wraps up Week 1. Vikings and Bears, that'll kick off at 8:15. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Some news around the NFL. Free agent wide receiver Kendrick Bourne had met with the Commanders last week, but he is going to be signing with the 49ers on a one-year deal up to $5 million. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy suffered a dislocated shoulder in their game Friday night in Brazil, but head coach Andy Reid said that he is day-to-day. In baseball, the Nats took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend. Now they head to Miami to take on the Marlins. 6:40 first pitch tonight right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Pressure up the middle. Daniels sees it, gets rid of it. Eckler. Good move. Austin Eckler cuts back. Spinning inside the 25. Still going. Austin Eckler for a first down. That was sensational.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call on Fox. The Commanders winners against the Giants at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are out and about in Virginia today. We are in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza.
The best. I love it here. I'm full because they kept bringing more cheesy bread. It's bread with cheese on top. Back to you, Grant.
Yeah, that's a good combination.
It's the best.
It's like being able. Oh, what did they just put down for you over there now?
It's the dessert pizza, and then it's the little dough with the sugar and Nutella on it. Oh,
we're going to roll Danny out of here in a few minutes.
Oh, man. Nope. I'm in very good shape.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's $2.50 per month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So I wanted to just pass this along because someone did something nice that's not looking for any kind of pat on the back, and that's the way I like it, and that's worthy of a pat on the back. So I went to the celebration of life for Rick Snyder this weekend. For those of you that don't know, Rick covered the Redskins for a long time as one of the premier beat reporters in town for the Washington Times. He has subsequently worked at a lot of different outlets. Whether you know him or not, you have read some of his work, you've seen some of his work, and maybe don't even know it as we sit here listening now. But a really instrumental figure. And,
just a ubiquitous figure.
Totally. Beloved member of the media corps and just a great human being. So went out and with many other members of the corps over the years that covered the team, celebrated his life on Saturday, and it was a great send-off in a terrible circumstance, hopefully, for his family. But I bring this up to tell you that while I was there, a woman approached me who I'd never met before, and she said, hey, I wanted to talk to someone about my father, I guess it was. And her father, I think sorry, I stopped because our tent, or somebody's tent that was outside, just got lifted into the air and is now blowing across the street as we speak right now.
Normal, it's just a regular, what's today, Monday? Yeah. What do you mean that hasn't happened to you yet?
Everyone just stood up and started screaming and pointing out the window, and I'm like, what is going on out there?
They really are moved by Grant's story.
But anyway, so she comes up to me, and she's one of the folks that's serving the food at this ceremony, and was very nice and helping us coordinate lunch and all this stuff. And she just said, hey, my dad is 91. He's going to be at the game. I want to tell the team about it and see if they could do anything. And sometimes people will say this kind of thing, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do or how I can help, but I certainly would love to try to help you. So I said, send me your information. Here's my email, and I'll forward it to the team. That's all I can do, really,
Sure, right.
But I'm happy to do it. So I get this email from a woman named Tanya. She said, I met you today at the repass. You told me to send my dad's information to you. He became a Commander season ticket holder since Griffith Stadium. He turns 91 years old next month, and he still goes to the home games. So he's 90, and he's at the home games. He was going to be there yesterday. She said he started taking me before I could walk. This is his biggest passion in life still. He sits in section 228. She gives me the seats in the row. She says, thank you for taking the time to speak with me. So I just forwarded it to the team. And I said, hey, put CC, the new team president, Mark Klaus, on it, who came from Campbell's. And I said, hey, not sure if you guys can do anything. I know you're very busy.
I don't even know what it is, by the way. Yeah.
It's week 1. I said, I don't know this young lady, but she told me about her father who's 91, and here you go. Here's some information. I found out afterwards that they came and visited him with the president of the team, Mark Klaus, brought him down on the field with field passes pregame. And he was emotional. I mean, and basically just showed him around and wined and dined him throughout the afternoon.
That ain't bad.
Like, they don't know that I'm going to know and celebrate that. And you see what I'm saying? And it's just like, what a different time. They just treat people well. They've got good human beings running this thing. It's almost like it's easier to succeed in business and on the field when you have good people running things. But I just wanted to pass that along.
Well, kudos, man.
A lot of football to break down today, but I just thought that was awesome and a sign of the time.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that, if they lost, 21-6 and been blown out, and half the fans have been Giants, and people might roll their eyes at. But I'm telling you, it all either everything matters or nothing does. Like little things like that are just energy, effort, time, and the desire to make fans happy, and that's what organizations really are. This is all opt-in. This is all optional. None of you are required to be doing this, like despite pressure from family and friends or whatever, this is all something we sign on or sign up to do, right? In theory, you can quit anytime. So doing stuff to make folks happy, that goes a million miles, because not only is that him, but that's everybody that hears the story. That's the whole family. That's everybody from the next generation passed on becomes part of what you do. That's beautiful and awesome. I love hearing that, man.
Yeah, and kudos to the Commanders for doing that, because, again, that's the president of the team, his first game on the job in week 1 of the NFL season with a sellout crowd, a Santana Moss celebration, all the things they're doing. And that became a priority for them, or part of whatever that list looked like for them to get done. So I thought that was really cool. All right, defensively, they were dynamite yesterday. They finished in the top 5 in week 1 in yards per play allowed, 3rd. They were 5th against the run and 9th against the pass. Danny, the question we've asked people today on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter as our poll of the day is, do you think they could finish a top 10 defense? And there's some polling on how you think they'll finish this season. But let's phrase it this way. We'll open up the phones. Buy or sell that this is a top 10 defensive unit. The caveat being they look like one, but you played the Giants.
Yeah.
They have one big-time weapon in Malik Neighbors. They have nobody else who scares you at all at a skill position. So you could say, come on, man, it's New York. You guys need to relax. And you might be right about that. We'll find out against the Packers. But they looked like an elite group.
They certainly did. And I think two things are going to be true. One, they are much improved from last year. Now, that's a dubious honor because they were one of the worst defenses in the sport last year. But they're not so improved that they're going to dominate every opponent like that. This isn't one of those, Legion of Boom Seahawks defenses or 2000 Ravens or 86 Bears or 85 Bears, rather. Nothing like that, but this is an improved group. I don't think they're a top 10 defense just yet. I could certainly be proven wrong in that regard. I think the schedule's too tough, too many prolific offenses. This offense is going to score enough, I think, as the season progresses, where games are going to open up, and you'll just end up giving up more yards and points maybe in certain environments. For example, I think the Buffalo Bills defense is pretty decent. They gave up 40 last night. Well, I think the Ravens defense will end up being pretty good. They gave up more than 40 last night, right? You saw the whole thing. So, to me, I think top 10 is probably a little bit too lofty. Doesn't mean that I'm not impressed. Doesn't mean that I'm not going, hell yeah, they got better in a lot of areas, and they addressed a lot of the things they set out to address. They will be much improved. I think top 10 might be a little bit of a reach. When I voted in the poll, I voted top 15. I think that's where they settle, right there at the top half of the league, and sign me up for that level of improvement with the offense that I think they're going to have.
So I was talking yesterday with Logan Paulson on the podcast that we do, Take Command, and we kind of brought up this idea of how good they looked and how good they could be. Mm-hmm. He's like, to your point, even if they're just in the middle of the pack, in the 14 to 18 range, somewhere around the median in the NFL, what does that look like then? And that's kind of my point. If this defense is legit improved, they're going to be a really tough out, and they're going to be a problem in the NFC. Because while it didn't look like it for the duration of week 1, reasons for that, their offense is elite. It's going to be upper echelon. A healthy Deebo Samuel added to what was last year an exceptional group where it was Terry McLaurin and kind of the island of misfit toys. A lot of Jamison Crowder, a lot of Olamide Zaccheaus.
So much.
You got better players now. Krosky Merritt looks like he can be an upgrade at running back. What Deebo gives you at receiver, they've had nothing like that ever, frankly, as a Swiss Army knife, but certainly not in the Terry McLaurin era. A guy that might be actually more dangerous than you at the receiver position, who's all over the formation. It's not even to talk about when Daniels gets locked in and goes zero dark passer, zero dark Daniels on us, and he's just dropping dimes left and right and, making plays out of the pocket that, are precision dimes one after another, and he goes zero dark 30 throwing the football to go along with his running abilities. Just wait for that, right? Like when he shows up in that locked-in way, you know exactly how this thing's going to look and how Washington's offense is going to function. Top 5 in the sport, MVP caliber player at the controls on offense. Add a middle-of-the-pack defense to that. Come on, man. That's a 13-win operation.
That's the recipe.
I don't know if they can be that defense. I don't know if this was a Giants thing. But I do know that if they are that good on defense, that they're in that 10 to 17 range, then they are winning playoff games. Then they are NFC Championship level good again.
I mean, we worked together long enough that hopefully, and you guys have listened, one of my axioms. I'd rather explain good numbers and good play than have to defend bad. In other words, if the Giants scored a bunch of points and yards, I'd have to go, well, see this circumstance. They beat up a team yesterday. That's what we saw. So I'd rather explain that away and have to do and be in a pretty good position than hopefully look for a silver lining as to why it might get better, et cetera. Here's the two big things to me to take away from yesterday. And there's plenty. Good members of the secondary I thought played well, when tested, et cetera, did as good a job as you can do on Malik Neighbors. But to me, this was about Deron Payne and Javon Kinlaw. That was the idea, is that you get a whole bunch of beef up front, have those guys knock people around, and we'll take our chances on some third and longs creating pressure. That box got checked. Literally, their offseason plan came to fruition in week number 1. Tells you they got a pretty good idea of what the hell they're trying to do and put together, right?
Yeah.
So, again, I'd much rather be in this position than go, well, it was just week 1, and maybe they'll get better. Like, that's not where we are, right? That was a really good performance, and we'll figure out how much was a bad opponent, but I'd rather be here than the other way.
Well, here's the other part, too. So everyone goes, they can't be that much better defensively. Like, come on, they're not going to be that much improved on defense. It's a very, very different collection of players. Mm-hmm. I know what last year looked like. Don't we think this defensive coaching staff is really good? Don't we think Joe Witt's outstanding, right? I think collectively that's the thought. He's a good motivator. Don't we think Dan Quinn can do what he did everywhere he's ever been?
Pretty good track record.
In Dallas. Before that, it's always been this team just became a top 5 defense. And look at what they've done over the last 2 years. They made the leap from bad to mediocre and mediocre to really, really good. Well, last year in a lot of ways was kind of the bad to mediocre, right? Now this could be the mediocre to good. Now you add the defensive front and all the pieces they brought in. Now you add to the secondary. It's basically a new corner one in Lattimore because you never got the A version of him last year. He didn't play until the stretch of the season anyway. It's a new number 2 corner in his running mate and counterpart on the other side, in Trey Amos. Because Sanders still was outside, is now inside, you've upgraded at the nickel. This is like almost every position. So it's a very, very different defense. When I went back and watched Neighbors getting ready for this game, and I saw him leaving Michael Davis in his wake or making Benjamin St. Juste or whoever look bad, I'm like, oh, my God. The personnel is just so different.
Night and day.
So I know people think it's really hard to make this gigantic leap, but we almost shouldn't be viewing it as what they were last year because it's very collectively not the same in terms of the talent that they're bringing to the party here. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Here's the question for you. Are you buying or selling the Commanders' defense as a potential top 10 unit? It's just one game. It's an overreaction the day after, but they were so good. How much of this was the Giants just aren't good offensively? How much of it is it that Washington is that much improved defensively? That's what we're trying to figure out on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer is here. Kids are back in school in our area. Your AC is probably working overtime just to try to keep that house cool and comfortable. So I ask you, what can you do to make a difference? I got an answer. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with new ones from Window Nation, just like Grant and I have done in multiple homes. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could even get them with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 2 years.
We love Window Nation. 2 homes for me, 2 homes for Danny over the years. We don't have 2 homes at a time. We're not those kind of guys.
Right, we sell the
It'd be nice to. But over many, many, many years, living in a couple places for both of us, they've taken good care of us, beautified our homes, lowered our energy bills. Window Nation's the best.
This 50% off all windows sale ends soon, so we ask you, please do not miss out. Do what we've done. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I really thought that was a strong performance. And you heard me talk about identity, the tackling. We didn't create the takeaways today, but man, seeing some plays down inside the 10-yard line, the red zone, the guys have worked hard at that. And for our new players that are added to our group, I thought that was a good, mix of what they can be, and J.K. and Will and Vaughn and some of the others that I spoke to post-game, just knowing they're a big part of what we're doing and how we're going to improve. So I was pleased to see, especially down in the low red zone. I thought that was the real game-changer part of this game. 2 stops down there, that was a big deal.
Dan Quinn, welcome back, Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. We are live in Leesburg at Pupatella. Should be your spot for dinner tonight. We're going to be here until after 6 o'clock. By the way, Lost Rhino Brewing Company's out here with them today as well, and they're giving away a chance for people to win 2 club-level tickets to see the Commanders and the Eagles right before Christmas. Be a nice little holiday present to get for somebody.
Not too shabby. There might be, what's that thing I'm thinking of? Implications on the line. Little playoff implications, little divisional implications.
They have this chance, so scan the code and fill out the form for a chance to win before you guys leave if you're out here with us today at Pupatella. But, yeah, you're right. 2 late-season games, December 20th and then Week 18, all within a couple of weeks right there at the end. Top 2 teams in the division, very likely. The 2 teams that are starting the season undefeated at 1-0 going into Week 2 in the NFC East. Let's hit the phones at 800-636-1067 in a moment. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. The question for you guys is, defensively, are you buying this massive improvement, this top 10 group, or was this about the Giants just not being able to test Washington as much as, say, the Packers will on Thursday? Let's go to Tony, who is in Clinton, wants to hop in. Hey, Tony, how are you?
What's good, man? So look, this is the way I see it. I don't know where we rank, but I do know this is that good teams take care of bad ones.
Yep.
And so even if the Giants are horrible, we did what we supposed to do against a horrible defense. We held them to nothing, barely got 6, and there was really nothing open all day long. So that's the way I see it. It's hard to tell the gauge when we reach a good team, but we did exactly what we should have done against a bad one. So that's good. There's been times before that we would have downplayed.
By the way, to your point, and thank you for the call, it's a good one, Tone. I mean, it's just been so long since this team consistently, and we'll see if they do that this year.
Because there were moments last year where they did. They took advantage of some bad teams.
Which is how you win 12 games.
Right.
I mean, they were 12-5. They had a great record. Like, when you consistently beat the teams that you should, that means you're a great football team. That's the definition, in my opinion. And by the way, Danny, it wasn't even aesthetically pretty the whole time.
No.
I was just talking to one of our listeners out here, and he's like, feels weird because I don't know if it was a great game, and I'm like, what a great sign that is.
Isn't that nice?
It was a very pedestrian offensive performance. Zach Ertz was legit disappointed, didn't think they played that well on offense, and yet there was never a second where you thought they were going to lose. That's a pretty good thing. That means you're a pretty good team.
Yeah, the bar has been raised, right? I mean, it's something I'm trying not to take for granted, trying not to wake up from the dream, right? Where you remember, hey, this is usually around where the first scandal comes. This is right around the time where the first leaked rumor about who crossed up who and who's mad at who comes out, and this screw up at the stadium and this leaked or this broke, etc. It's not that. It's just good old-fashioned football, and the eye line is so high now where we're going, yeah, they won, but how much of it is because the Giants stink? Whereas before, it's like, thank God we beat this god-awful team that we can't beat for some reason. You know what I mean? It is night and day.
Jared is in Rockville on the Fan. Jared, we are live at Pupatella in Leesburg, getting ready for Jay Gruden to call in, the former coach, in 10 minutes here on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, tell Jay I said hi.
We will.
So I think the short answer is yes, they can be top 10, barring injury. But I'll tell you what it reminded me of. It reminded me of what you guys sleep on as the greatest movie trilogy of all time, when Dean Portman and Fulton Reed decided to become and wreak havoc on the ice. That looked like they were just having fun out there, where just bashing people in. Bobby Wagner and Deron Payne sort of enjoyed it, and they brought on their Kenny Wu. Javon Kinlaw came in, and then he got a penalty, riled everyone up. It just seemed like they were having fun and just playing backyard football, just dominating people.
That's a Mighty Ducks reference for you, Danny. Darius, if you don't mind playing some clapping from the audience there for us, for Jared in Rockville, on a job well done on his Mighty Ducks analogies, even working Kenny Wu into the
This is a character from The Mighty Ducks?
All of them were. What do you think the nickname of Fulton Reed and Dean Portman was when they bashed people?
Say the names one more time.
Fulton Reed and Dean Portman. They would go out
Reed.
on
Reed Port.
No. I want you to think about them bashing people on the same line.
They stole the name Bash Brothers from
They
McGuire and Canseco?
They were the Bash Brothers.
It seems, can't you steal that, right?
Sure you can.
Can you?
Absolutely. Artistic license. I don't think there was a patent.
People can just do that? I mean,
Yeah.
the A's were so prodigious, and they both had like 40-plus homers in the same year.
100%.
Went to the World Series with Ricky Henderson, Dave Henderson, and Carney Lansford, and Terry Steinbach, who
It's
you
like
sleep
the
on?
time when you toured Northern Virginia as the cable guy, Danny the Cable Guy,
Yeah.
for a couple of months. You just did that accent?
Yeah, I'm Danny Cook over here. just pacing the stage. You can just do that?
Let's go to Barry in Potomac Falls on G&D. What's up, Barry? How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking the call. Youngblood, starring Rob Lowe and Patrick Swayze, is the best hockey movie. Check it out. That is a classic. Anyway,
Youngblood, old school.
I have no file
school.
on that. There's no way it's better than Slapshot, right?
it's better than Slapshot.
You think it's
Rob
better than
Lowe,
Slapshot?
Patrick Swayze. There's one reason why it's better than Slapshot. We'll leave it. It's a kid-friendly show. So,
okay.
Here's what I think about the Giants. They didn't know they were bad yesterday. We didn't know they were bad yesterday. It took the Redskins defense putting their will onto them. It's like me when I step on the golf course, first or second hole. If I hit it okay, I think I'm going to have a good day. The Giants thought they were going to move the ball. And for the first time in a long time, the Redskins or Commanders defense said, no, you're not. And I was even worried after half. I was at the game, and I was worried after halftime, when you had a little bit of doubt about the offense and the Giants are running off the field to the cheer of the fans. Man, they're going to go down and score 7. It's going to be a 3-point or 4-point game. That didn't happen. This defense was flying. Whether it's fake that they believe they're that good or it's real doesn't make a difference as long as they play that good. So they have playmakers and they're fast. That's all I can leave it. I know you got a lot of calls. They have playmakers and they're fast.
No, it's a great call. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. There was a lot there that I liked. I think most notably, though, his sentiment resonated with me about the Giants. Like, wait, are they good or are they bad? All of last week, the storyline was they're not as bad as people think.
That's right.
This team's actually going to be pretty good. Like, this is going to be a scary game.
Just you watch.
They're not going to cover. Washington's not going to cover 6.5. Giants are sneaky 8-9 win team or whatever. And now it's like, oh, well, they beat a terrible team that doesn't have any weapons. So you can't have it both ways.
Totally.
In fairness, nobody knows what the Giants are yet. But it is 100% true that for 5 days, all you heard about was how the Giants might be better than people think. And now since Washington put them in a blender, you're just hearing, well, they stink. So you got to give them a little bit of credit until we really know what the Giants are.
So go back to the New Orleans game for Washington last year, right? Remember they just kept running? They just kept running right and left because they thought we'll be able to do this. The Giants did that a few different times. If you remember from first downs that got stuffed, they go, we'll just keep handing it off because we think we'll be able to push this group around, and they couldn't, right? They thought they'd be able to impose their will. You'd have more aggressive or different play calls if you thought it would have gone differently.
Jay Gruden, weekly Monday appointment to break the game down. The former head coach joins us next. We're taking you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame on the Fan live from Leesburg and Pupatella Pizza.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Celebrating our first victory Monday of the season after the Commanders beat the Giants 21-6 yesterday. Quick turnaround for the team. Week 2 comes up on Thursday night as they'll kick off Week 2 of the season in Green Bay at Lambeau Field. The Packers also coming off a win as they beat the Lions yesterday 27-13. Last night, a thriller on Sunday Night Football. The Bills beating the Ravens 41-40. Bills scoring 16 points in the final 4 minutes to come back and win over Baltimore. Monday Night Football wraps up Week 1 tonight. Vikings and Bears in Chicago. 8:15 kickoff. Can do that game over on the Team 980. Other NFL news. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said that he intends to start quarterback Russell Wilson in Week 2. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy dislocated his shoulder when he ran into Travis Kelce on Friday night. Head coach Andy Reid said that he is day-to-day, and wide receiver Kendrick Bourne had met with the team, the Commanders that is, last week. He's signing with the 49ers on a one-year deal worth up to $5 million. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Cubs at Wrigley Field over the weekend. Tonight they take on the Marlins for the first of 3 in Miami. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Going to give it to Samuel. End around. Looking for blocks. Gets him. Samuel is in. Touchdown, Commanders.
You know, the touchdown run of, like, that was, like, to me, like, quintessential him. Like, we've seen that movie. We know what that looks like and how to feature it into this offense. And so I think I hadn't known him, but, man, it was cool to, like, get to know him and coach him now and find out what he can do.
Yeah, Dan Quinn and the rest of that staff are going to get to know Deebo Samuel and their new additions very, very well as this year goes on. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Out and about. A field trip Friday is really a field trip Monday. A victory Monday for the boys after a big 15-point win over the Giants in the division. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help you to draft a will, set up a testament, put together a living trust, or help you with your medical power of attorney. Whatever grown-up stuff you need, they'll make it seamless and easy. They help my parents schedule a consultation with their attorneys today. They've got a Fairfax office, kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. But right now, let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. For the first time this season, back for the 2025 campaign. Our guy, former head coach Jay Gruden, is with us on Grant and Danny. Jay, we appreciate a few minutes, man. How are you?
Very good. Victory Monday in town, huh?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Boys are 1-0. Now 13-5 in this regime. And here's how far things have come, Jay, in a short time over the last couple of years. Because the offense scored 21 and left some things on the field, and it wasn't an A-plus kind of performance for them, you blow out a team in the division by 2 touchdowns in a game where it was never in doubt. And it kind of feels underwhelming for some people. Like, that's a sign that they're really, really good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, you watched the game and you just felt like there was more out there, like you said. But at the end of the day, it is a division rivalry. The New York Giants have very good defense, and they took it to them. Defensively for the Commanders was what I was most impressed with. They shut them down. I mean, the running game had nothing. Tracy had nowhere to go. Scadaboo had 2 carries for -3 yards. He ran into his own lineman. The coverage was outstanding. Russell Wilson, he's getting bashed. He had absolutely nothing, nowhere to go. It was unfortunate for him. I feel bad for him because there was nobody open ever.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Brett Automotive Group, Ted Brett Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Brett Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Brett Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Brett for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbrett.com. Jay, I want to get to the defense, but let's start with Jaden Daniels. What did you see from him? It looked like a guy that didn't have a ton of preseason work, but still some of those wow plays that you just go, man, is he special?
Yeah, I thought he played great, man. I think his ball location was off a little bit in this game. I think he threw it behind a couple guys. The ball should be caught. I mean, he's not going to be perfect all the time. Debo had a couple drops that maybe he should have caught. Zach Ertz had one on the first drive of the game. It was right off his back shoulder. It's, the ball location was a little bit off, but I think those guys will make those plays, and Jaden will throw them a little bit better next time. But I was still impressed with him. He still makes plays with his legs that are unheard of. I mean, they ran a quarterback trap, and they didn't even block the guy. The guy fell down the hole. The defensive end was unblocked, and he just makes a miss for a 14-yard gain. And he just does that effortlessly, and he makes the game look so easy.
Jay, I want to know, as you get back to the tape as a coach after this, and you look at some of the stuff you left on the field in your Cliff Kingsbury, what is your philosophy or mindset? Do you go, oh, man, we're going to be this good because we did all of this and didn't execute this stuff? Or is it more negative than that where you're like, all right, we got to fix this because if we don't and we play a better opponent, ...
Yeah, I think there's some things to clean up for sure, especially in the pass protection. Some of the pass sets were a little soft. They gave up too much push in the pocket. Both tackles I didn't think played very well. And then some of the routes, they got to clean up some of the routes. They got to be more sharper in and out of breaks, I think. But that'll get cleaned up with time. And I know Debo and I know Terry McLaurin, they'll get this stuff cleaned up, and Zach Ertz will make those catches. But my biggest concern is the protection and the offensive line play. I think it's got to get better because now you're playing Micah Parsons and Rashad Gary at Green Bay, and it's going to be tough sledding.
Yeah, we're going to get into that Packers matchup with you because it's just 3 days away in just a moment. But in terms of the passing rust, we'll call it, and the fact that Daniels was just a hair off on a bunch of those passes, do you think that's a direct correlation to 0 pass attempts in the preseason, Ertz playing 0 in the August, or could that have happened in Week 9 and it's a coincidence?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I mean, Josh Allen just threw for 400 yards and 300 yards in the fourth quarter. I don't think he played in the preseason, so I don't think there's any correlation. Like I said before, I think if some of those guys make those difficult catches, we're talking different story today. We're talking about a 35-6 game, maybe 42-6 game. If Zach Ertz catches the ball on the first drive, if he doesn't overthrow Terry by a yard or two on a deep ball, and Debo makes a couple of those catches. So yeah, I mean it's just a fraction of an inch here or there. I think they'll be fine. They just got to clean up some, like I said, some of the routes. But most importantly, they got to clean up the protection and get the run game and going some more with either Eckler or Rodriguez or whoever the hell they're running now with Merritt, whatever the hell. They got a good combination of backs, but they got to make sure they stay balanced.
Jay Gruden with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's go to that O-line real quick. Tough ask for a guy that's never played right tackle much before to go out there against Brian Burns. But it's not like it gets easier. Micah Parsons lined up over that side a whole bunch this past week for Green Bay, and he's on the list here just in a few days. You're going to see pass rushers. What would you do kind of going into this Green Bay game to maybe help Connerly out, or is it just, we're going to live and die with it?
Yeah, I think you're going to help them out. You have to, especially in known passing situations. Hopefully you don't have many of those. And the beauty of having Jaden Daniels is he can escape the first rusher. He does it pretty damn good, but when he comes scot-free, it's a little bit more difficult. So I think you're going to have some help. I think Zach Ertz will chip a little bit. Maybe Eckler will chip over there. Obviously, some of the quarterback design runs that they went to, they did a quarterback draw, they did a quarterback trap. Some of those things will help on third down, alleviate the pressure. Because you have to really stay really, really, really good in your rush gaps. Lane integrity has got to be on point against Jaden Daniels. If not, he'll make the first guy miss, and he'll be off to the races.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny. A victory Monday. We're live at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg on the Fan. Jay, if you were calling plays, how much would you have to fight the urge to do more design running than they've done? It seemed like they mixed it in a lot more early today than in the second half of last season. A couple of spread draws out of empty. What's the right amount to turn that fader up to?
Yeah, I think he did a good job. I think it's good to have. He does them out of empty, which is very, very good. A lot of teams have empty automatics. Either it's a six-man pressure or it's a drop-eight type coverage type deal. And when you add in the quarterback design runs out of those things, it's very difficult for defensive linemen and the defense to really adjust to those because they're expecting pass, obviously. So they do a good job. I think he did just the right amount. I don't like the inside ones, the quarterback draw occasionally. I didn't like the quarterback trap where you got a 14-yard gain. That was a little scary to me. But yeah, I think Cliff's doing a good job, and Jaden will let him know, hey man, I need a break here. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. But I doubt Jaden. Jaden's such a competitor. You can tell he'll take them all. But he's got to be careful. It's a 17-game year, but going to Green Bay, you're gonna have to plot all stops against them guys. They're pretty damn good.
Jay, you faced something similar when you were a coach with a player a caliber of Jordan Reed, who was unfortunately injured an awful lot, but when he's healthy, my God, what a weapon he was. I think about that with both with Jaden Daniels and maybe even Austin Eckler to a degree, where you could see the value of the guy with the ball in his hands, but he's got the injury history, and if it's a video game, you just give him 30 touches, you never worry about it, but that's not real life. How do you approach those sorts of things in terms of or just kind of what would your thinking be, I guess, in approaching a guy that is so valuable, but also someone that you need healthy because he's so valuable?
Yeah, I think you have to count on him to protect himself. He does a really good job. He's very light on his feet. He does a good job avoiding contact and getting down when he has to get down. He knows where the sideline's at. He knows where his help is at. And he avoids major hits. At LSU, he took a couple bad ones that I didn't like, but I think he did a great job all last year. I just don't like it when he gets in between the tackles. When he's outside the pocket, he has great vision. He has a great feel for where the sideline is, where his help is, when he can cut back, when he can't cut back. So you can't take that part of the game out of his arsenal, because then he just becomes a drop back passer. Maybe he's just an average guy, but when you add the run element to his game, he is out of this world as far as quarterback talent is concerned.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. Deebo Samuel was returning kicks for them yesterday. He had a 29-yard return, had a couple returns. He slammed up into a wall, basically. He's so banged up all the time and misses so many games or is questionable. I know that he's going to hit a home run and he's going to break one in the next few weeks, but the juice is not worth the squeeze there for me. I'm petrified by that. He's too important. What's your philosophy there? Dan Quinn was asked about it today. He said it's not really a concern or we wouldn't put him back there. But it just seems like big collisions that are unneeded for a guy that's always a threat to miss time. How would you handle that?
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I'm leaning with you, Danny, on that. On Grant, I don't know if I put him back there. However, I don't know what the alternative is. I don't know if the new rookie running back can do it. I don't know who else can do it. I don't think, obviously, Terry, none of the receivers really can. Luke's kind of a little slight to do that thing. Lane, I think he returned punts in college, but I don't know who else would be the other option. That's the other issue I have. But I would err on the side of not putting him back there. If I had somebody else that was almost as good, I'd put him back there and let Deebo save his energy for offense.
All right, let's get to the defensive side of the ball, which you mentioned at the outset, Jay. I thought they were dominant. It just kind of what stood out to you?
I just can't believe how dominant they were or how atrocious the Giants were. I don't know if it's a combination. I like the movement of the defensive line a lot. The defensive ends were spiking. The three techniques were spiking. They were looping. They were stunting. They were doing a lot of movement. They were playing combination coverages, quarter, half. They're rolling to Malik Neighbors. We're not going to let Malik Neighbors beat him in the game. Caught a couple bubble screens. He caught a little fade stop on the sideline in front of Lattimore one time, and he caught a little go ball down the sideline. It was a great catch, but I think they did a great job taking away their strengths and then letting somebody else beat them, and nobody else could. It was a fiasco by the Giant offense and just a total shutdown by the Commander defense. So I think everybody played good between the defensive line, linebacker play, and, of course, the secondary was outstanding.
You were here when you guys drafted Payne, right? That's your end of your time, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I bring him up because he kicked butt again yesterday, and this is now contract year Payne. I remember before they paid him, actually, and if this is awkward to revisit, I'll apologize. But you came on the show and you basically were like, I don't know if this is the guy. He's felt like he was more motivated to go get paid. That's exactly how it happened, right? He had the unbelievable season, and then he fell off for a couple of years. But now he's playing for a contract again.
He was great.
He's under a contract next year.
You're gonna have to pull that video up or audio up. I never said that about Payne. I love Payne. I think the question was, would it be Payne? No, I think it was between Payne or Allen. I said keep Payne because Allen's had some injuries.
I remember that too, actually. But I thought maybe it was
I never said get rid of Payne. I'm a huge fan of Payne and the way he plays. I think with Dan Quinn's defense and his ability to move around and stunt and do different things and penetrate. When he was at Alabama and they played Georgia, his ability, he wrecked the game because he was able to move from three techniques. That's one technique, and he's spiking and getting up the field. We kind of had him more in a two-gap type scheme. Tom Sula was more of a let's play the block first and then react. I was trying to get them to get him up the field more and let him get up the field and then react. You know what I mean? Because he's a very disruptive player. I love Deron Payne and everything he's about.
No, I definitely remember you saying you would keep him over Allen for sure. But I guess my point is he was a guy that after he got paid has not been the same player for 2 years. And I just wonder with players in general, maybe contract year type guys, like how much that can add to the equation when they're playing for money.
Yeah, I'm sure it can. I think I think your total body of work matters to me. Is if I'm a GM or I'm a coach trying to find a guy, I'm not looking just for his contract here. I'm looking for his total body of work. I want to see what he's done his whole career and see what the production he's had, the consistency of his makeup, the amount of games that he's played, his injury history, all that stuff. So I think that has to account for something. I think he's been very available throughout his whole career. He's been pretty disruptive. He's had more sacks certain years than others. But I think he's got a little help now with Kinlaw next to him, and I think he'll be a little bit better. But, yeah, I'm a big fan of him because he can play the run. He can get up the field and rush a passer a little bit. He's a pretty disruptive guy. But, yeah, it is a contract year. I'm sure he'll do better.
Jay, actually, one more about the offense. I lied. I forgot to ask you about one thing. The end of the first half, that sequence, they drive down, get themselves in a position for points. Just what did you see there in terms of, whether it was the throwaway, clock management stuff, when they took their timeout, et cetera? What did you make of that end of half sequence?
I thought it was fine. They went down there and they were out of timeouts. And Jaden had that scramble down a three. He got him set up, tried to get a play called, and the Giants had it gloved, and he just tried to throw it away. And I think they called grounding. They kicked the field goal, I think, didn't they, or not?
No, they couldn't get points because grounding happened.
Clock.
10-second runoff. They go to the half without getting any points.
That's right. Yeah. I think that was a horrible call, first of all. I mean, there's two guys right there. He just threw it in the back of the end zone over their heads. So I think Jaden did the right thing, getting the ball out of his hands. That's a call that was pretty questionable to me. But I think the whole process of them getting down there and having the ability to get points and Jaden get the team set to try to get a play call, a quick element type play, that just happened to be gloved and he threw it away, I think was the right call by everybody. I don't find anything wrong with that. Maybe Jaden could have made it look a little more realistic to a throw to somebody, but when you're throwing the ball in the end zone, you don't want to give any margin for error there. You want to throw that ball up and over the goalpost like he did. And to me, it's not a penalty, but the refs call it.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. We'll have them all season long, 5 p.m. every single week after Sunday games, and, of course, occasionally we'll have them leading up to Monday Night Football as well, because this team now plays in primetime a whole bunch. Jay, how about the Packers? Let's look ahead. Thursday Night Football, 3 days out. They worked over a good Detroit team at home, so they're playing a second straight home game. It's short week, travel to a tough environment. This is quite a test, huh?
Yeah, it is. They're very good against the run, and then they're going to make you throw the ball, and then they have good guys that can get pressure. Gary and obviously Micah Parsons now, they can get pressure on a quarterback with 4 guys, and offensively, I like them because they can hurt you a lot of different ways. They don't rely on one guy. The Giants were so heavy on Malik Neighbors. If it's not Malik Neighbors, who else is going to hurt you? Wendell Robinson or Slayton? I don't think so. So these guys have 4 or 5 guys, young guys that can run. Matthew Golden can run. Wicks can run. Reed can run. Kraft is a very good tight end. They have a very strong, powerful running game, and the play action's off of it. Matt LaFleur does an excellent job of mixing those in there, so it'll be a great test for this defense. We'll know right away in the first half whether or not we can step up against a pretty good machine of the Green Bay Packers, because they can hurt you a lot of different ways.
The way Jordan Love finished 2023, Jay, people had these, and I fell for this too, astronomical expectations for him last year. And I think he was banged up a little bit, ended up kind of an okay, pretty even solid year. But where are you at on him in general in terms of just kind of the pecking order of quarterbacks? How do you like him?
After that Cowboy game in the playoffs, when he threw for about 400 yards, I thought this guy is going to be the next superstar. Last year he leveled off a little bit. But, yeah, I think he's got the arm talent to play with anybody, and in a scheme that really fits his style of play actions and getting outside the pocket, and obviously the quick game, and then ripping it downfield with some shots. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Jordan Love. I think he's right there with the upper echelon of guys. He's probably just a step below. He just needs a little bit more time, a little bit more production. He'll be right up there in the talks with the best.
You know, your brother was a huge Josh Jacobs guy. You had him with the Raiders. Jacobs is 27. He's always a little younger than I think, but he's taken a pounding, lot of carries over the years. He's not really slowing down, though. He was great tough, last year. What do you like about him?
Everything. He's got great ball security. He's got great vision, got great contact balance. Everything you want in a running back, he can catch. He doesn't really have any red flags. You're like, okay, he can't do this. He can do just about anything. Probably doesn't have the breakaway speed to hit the home run, but he'll get you the chunk yardage, and he got great vision. He'll protect the football and put your team in position to win, and everything is built off of him. You know, the play actions, the running game. It just suits the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur perfect to have a running back like that.
Jay, other side of the ball, Green Bay's got a bunch of horses on defense, but they added this guy named Micah Parsons, or Jerry Jones used to call him Michael. If you're coordinating an offense and you're designing stuff, what do you do with a player like that? I mean, Joe Gibbs invented a position to deal with Lawrence Taylor back in the day. Like, how do you account for that guy? What are you trying to do to slow him down?
Well, you want to run at him. You want to make sure you get the running game going, have some power runs right at him, make sure he plays the run. He's got to play both run and pass. That's the most important thing. And then when it is no passing situations, you got to get some people on him. You can't leave him one-on-one against Connerly or anybody else. I don't care who's blocking him. So you got to get some help when it's a passing situation and try to be powerful and run and physical right at him and make him play the run. That's what I want to see. Tight ends, I want Bates over there. I want him smashing them. I want Connerly. I want these guys to really get off the ball and force him to play the run.
What did you think about Dallas trading him?
You know what? I kind of was torn. I know he's a great player. You don't want to let great players out of the building, but if you get 2 first-rounders and another player, pretty good defensive tackle for him, the issues that he had in the locker room, the podcast, the things that he said, it was probably time for a change. And sometimes it's like that in the NFL with personnel and coaching staffs and GMs and owners. Sometimes people need a change of scenery. You just try to get something for them. Unlike we did for Kirk, we got a 3rd-round draft pick. At least they got 2 ones and a good defensive tackle, which they can parlay that into draft capital and maybe get a higher number 1 and a very, very good player. So I think it worked out for both teams personally. But I do, because they got so much money invested in CD and Dak. I think they got to make sure they protect those investments first.
You didn't think that was good value?
I thought that was a great deal.
For a franchise quarterback?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thanks. 'Cause I'm in my rocking chair in Atlantic Beach, Florida.
Yeah.
That has a one-way ticket to that rocking chair. And you didn't even have anything to do with it. It wasn't even your fault. Jay,
Good
we
time.
appreciate you. It's always good catching up, man, and we're looking forward to another season of Talking Ball.
All right. Thanks, Grant. Thanks, Danny.
Appreciate
you got it,
buddy.
man. There's Jay Gruden. He's outstanding. He'll be with us at 5 o'clock every Monday after games here on 106.7 The Fan.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tedbert Lincoln and Chantilly, and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbrit.com.
You heard Jay Gruden very high on the Jaden Daniels performance yesterday. Let's get into JD5. We have not talked a ton about him, so it'll be JD5 at 5:25 or something like that.
Something like that.
On The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They're quite simply the fastest. Fastest? That's not a word. Fastest and easiest. Maybe I combine them into fastest and easiest. I'll trademark it. They're the fastest to get your home sold. Even if your home didn't sell the first time. Doesn't mean it won't sell with them. They got the buyers. They got the marketing. They even have cash offer options that can help you finally move forward. Not every homeowner situation is the same. That's why Reynolds of Power Home Team is going to give you options. Whether you want maximum value on the open market or the speed and certainty of a cash offer, they put you in control of the process. And here it is. This is my favorite thing they do. It's their game-changing guarantee. If your home for some reason doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah Reynolds, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. I've seen it up close and personal. They sold my place a handful of years ago. We got way more than the asking price. All cash offer. The whole thing was done in a weekend. They are incredible. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about their services. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
With your sports update on the Fan, this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, touch, and affordable business grows with PVI. Celebrating a victory Monday after the Commanders beat the Giants 21-6 yesterday. Quick turnaround for Week 2 as the Commanders will take on the Packers at Lambeau Field Thursday night. Packers also coming off a win yesterday as they beat the Lions 27-13. Sunday Night Football last night, a thriller. Bills beat the Ravens 41-40 on a walk-off field goal. The Bills scoring 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Final game of Week 1 tonight, Monday Night Football, Vikings and Bears at Soldier Field. 8:15 kickoff over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Cubs over the weekend at Wrigley Field. They continue their road trip out in Miami. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan this evening. Cade Cavalli takes on Jansen Junk. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tighten up here in the red area. They knew they were going to move the ball to Giants defense. They got to limit points down here.
Daniels over the middle. Caught! Touchdown, Zach Ertz.
Zach Ertz had a drive to forget early in the first quarter when on back-to-back plays on second and third down, he committed a penalty and then dropped the pass. But scores a touchdown and all is forgiven. And he was one of the vocal guys in the locker room after the game who made it very clear. It's a 21-6 win. It's a 15-point victory. That's all well and good. We got to be better, and we can be better. He said, I think his quote was, "We expect to score on every single drive." And I just liked hearing, not only from Ertz, but some of the veterans on defense after their banner performance as well, the number of guys in the Commanders' locker room who were not celebrating 1-0 and being over the top in their exuberance, but rather saying, probably should have won by more today. Like, that is a very revealing thing about this club and where their mindset is. Forget fans who are feeling like maybe there could have been more style points. The players were saying that after the game.
I think it tells you where the expectations are. And a lot of times, though, you kind of roll your eyes at that. I mean, think of Chase Young and Montez Sweat declaring they were going to break the sacks record. That's what our expectation is. You should expect that. That's unrealistic. Neither of you have had double-digit sacks yet. Why don't we do that before we start talking about breaking records, et cetera? But with the deposits this group put in, adding Deebo Samuel, substituting Brian Robinson for Ja'Cory Crosky, Merritt, and others, you go, yeah, that's actually reasonable, right? I mean, with Cliff Kingsbury staying and the continuity there, Jaden Daniels continuing to improve and adjust and outwork his competition, that actually is pretty reasonable to me. And it's refreshing to hear that it's not just like, hey, a win is a win. Like, stop asking. It's like, no, we saw it too. We know that being as sloppy as we were, not getting a play in here and there, having to burn a timeout, didn't come back to bite us because we're better than the Giants. But you can't get away with that against Green Bay, against Kansas City, against some of the teams on their schedule.
Yeah, I thought, let's talk Daniels for a second. I thought as a rusher, he was an A+. 10 for 68. Took some long down and distances on second down and made them manageable with big gains, getting chunks, giving them third and average, third and medium. And what's really interesting is it wasn't like a ton of third down scrambles to move the sticks. The first opening third down of the game was that way, but that didn't necessarily happen as the day went on. But he, one at time after another, there were backbreaker designed or scramble runs. He goes for almost 70. I mean, extrapolate what he did yesterday out over 17 games, and we're talking about an 1,150-yard season.
Yeah, there's your 1,000-yard season.
A record rushing season for a quarterback and the 5th ever QB to go for 1K. So it was like that kind of game as a ball carrier. As a passer, because we were so used to him not ever missing on anything last year, it was very obvious, even though he was just a tick off, a hair off.
Yep.
Like, the bad balls, I'm going to use air quotes here, were catchable for the most part.
Yeah.
Debo behind him couldn't bring it in. Debo in front of him couldn't bring it in. Jalen Lane behind him couldn't bring it in. You could tell me they're drops in the sense that two hands are on them, that just ball placement was not right. Middle of the field throws were probably a step behind guys 4, maybe as many as 5 times. And a couple of those actually went down as drops. But I bring this up to say it was still, I don't know, a C or C plus performance because there were so many good plays. That 34-yard throw to Chris Moore we talked about earlier is a special play. Most guys in the league will not make a play like that this year. You had the 18-yard dig to Noah Brown. Big boy stuff. 2nd and 16 to Deebo Samuel, rolling right, throwing back left. Huge. 3rd and 12 to Deebo. 3rd and 5 to Deebo. Some of those money downs, you get paid to win on 3rd down, red zone, late game, and that is where he puts his money in the bank.
So there's enough still that was so awesome that you get to play this game that we're playing right now. In other words, where you go, yeah, it wasn't perfect, but, how about this amazing play? And how about this one? How about that back-breaking 3rd and long? How about that time where it looked like he should have been sacked? How about Tom Brady on the Gamecast? I don't know if you were able to catch this. I know you were in the press box.
Was he any better, by the way?
Later.
Everybody was bothered by him last year. I would imagine he's going to keep getting better and work at it.
I thought he was. I thought he was better, to be honest with you. I know this. My big nitpick was always that his voice would fry, especially in the second half, and I thought it was actually steady and
Get him
solid.
some hot coffee.
Seriously, I think he did a good job. But he said, there's not many people in the league that can do that. Like that play that he just made probably shouldn't have happened. I mean, you saw that last night, too, with Lamar Jackson going back 20-some yards, being dead in the grass, but turning it into a 20-yard game. There's only a handful of guys that have ever played in this league that can do those sorts of things, and Brady pointed one of those out. So there's enough of those amazing moments where our eye line, rightfully so, is set so high because the deposit's already in the bank. Again, think about the decades of football that we've experienced here since this team was dominant in the 80s and in the early 90s. That level of quarterback play yesterday would have been the oh my God, incredible. Yeah. And now our baseline, again, is the ceiling.
Well, here's one other Jaden Daniels thought, and I scribbled this down this morning thinking about this, and I'm glad I didn't forget to bring it up. How many times this offseason did you and I talk about this? And collectively as a role, I think it was just a huge story. This idea that maybe there's an adjustment coming to Jaden Daniels, or like defenses are going to figure something out, or they're going to confuse him on the back end or kind of find what he can't do.
Yeah.
There was none of that in this game, which is not to say there won't be, but I guess my point is there was absolutely zero figuring him out and a new plan and, oh, look, they got him. Like now he's hummed into the pocket or he can't move. Zero of that. If that's a question, at least for now it's been answered. There was no answer. Because when they did everything right in coverage on the back end, his cheat code was to pull the ball down and go. And there was, I think, if anything, even more design stuff early in the game than I'm used to seeing. Mm-hmm. But that, to me, was, one of the things you kind of go, okay, let's wait and see. I need more sample than one game. But this idea of this year two, the adjustment to him, they're going to figure him out. Nope. 300 all-purpose yards, no turnovers. It missed on some things on his own accord, kind of with accuracy, or else it's a monster Week 1 game.
Precisely. Yeah, I mean, the counter to the counter is good luck trying an exotic series of anything that results in man coverage. Because if he escapes, you congratulations, you just gave up 25 or 30 yards on a scramble, right? So there are only so many counters you could do. I mean, last year there were times where if you put a spy, think about when his ribs were cracked and he wasn't quite himself, where, okay, you got Nakobe Dean or Zach Bond or somebody from Philadelphia kind of hanging out a little bit behind line of scrimmage, and they could play some man because Quinyon Mitchell's a grown-up. He's awesome, so he's got Terry McLaurin. Noah Brown's in and out of the lineup. You can cover Lamed Zacchaeus. You can cover Jamison Crowder. You could do some of the man stuff against them, and guys aren't really separating. And he can't kill you with his legs. Well, if he's fully armed and operational like that, that eliminates anything other than the most brilliantly disguised man coverage in the history of mankind. So, again, there are only so many options to do it. You can find every tendency in your best laid plan. You think the Giants didn't talk about rush lanes? You think those guys didn't talk about keeping gap integrity? You think those guys didn't talk about rushing as a unit? I bet you they did. That's a really good defensive line that's going to do that to a lot of people. Well, if your defensive end tries to take an outside route, he steps up, now exits to the right. If he stays inside, he'll just run around you because he's quicker than you, more athletic than you, and turns on the jets better than you. You're not stopping him from escaping. You got to find something else.
I want to get into the Green Bay game for a moment next. We don't need to start breaking it down in detail, but I want to look at it through the lens of if they can go to Lambeau and win, You are 10 or 11 days into the season, and you're 2-0 with a division win, 2 conference wins, and a statement at one of the best teams in the conference. And then it's happening. This idea of what if Daniels becomes Mahomes, and what if you're just good every year, and what if you just become this double-digit win team perennially that's going to be in the playoffs and has a chance to go on runs. There's a lot of football left. But that's what it looks like.
Yep.
You win 12 games last year, and then the following year, it's not the 2012 Redskins with a 7-game winning streak, and then 2013 against the Steelers, you get beat by 2 touchdowns on Monday Night Football to kick off the year, and you get worked by the Eagles and the Packers early on, and you're bad again. Now you're 2-0 with some really, really impressive victories. I mean, that's what's at stake on Thursday night. We can get into that next. If you're just jumping in the car, Grant and Danny out in Leesburg today. We're at Pupatella Pizza. We'll be here until after 6, taking you up to Nats baseball. Pregame is still about a half hour away. This is The Fan. Patella Pizza in Leesburg. Come on out and have some dinner tonight. The Fan, a field trip Friday, but it's really a victory Monday. We've made the Friday events Monday events for this week. Grant and Danny with you after the Commanders get a 21-6 win over the New York Giants. Game that was never in doubt. Look at the box score from this one, and you'll see that Washington offensively debuted Deebo Samuel, took the wrapping off of Deebo. Out of the plastic, the new toy came. 7 catches, 77 yards, and a 19-yard touchdown run. But the story really was their defense and their defensive line and how impactful Javon Kinlaw and Dietrich Wise and Deron Payne were. Well, another guy who quietly made some plays up front in the run game was Johnny Newton. In his second year with the club as part of this rotation, he was in the thick of things with this tremendous defensive front for Washington, and I found him in the locker room after the game.
I felt like it went great. Just talking on the sideline with the guys, I feel like everything, I don't want to say went perfect for us today, but it was great. What we expected, honestly, coming in from training camp. We had high expectations for this team, and I talked to the D-line yesterday in our defensive meeting. I said, I just want to be the best defensive line in the nation, so just step by step trying to get there.
I was blown away by Kinlaw. We hadn't seen a lot of him. He's obviously a massive guy, but he was so noticeable constantly, and just the size and the presence. I mean, had you gotten to see much of that? Obviously at practice it's different.
Oh yeah, I've been saying everything everybody been saying about Kinlaw this, Kinlaw that, and I talked to him right before the game. I was like, man, I've been saying everything everybody been saying to you. I was like, go show him. I knew what Kinlaw was from seeing him in camp, OTAs. I told him, I was like, man, you got the ability to be one of the most dominant, best defensive tackles in this league, so go do it, and he displayed it today.
And then your running mate up front in the interior, Deron, had a sack and a half and 2 batted balls.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you make of his performance?
Payne just being Payne. That's Deron Payne for you, honestly. I mean, in the past, the record hasn't showed it, but I feel like he's always been a dominant defensive tackle, and he displayed it today.
Lastly, it's a short week for you guys because of the Thursday nighter with the Packers.
Yeah.
So do you still get to soak this one up like you normally would, or how much does that change on a night like tonight when you've got to hit the road and get to Green Bay here soon?
Oh, yeah, we finna go soak the cold tub up and get ready for the next game. Yeah. Ain't too much partying for this one. Go home, recover, watch the film, and on to the next one.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Johnny Newton post-game from the locker room yesterday. How about this quote on Javon Kinlaw? I talked to him right before the game. I told him, I've been seeing everything everybody's saying about you. Go show them. You've got a chance to be one of the most dominant defensive tackles in the league. Just go do it. He looked like it.
Pretty good start.
$15 million a year, and that was one of the most chastised acquisitions by any team this offseason. So far, looks pretty good.
Yeah, and if you notice at Adam Peters at the right light and angle, you'll see the feather that is in his cap through 1 week. Now, that doesn't make a season, but again, it wasn't just me kind of scratching my head. People that covered him day to day in multiple different cities came on and were like, yeah, buyer beware. I don't really know what they saw here, and I can't remember which city was which. I think it was in New York. Yeah, here he was overweight and really didn't seem to care that much, and they couldn't figure out something to do with him, and they said, maybe you'd be good against the run. No. Maybe you could try to rush the passer. No. San Francisco, he could never get right. And yet, Adam Peters paid him like and company, paying him like a frontline defensive tackle. Not a Aaron Donald superstar where you make it $30 million, but pretty significant cap hit where you're kind of going, not necessarily this year, but in future parts of the contract, where you're going, you're paying a guy that hasn't done this yet at any spot for more than a game or two. Pretty significant money that didn't feel like you had to do that, but through 1 week, it looks like a bargain.
Darius, find the Peters cut, if you could, please, from Thursday on our show. So for those of you that missed Adam Peters Thursday, you should go back and grab that podcast wherever you get your audio. But he was really good and really insightful on a few of the moves this offseason and why they were willing to make them. And in specific to Kinlaw, he said a bunch of things about his development that I have not taken into account and didn't really think about, which were new food for thought items for me, so to speak, as to why maybe he hasn't taken off yet. But you're right. I mean, this was an Adam Peters decision, I think, largely. Don't get me wrong. They've got a scouting staff. He always names everybody. He gives them a lot of credit. when they make these moves. But this is a guy that Peters was heavily involved in the scouting when San Francisco drafted him and gave him a bunch of money. And now you're in a new organization as a first-time GM, and it's been far and away your biggest splash addition over a couple of off seasons. So, like, whether this goes really well or not is largely going to be on AP's ledger, I would say. Right. And he's just got to feel really, really good about it. But I will say already, the ceiling, so to speak, for Javon Kinlaw far exceeds what I would have anticipated. I just didn't think he was this type of player. I mean, what we saw was, the word is disruptive. He disrupted everything up front. It was really cool to watch.
The effect was clear. I mean, again, I go, okay, well, maybe I could see it, someone that's that, physically impressive. I mean, you can't believe how big and strong a guy like that is. You go, okay, maybe he can hold the point of attack a little bit. Maybe that can allow a Johnny Newton or allow a Von Miller or somebody to work one-on-one. He's the bull. Like, he's the forklift. He's the guy that's jacking you up and ruining every play.
This was Adam Peters on Grant and Danny on Thursday on Javon Kinlaw.
He hadn't had a ton of, development in his first few years playing. He came in, it was the COVID year, and so we didn't have any training camp in San Francisco that year. So really learning the techniques and everything we were trying to do. So he missed the training camp then. Then he had been dinged up a little bit the next couple of years. So hadn't had a ton of training camp, hadn't had a ton of off season until really his last year when he was fully healthy. And then he went to the Jets and had a really good year. And then, so we think, I guess long story short, he's still ascending, even though, he's been in the league for quite a while. He's still ascending and taking another step. And the way he's bought into our defense, the way he's bought into the way we play, and the way he's led in that meeting room has been awesome to see. So, and he came out and he saw it on the tape, like you said, on that goal line play. And we're looking to seeing a lot more of that. So, really pleased with where he's at. And I think really he's got another level
Against the Giants in game number 1. Again, that Peters interview was great if you want to grab it wherever you get your audio. If they beat the Packers and they're 2-0 with a little mini bye, going into a home game against the Raiders, which would be pretty winnable, they'd be considerable favorites at Northwest Stadium again. I mean, they're setting themselves up for a phenomenal start to this season as they defend 12 wins and a playoff berth. Let's get into what that might look like. We'll also hit on don't forget about. We always do that on Mondays after games. What's not getting enough attention today? All coming up on Grant and Danny from Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg. We're taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. Celebrating a victory Monday, the Commanders won their season opener yesterday, 21-6 over the Giants. A short week for the Commanders, getting set for Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 2 at Lambeau Field. The Packers also won in Week 1, beating the Lions 27-13. Sunday Night Football last night was a thriller, with the Bills beating the Ravens 41-40. Buffalo scored 16 points in the final 4 minutes to win, and their final season opener at Highmark Stadium. Monday Night Football wraps up Week 1 tonight. Vikings and Bears at 8:15. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals took 2 of 3 from the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field over the weekend. They now head to Miami. They'll take on the Miami Marlins for the first of 3 tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nats. He's 2-1 with a 4.85 ERA. He'll take on Jansen Junk, who is 6-2 with a 4.09 ERA. Nats and Marlins coming up 6:40 right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Football coverage on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at $30 for your first year. That's $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Grant and Danny back out here in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza, enjoying ourselves with Commanders fans who are excited about a 1-0 start today. Show's brought to you each and every day exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll get you squared away on a living trust or a medical power of attorney. You got to go to kmlawyers.com, mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On these Monday shows after Commanders games, whether they win or lose, we always try to end the program with some things maybe that didn't get enough attention today. So let's do that right now. It is time to figure out what we're forgetting about. Don't forget about, before we get to some Commanders don't forget abouts, I've got to say, one of my buddies out here, Michael, who's one of the owners at Pupatella, his daughter Eliana is a huge fan of the Washington Spirit. Okay? And the bit that we have, he and I, is that Eliana always wonders why we don't talk about the Spirit. And it's mostly because I don't know anything about the Spirit.
That's a big reason for me, too.
It's a big factor. Yeah. However, last night they played a home game, and they beat the Seattle Reign 2-0.
Okay.
And Trinity Rodman, their superstar, scored 2 goals.
Okay.
Michael sent me one of the goals on text. I looked at it. It was a very impressive goal. And Ileana's been very vocal that we need to mention that. And so I just wanted to tell you, don't forget about Trinity Rodman's 2 goals for the Washington Spirit last night, Danny Houtier.
So I will now not forget about that.
Don't.
Because I have learned about that.
Don't even think about forgetting about that.
Here's my first don't forget about. Remember the preseason when they couldn't cover kicks?
Yes.
The first kick of every preseason game was returned very heavily and far. They seem to have cleaned that business up. 2 kicks, negligible returns. I really liked what I saw. And please don't forget, I'm going to add a don't forget about to my don't forget about. Nick Ballore layeth the smacketh down a couple times.
Yeah, he did.
On some coverage units. Oh, thank you.
Don't forget about a fast start at home. 11 of the first 14 plays, Washington's offense, not New York's. 110 yards to 3 yards at one point late in the first quarter. When you bury a team that quickly, they start asking themselves some questions on the road. Thought that start was important. Don't forget about Austin Eckler's awesome 15-yard catch, maybe the play of the game in terms of individual effort. Right after a penalty, not coincidentally, I think he was trying to make up for that, pinballing off of would-be tacklers to get to the sticks, to move the chains, a huge catch and run. He's still got it, man. Austin Eckler will be on the show tomorrow at 5 o'clock. He'll be our guest all season long, exclusively on The Fan, every single Tuesday after games.
Please don't forget. You know what the longest pass play yesterday was for the Washington football peoples?
34 yards?
To Chris Moore. If you had that in the office pool, go play the lottery. You're due for some excellent luck. Yes, Chris Moore. Don't forget about the toe tapping on the sideline from a beautiful. It's a couple of nickels together or a dime. Looking for a dime from Jaden Daniels down the sideline.
Don't forget about Luke McCaffrey getting a chance as a kick returner and making a play. Broke a return out to almost the 40, their best return of the day. I don't want Debo returning kicks, even though I think he'd be great at it, because I don't want him to take hits and I don't want him to get hurt. So let's let Luke McCaffrey on special teams be the guy and maybe make a play or two for you. He did an okay job at the end of last year. He's 1 for 1 this year. Don't forget he looked like he belonged as a kick returner yesterday.
Don't forget about the fact that these safeties, I envision a conversation between Will Harris and Quan Martin. No, you hit the hardest. No, you hit the hardest. No, you hit the hardest. Same time, who hits the hardest? 1, 2, 3. We do. Ha, 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 ha. They lay wood on folks, and I love it.
Don't forget about Bobby Wagner. Just does not age.
So many tackles.
Team high 10 tackles. Look, fleet of foot, sideline to sideline, speed, that's not his game anymore. He's closer to 40 than 30. It shouldn't be his game anymore. But if you can take on some double teams, get some guys with size like Kinlaw to have 4 hands on them, if you can keep the Giants kind of hemmed in the tackle box, Bobby Wagner's not going to miss very much. You saw that on the goal line. Don't forget about 2 huge goal line stands in the low red zone down around the mouth of the end zone. That was an area of concern for this team last year, but that size packing things in, Wagner coming downhill, they looked good in that area yesterday.
One little negative don't forget about the fact that a punt blocked. Could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, Ben Sinnott, where are you, buddy?
Yeah,
I need you to not allow that punt block.
Hey, bud. Why don't you keep Tressler up right there, pal? Hey, bud. Didn't love that, but of course it worked out because Tressway's magic, and he still ended up with a decent punt out of it.
It is time to get you set for Nats baseball with pregame minutes away. Daily on this program, ahead of the Nats, we give you the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Kate Cavalli in the bumper gets my favorite named pitcher in Major League Baseball, Jansen Junk. What does he throw? Fastball, cutter. So the junk baller? No, junk. That's right. I love that. C.J. Abrams leads off, plays shortstop. Batting second in left field, that's James Wood. Hitting third at first base, Josh Bell. Your cleanup hitter, Grant. Grant. Dalen Lyle.
Let's go.
Luis Garcia Jr., playing second base. Riley Adams doing the catching, hitting 6. Paul DeYoung at third base. I did not misspeak. I didn't mean to say Brady House and accidentally said Paul DeYoung, but I am saying Paul DeYoung at third. Dylan Cruz in right and Robert Hassel in center field batting ninth.
Come on now. Brady House, big sack fly, rally yesterday. Not in the lineup.
So close.
That's tough. Excited to see Kate Cavalli, though. That's must-see TV as far as Nats storylines the rest of the way. That is a big one. And you mentioned Dalen Lyle, 770 OPS for him in his rookie season. He is stringing some ABs and some games together. Big story today, though, your Commanders are 1-0 in the division. They throttle the New York Giants by 15 points at home, and in a short week, they are on to Green Bay. Tomorrow on the show, we will have Commander Survivor. You're going to kick somebody off an island. You're going to give somebody immunity, and we'll also have Austin Eckler joining us for his weekly 5 p.m. Tuesday appointment. Cannot wait to talk to Austin about a 21-6 victory and look ahead to Thursday Night Football. Enjoy yourselves on this Monday evening. NFC North action coming your way on the Fan deep into the night. Grant and Danny saying so long from Pupatella in Leesburg. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.